across a desert of endless rocks and scorching sand. 3 female explorers were running for their lives in total panic. A pack of demon wolves chased them without letting up. The situation turned hopeless when one girl slipped and crashed onto the burning sand. The wolves seized the chance, rushed in, and one opened its jaws to finish her. She was consumed by despair. She could not run, and fighting back was even more hopeless. Just as death was moments away, a freezing flash of light sliced through the air and stunned everyone. When they looked again, one demon wolf was already lying dead. It had been killed with a single strike. A sharp sword had pierced straight through the monster's throat. Then a cloaked figure slowly stepped forward, as if appearing from nowhere. The female mage instantly believed her savior had arrived, but her hope faded when the system showed he was only level 1. The hope she had just found disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, the young man calmly lowered his hood. His handsome face and cold, killing gaze came into view. He quietly muttered, "So this is all a level 3 monster can do?" The demon wolves paused for only a moment before their bloodlust took over, and they charged together. The young man showed no fear at all. He drew his sword and rushed straight into the pack alone. The clash exploded, like 2 raging storms colliding. In the blink of an eye, every single wolf had been wiped out. The 3 level 3 girls stood frozen in disbelief. The one who destroyed the entire pack was only a level 1 rookie named Lin Yuan. His precise and overwhelming attacks were clearly nothing like a beginner's. Suddenly, the female mage shouted for everyone to be careful. Dozens more desert demon wolves had silently surrounded them. The group immediately turned to flee, while the captain yelled for Lin Yuan to retreat before they were torn apart. But Lin Yuan only smiled and asked, "Is that so?" Then he calmly raised one hand. Several cards appeared as the system confirmed the skeleton warrior's summon. Lin Yuan accepted without hesitation. The cards turned into beams of light and shot forward. They slammed into the ground together. A massive summoning circle appeared, glowing with an eerie blue light. The ground shook violently as something rose from below. One skeleton after another emerged, forming a level 3 skeleton legion with 100 HP, 35 attack, 5 defense, and the slash strike skill that Lin Yuan had just summoned. Their presence was even more terrifying than the desert demon wolves. At that moment, it was obvious which side would be torn apart. Right after that, both sides charged into a brutal battle. They fought like starving beasts, driven mad by hunger. 15 minutes passed. Every desert demon wolf had been completely wiped out. All 16 wolves fell before Lin Yuan's skeleton legion. He gained a total of 160 experience points. He also collected 16 fangs and 16 wolf pelts as loot. The 3 girls watching nearby could only stare in shock because they could not believe a level 1 player had done something so incredible. When it was over, the female mage walked over and asked if he was a mage because his power looked like summoning magic unlike anything she had ever seen. Lin Yuan simply replied, "Who said I was a mage?" She still wanted to know his real class. But Lin Yuan only smiled mysteriously without another word. His true class was Necromancer Hunter, a special class with the SSS talent called Dark Summoning. Lin Yuan's past was unique because he was actually transported from Earth. It all began 3 years earlier when scientists discovered a massive asteroid called Martin heading straight for the planet. 3 months later, a mysterious company released an advanced VR game called Eternal World, and it quickly became a worldwide sensation. Players could only enter by using the special VR headset they provided. After logging in, everyone was sent to another world so realistic, it felt no different from reality. There, each person awakened a unique class and could level up to gain the power to defeat monsters. At first, no one took it seriously because it was just another game. Everything changed when people in the real world began gaining the same powers from the game, and they became known as the Chosen. Around the same time, followers of the Starry Sky evil god crossed from the game into reality. They launched one brutal massacre after another against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents were among the victims. They died during the very first days of the chaos. To fight back, every Chosen across the world united into a single resistance force. Sadly, humanity suffered a crushing defeat against the Starry Sky evil god followers, and Lin Yuan fell in the final battle. But a miracle happened. He woke up just before logging into Eternal World for the first time. He also awakened the only forbidden class, along with an SSS talent. That convinced Lin Yuan he had been given a second chance to change the future, protect his family, and save the world, so he swore to become stronger than anyone else. Back in the present, countless demon wolf corpses covered the ground. Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting such valuable resources. He immediately activated Dark Summoning. His targets were every desert demon wolf corpse. In an instant, every corpse rose back to its feet, as if returning from the dead. Their presence was even more terrifying than when they were alive. The true horror of this forbidden class was that every revived creature became absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan. They kept all their original levels and skills while gaining the undead body skill, making them immune to certain negative effects in battle. Lin Yuan also possessed the Underworld Gate talent, allowing him to store every summoned creature in a separate dimension whose capacity increased with his level. In simple terms, as long as Lin Yuan kept growing stronger, he could build an almost unstoppable undead army. The three girls were completely stunned by what they saw. The female captain could not help asking if this was the power to turn the dead into undead, and whether he was even human. Lin Yuan simply replied that there was no time left. He already knew the death giant wolf would soon appear in this rocky desert. Instead of fear, Lin Yuan's eyes burned with excitement because his target boss was finally arriving. Before long, the clear desert sky was filled with countless bolts of lightning. The air itself began to crack apart, as though an invisible force was tearing it open. The rift continued to grow wider. It was the sign that the death giant wolf was about to descend. Many players remembered a forum post saying this boss had an attack range of 50 meters. Everyone immediately panicked and ran for their lives. Even so, many failed to escape the danger zone, just as the death giant wolf's name suggested. The moment it appeared, the massive monster easily sent wave after wave of players back to the respawn point. Everyone watched its rampage, yet no one dared stand in its way. It was a level 6 Lord boss with health, attack, and defense far beyond ordinary monsters. No player could defeat it alone. Without a large team and proper strategy, charging in was nothing but suicide. Eternal World felt unbelievably real, and simply facing the death giant wolf was enough to leave players gasping for breath. To almost everyone, the boss was impossible to defeat, but Lin Yuan thought otherwise. While the crowd fled in panic, he walked alone toward the boss with his sword in hand. The other players could only watch Lin Yuan's lonely figure, unable to understand what he was planning. No matter how confident he looked, everyone still saw him as a rookie, and no one believed he could face that monster. In Eternal World, monsters were ranked by power, starting with normal monsters, and then elite monsters. Above them came Leader, Lord, King, Overlord, and finally God. Even though Lord ranked only in the middle of the hierarchy, it was still enough to drive any new player into despair. Yet Lin Yuan calmly stopped right in front of the death giant wolf. Everyone watching turned pale. Some desperately shouted for him to come back, because a rookie charging in was no different from seeking death. Lin Yuan heard every word, but ignored them all. To Lin Yuan, the terrifying level 6 boss was now nothing more than a target waiting to be defeated, and he had complete confidence in his strength. The death giant wolf was still covered in the blood of its previous victims before suddenly opening its massive jaws. It unleashed mad roar, and the deafening howl shook the ground as if it were about to split apart. Even so, Lin Yuan stood perfectly still like an unshakable mountain. Without giving him a moment to breathe, the death giant wolf lunged with death pounce to finish him off. Everyone held their breath, certain he would die this time, but Lin Yuan remained unbelievably calm. He clearly remembered from his previous life that with the boss enhancement, the death giant wolf had 3,400 HP and 510 attack. Back then, the strongest players in the Rocky Desert had only reached level 3. Their only chance was to overwhelm it with numbers. Even Lin Yuan had nearly died in that battle in his previous life. But the current Lin Yuan had survived countless life and death battles and was no longer the same person. Just as the boss' razor-sharp claws came crashing down, Lin Yuan instantly dodged aside with lightning speed. The incredible reaction left many players staring in shock. Missing its attack sent the death giant wolf into a frenzy, activating its berserk state and making it even more dangerous. Even then, Lin Yuan showed no fear. He placed one hand on the ground. A summoning circle instantly appeared. It was his personal underworld gate. The moment the gate opened, his strongest force answered the call. The undead legion marched out one after another. Everyone was stunned once again. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a bizarre power. As the undead demon wolves poured out, no one could understand how Lin Yuan had turned so many level 3 monsters into his followers. On the way here, he had continuously hunted weaker monsters to reach level 3, increasing the underworld gate's capacity to 30 units. Although it delayed his arrival at the boss, everything had gone according to plan. Lin Yuan fully understood Eternal World's aggro system. If the summoner was stronger than the summons, the boss would prioritize attacking the summoner, unless a summoned creature struck first. At that moment, the undead demon wolves surrounded the death giant wolf and tore into it from every direction. The Lord Boss had no choice but to fight them instead. This was exactly the opening Lin Yuan had been waiting for. He constantly manipulated the aggro system, drawing the boss' attention back whenever it switched targets to reduce the losses of his undead army. Every slash from Lin Yuan carved deep wounds into the monster's body. The pain forced the death giant wolf to howl in rage again and again. Its attention shifted back to Lin Yuan once more. It ignored the undead and chased after him, but the undead legion attacked together and pulled its aggro back exactly as he intended. The strategy repeated over and over. Each undead demon wolf dealt only about 15 damage, but against the boss 3,400 HP, the steady damage slowly wore it down. From the very beginning, every part of the battle had been calculated by Lin Yuan. The death giant wolf's health steadily dropped while he remained completely composed. Watching the fight, everyone could not stop admiring Lin Yuan's unbelievable skill. Yet among the crowd, a few strangers watched him with knowing smiles, as if they were preparing a hidden scheme. By now, the boss had only around 500 HP left. Lin Yuan immediately seized the decisive moment. He put everything into one finishing slash. The critical strike landed with perfect accuracy. The death giant wolf instantly dropped to one knee. It was left with only 10 HP and was on the verge of death. At that exact moment, 3 suspicious men suddenly charged in from behind. Seeing that Lin Yuan's undead army had nearly been exhausted, they chose the perfect moment to steal the boss kill. Their goal was to take every reward that Lin Yuan had earned. Players behind him urgently shouted for Lin Yuan to watch out, but the kill stealers had picked the wrong target. Lin Yuan coldly turned around, his eyes as sharp as ice, and swung his sword. With a single strike, all 3 were sent flying. He gave a faint smile and said, "Do not overestimate yourselves." Everyone agreed the 3 deserved it, but they were still stunned that a low-level player had defeated 3 level 3 opponents with a single attack. Behind Lin Yuan, the death giant wolf struggled to stand with its last breath, but its fate was already sealed. Lin Yuan calmly swung his sword one more time. That final strike ended the death giant wolf for good. After defeating the boss, he gained 480 experience points and a soul crystal. He was also curious about the rewards from the server's very first world boss. Moments later, the boss body glowed and dropped a soul crystal along with a silver chest. The soul crystal was an extremely rare treasure filled with soul power. Once players collected enough of them, they could exchange them for legendary gear at the Eternal Council of the Elves. However, the council only opened to level 60 players, making it a distant goal, but still the fastest path to legendary equipment. In Eternal World, equipment quality ranked from lowest to highest as white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, black gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. For beginners, white gear was common, while black iron equipment was already considered extremely rare. About 2 hours earlier, using memories from his previous life, Lin Yuan had lured away the elite black fish lizard with 2 skeleton warriors and claimed a bronze chest. Inside was the Blackstone magic cloak, a bronze item that granted 30 defense, 10 spirit, and 10 agility. This time, as the first player to defeat a world boss, he also received the Hunter title, granting 10 attack, 10 critical rate, and 10 magic damage while equipped. Every title in the game came with unique effects, and Lin Yuan considered Hunter an exceptionally valuable reward. Finally, he opened the silver chest. Inside were several valuable rewards. The first was the Silver Moon Wisdom Sword, a silver weapon with 100 attack and 10 agility. Next came the Death Bronze Ring, a silver accessory with 40 spirit and the Corrosion Beam skill that dealt magic damage equal to 200% of attack. There were also recovery potions that restored 20 HP and mana, a scroll granting 100 skill proficiency, and monster essence that could be used for alchemy or consumed directly to randomly increase strength, constitution, agility, or spirit by 10 points. Lin Yuan looked calm on the outside, but he was thrilled because the first world boss rewards had exceeded all expectations. The system then updated his character. Thanks to the experience he had earned, he advanced from level 3 to level 4 and received 5 free attribute points. This time, Lin Yuan placed 3 points into spirit and 2 into strength, pushing his stats far beyond every player in the Rocky Desert. The Underworld Gate's capacity also expanded to 40 units. Although his entire undead army had been wiped out during the battle, he had gained the corpse of the death giant wolf in return, making the trade far more valuable. With Lin Yuan's power, the death giant wolf slowly rose again as an undead warrior. It retained every skill it had while alive. It also awakened a brand new ability called Undying Fury. This skill increased the attack of every ally by 10 and their critical rate by 20. A world boss truly lived up to its name. The death giant wolf possessed devastating area attacks and powerful crowd control. After becoming Lin Yuan's undead servant, it not only kept all of its original strength but also gained an entirely new skill. With such a powerful addition, Lin Yuan believed his underworld gate would soon be filled with an even greater undead army. Watching him casually claim the world boss and store it inside the underworld gate left every nearby player speechless. To them, Lin Yuan was even more terrifying than the boss he had just defeated. When his cold gaze swept across the crowd, everyone immediately stepped aside to clear a path. They all tried to act invisible to avoid drawing his attention. The 3 kill stealers were forced to hand over a black iron longsword. It was a solid weapon for beginners, but Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Wisdom Sword, so it meant little to him. He took the sword, then walked toward the surviving players hiding behind the rocks. The atmosphere instantly turned tense as everyone thought he was about to silence the witnesses, leaving them frozen in fear. Lin Yuan stopped in front of a young man who had warned him about the kill stealers and asked, "Were you the one who shouted to warn me?" The young man nodded nervously, trembling so badly he could barely get the words out. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan placed the sword directly into his hands. The young man stood there in complete shock. Lin Yuan simply said it was a thank you gift, told him to keep it, and walked away without another word. Clutching the sword tightly, the young man stared at Lin Yuan's back, while the other players crowded around in amazement because a black iron sword was an incredible prize for any beginner. About 10 minutes later, while crossing the desert alone, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped after sensing something familiar. He immediately realized his VR headset was almost out of power. There was no other choice. He logged out of Eternal World. His consciousness quickly returned to reality. The familiar computer screen was right in front of him. The Eternal World interface displayed the full information for the immersive virtual reality game. The game divided its servers into regional zones, and each zone contained several virtual nations for players to choose from. Zone E3, where Lin Yuan played, included 4 major nations: the Western Desert Kingdom, the Southern Empire, the Northern Underworld Empire, and the Tide Archipelago. After being reborn, Lin Yuan made the exact same choice as in his previous life. He started once again in the Western Desert Kingdom. Before his death in his previous life, he had uncovered a critical secret. He remembered the golden emblem on someone's chest. It was the symbol of a guild from the Western Desert Kingdom. That meant the first follower of the Starry Sky Evil God had originally been a human player. Lin Yuan sat in silence, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. According to his memories, that first follower was the key to summoning the evil god into the world. The thought instantly turned his eyes ice cold. There were still 3 years before the evil god appeared. If he could eliminate that person first, the tragic future might be changed. But he could only sigh because the golden emblem was his only clue. After thinking it through, Lin Yuan concluded that only guilds in the Western Desert capital used that emblem. Reaching the capital required level 10, so leveling up as quickly as possible became his top priority. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something important. He immediately opened the system panel. A blue light appeared, and moments later, a real skeleton was summoned into the real world. Lin Yuan crushed the object in his hand and quickly realized the truth. Some players could bring the game's power into reality from the very beginning, and they were known as the Chosen. These people were also called the Children of Destiny. Every one of them possessed an incredibly powerful hidden class, along with extraordinary luck. They would become humanity's greatest force against the Starry Sky Evil God. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had only awakened this synchronization ability after the disaster began, but this time it had appeared much earlier. Lin Yuan clenched his jaw, struggling to hide his shock. It seemed the forbidden Necromancer hunter class held far more secrets than he had imagined, although he still did not know how it differed from the hidden classes of the other Chosen. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yuan walked over to answer it, and immediately remembered this exact moment. A table filled with hot homemade dishes was waiting in front of his parents. Mr. Lin looked around in surprise and wondered who had cooked such a feast. Lin Yuan set down the final plate of chicken, smiled, and invited his parents to eat. Mrs. Lin happily told her husband it was their son's thoughtful gesture. Since it was so rare for him to cook, She urged him to stop staring and start eating. Watching the smiles on his parents' faces filled Lin Yuan with overwhelming emotion. Only after losing everything could someone truly understand what was precious. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had locked himself in his room playing games, missed countless family meals, and only made his parents argue more often. It was only after watching them die in the disaster that he realized how cold and selfish he had been. Thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. He quickly composed himself, sat down, served food to his parents, and asked why his younger sister was not home for Sunday dinner. Mrs. Lin smiled and explained that Dan Dan was busy preparing for exams and had taken dinner to school. She also asked Lin Yuan to bring her more homemade food whenever he had time, because nothing tasted better than meals from home. After taking a bite, Mrs. Lin kept praising the food and jokingly told her husband not to steal her chicken wing. Mr. Lin only smiled warmly and said she could have them all. During the meal, Mr. Lin quietly watched his son, puzzled by the changes he had noticed. Lin Yuan served his father another helping and smiled, saying he would learn to cook even more delicious dishes in the future. His parents were both stunned. Mrs. Lin's eyes filled with tears, while Mr. Lin simply smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan threw himself into an intense physical training routine. He knew that if he wanted to control the power he brought from the game into reality, his body had to be strong enough to handle it. Even after exhausting himself punching a heavy bag, he kept pushing beyond his limits. He then switched to endurance and sprint training. Looking at his time of 5.5 seconds for 50 meters, Lin Yuan decided he still had plenty of room to improve. Sweat soaked his entire body, but he never complained. Only after finishing his training did he finally head home. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared and opened a spatial portal. A beam of light enveloped him and carried Lin Yuan back into Eternal World, returning him to the rocky desert. Beneath the setting sun, giant birds skimmed low across the sand, creating an overwhelming scene. Their piercing cries echoed through the sky, making the atmosphere even more unsettling. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and looked up. One bird dove toward him at incredible speed like a black arrow. At the same time, the system displayed its information. Level 2 Screech Bird, 40 HP, 20 attack, 2 defense, and the Peck skill. Lin Yuan calmly swung his sword. His strike was so clean that the bird was split in half before it could cry again, earning him 15 experience points. Seeing the small amount of experience, Lin Yuan simply shook his head. Just then, he noticed a green glow coming from the bird's corpse. The strange light quickly spread across the ground. A massive clawed foot slowly stepped out from the darkness. One desert demon wolf after another emerged, their glowing red eyes shining through the sandstorm. Hidden behind a rock, Lin Yuan immediately realized the bird's blood had attracted the very predators he had been waiting for. He took a small bottle from inside his cloak and uncorked it. Facing the entire wolf pack, Lin Yuan drank it without hesitation. In an instant, his speed exploded like a storm. The monster essence had taken effect, increasing all his attributes by 10, and he intended to make every second count. One demon wolf roared and charged with its claws raised to tear him apart. Lin Yuan met it head-on, his sword tracing a silver arc before instantly taking the monster's head. The system announced that Lin Yuan had already slain 4 more desert demon wolves. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more attacked from opposite directions. Lin Yuan flashed forward again, and a single decisive slash killed them both. The system then confirmed he had defeated 10 desert demon wolves. Landing lightly, Lin Yuan quickly adjusted his stance. The furious howls of the wolf pack still echoed across the battlefield. Realizing a direct assault would not work, the wolves changed tactics and surrounded him from every direction. Lin Yuan's breathing grew heavier, but his grip on his sword never loosened. His icy gaze swept across the pack before he smiled. "So you all came here to die together?" Without waiting for them to attack, Lin Yuan charged first. His sword flashed again and again, each strike sending blood spraying through the air. Before long, the systems announced he had killed 20 desert demon wolves. Then the count reached 30, and soon after, it climbed to 40. The accumulated experience finally raised Lin Yuan to level 5. Every fallen wolf rose again under the power of dark summoning before slowly entering the underworld gate. After only 2 battles, his undead legion had grown significantly. The system quickly updated Lin Yuan's status. Level 5, Forbidden Necromancer, talents Dark Summoning and Underworld Gate, with a capacity of 50 units, attributes of 22 Strength, 20 Constitution, 45 Agility, and 48 Spirit, with 38 out of 1,252 experience toward the next level. After checking his status, Lin Yuan concluded that with the monster essence bonus, he was now strong enough to defeat elite monsters of the same level by himself. As the dust settled, he looked toward the distant town and decided it was time to meet that person. Black Sand Town came into view, bustling with players and full of activity. Keeping his usual calm expression, Lin Yuan quietly disappeared into the crowd. At last, he stopped in front of a small house tucked beside the road. The old wooden door slowly creaked open, letting sunlight pour into the dark room. Inside, an old man with a face red from drinking hugged a wine jar and drunkenly shouted to know who had interrupted his sleep. This was Gui Shi, the mage instructor of Black Sand Town. Without wasting time, Lin Yuan walked straight in and respectfully asked to become his student. In Eternal World, players could learn skills from books dropped by monsters or found in treasure chests. However, every class also had its own NPC instructor who taught the basic skills to new players. Watching the drunken Gui Shi mumble about having more money for wine reminded Lin Yuan that this same man had once taught him when he was a mage in his previous life. Although he was now a forbidden Necromancer, a class with almost no available information, he realized its combat style shared many similarities with magic users. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan decided to learn the mage's basic skills for now. He took out a bag of coins and requested Soulfire, Heal, and Stealth. The moment the money landed in his hands, Gui Shi smiled with satisfaction. The heavy pouch of silver made no effort to hide his excitement. He raised one hand, summoned a green sphere of energy, and infused its power into Lin Yuan while telling him not to disgrace the name of mages. When the process ended, the system announced that he had learned 3 skills. Level 1 Soulfire dealt magic damage equal to 100% of attack, cost 10 mana, and had a 10-second cooldown. Level 1 Heal restored 10 HP, cost 10 mana, and had a 3-minute cooldown. The final skill was Level 1 Stealth, allowing him to become invisible for 5 seconds at the cost of 10 mana with a 3-minute cooldown. After reviewing the skills, Lin Yuan nodded. Soulfire gave him a ranged attack, while Heal could restore both his own health and that of his undead legion. Even so, these were only beginner skills. To gain real power, he still needed more resources and higher levels. Lin Yuan's next destination was the mine on Black Sand Mountain, located east of the mountain range. The moment he arrived, the system announced that he had discovered the Kobold Mine. Lin Yuan quickly recalled everything about these monsters. Kobolds were level 5 creatures that lived in mines and caves. They had an incredible sense of smell, excelled at ambushes in the dark, fought with cunning tactics, and usually traveled in packs of around 100. Considering both their numbers and strength, the kobolds were the perfect targets for his undead army to level up. Lin Yuan took out a potion he had bought from an NPC merchant about half an hour earlier. The system displayed its information. Night Vision Potion allowed sight within 3 meters in darkness and lasted for 30 minutes. Standing at the cave entrance, he summoned every undead desert demon wolf. While grinding levels, he also planned to improve the proficiency of Stealth and Soulfire, hoping to find a few valuable items along the way. Raising a torch as a signal, Lin Yuan ordered the undead wolves to lead the way. The system also displayed its information. Common Torch illuminated an area within a 5-meter radius. Then, he and his undead army slowly advanced deeper into the mountain. Nearly 15 minutes passed as they continued through the endless tunnel. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped. Strange sounds reached his ears, instantly putting him on high alert. Without hesitation, he hurled the torch deep into the tunnel. The flames flared to life and illuminated the area ahead. The system scanned the target. Common Kobold Miner, level 5, 120 HP, 30 attack, 6 defense. With the mining and smash skills, Lin Yuan smiled to himself. Finally, you showed yourselves. The torchlight spread through the cavern, bathing everything in a fiery red glow. The undead desert demon wolves roared and charged forward like a storm. Lin Yuan immediately gave the order. Attack, wipe them all out, leave no one alive. The kobold miners tightened their grip on their weapons, bared their fangs, and rushed forward with furious battle cries. Lin Yuan also charged into the battlefield, his sword slicing through the air again and again. The system announced, Kobold Miner X2 defeated. The kobolds launched a counterattack, swinging their weapons at the undead wolves while activating Smash. On Lin Yuan's side, every target fell with clean precision. Within moments, several more enemies collapsed, and the system announced, Kobold Miner X8 defeated. These monsters were not especially strong. As long as he stayed alert for their axe swings, they posed little threat. Even after suffering heavy losses, more groups of kobolds poured out of the darkness, raising their weapons as they charged together. A calm smile appeared on his face as he quietly cast Stealth. The axes struck nothing but air, crashing into the ground and sending rocks flying. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind them, his killing intent filling the air. He smirked. Looking for me? I'm right here. Before the kobolds could turn around, his sword flashed. Their throats were cut open one after another as blood sprayed everywhere. The system announced, Kobold Miner X20 defeated. After the strike, he landed lightly on a boulder and calmly surveyed the battlefield. A system notification made Lin Yuan smile. Stealth proficiency had reached 5,100, and the skill had begun upgrading. His crimson eyes gleamed faintly, but he also realized these ordinary kobolds gave far too little experience. Grinding them would be painfully slow. In front of Lin Yuan, the fallen corpses released streams of dark energy before silently rising to await his orders. The system confirmed. Undead Kobold Miner, level 5, 120 HP, 30 attack, 6 defense. With mining, smash, and undead body, their attacks also dealt bonus damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum HP. Lin Yuan slowly pointed his sword ahead. From now on, you replace the demon wolves. Keep moving. Find the boss of this place as quickly as possible. Leading his new undead army, he disappeared into the mist and continued deeper into the mountain. While advancing, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. Countless branching tunnels stretched before him like a massive maze, with no end in sight. His eyes shifted to one side. Something was crawling across the rock wall, making faint scratching sounds that sent chills down the spine. A faint smile crossed Lin Yuan's lips as blue flames ignited in his hand. Hiding is useless. Found you. He launched the blue fire like a bolt of lightning. The system announced, Desert Slime X2 defeated, gained 4 experience. But behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes had already locked onto him from the darkness. Moments later, several dark figures burst out. Leading them was a kobold foreman with blood-red eyes, swinging a heavy leather whip. The system displayed, Kobold Foreman, level 6, 350 HP, 100 attack, 10 defense, with mining and whiplash. It roared and charged, grabbing its struggling prey. In this world, the strong devoured the weak, and even hunters could become prey. Yet another creature, far more terrifying, was silently approaching from the shadows, its emotionless eyes fixed on its target. The monster opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs before lunging through the air. Danger always appeared when least expected. The whip cracked through the air. The kobold foreman spun around and lashed out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The thick dust quickly swallowed the entire battlefield, hiding everyone inside. The monster immediately counterattacked, biting straight for its opponent's throat. But sometimes, the true predator was the one hiding behind the prey. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes flashed with icy light. Before the dust had even settled, he reached out and caught the incoming whip, locking it firmly in his grip. His hand tightened until the whip creaked under the pressure. Lin Yuan smiled. Got you. He yanked the whip with tremendous force, pulling the kobold foreman off balance and straight toward him. The giant creature was slammed hard onto the rocky ground. The foreman staggered back to its feet, roaring in fury with blazing red eyes. But before it could react, a freezing sword light swept across its vision. Lin Yuan struck without hesitation, delivering the finishing blow through the smoke and killing the first foreman. One sword slash followed another, tearing the monster apart. Its massive body crashed onto the ground, with a thunderous impact that echoed throughout the tunnels. Lin Yuan tilted his head and quickly looked behind him. From the darkness, wave after wave of monsters poured out, nearly 100 in total. Their roars shook the mine as every kobold foreman activated its skill, placing the entire mine under berserk. Attack speed increased by 40, and movement speed increased by 25 for 60 seconds. Even amid the chaos, Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm. He quickly estimated there were only around 40 to 50 enemies close enough to engage, a number he could still handle. Besides, his own army was far from weak. He raised one hand and quietly chanted through the pale green mist, Undead Legion, arise. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he locked his gaze onto the monster horde. The hunt had officially begun. He waved his hand and gave the attack order. Both sides charged without a moment of hesitation. A bloody battle erupted instantly. The clash of weapons and endless roars turned the entire mine into a battlefield of chaos. The undead demon wolves threw back their heads and howled, and the wolf pack answered in unison. The doghead foremen suddenly staggered and fell into a stunned state as their HP dropped at an alarming rate. Lin Yuan's eyes turned sharp. The chance had finally come. He raised his sword high, its blade gleaming with the cold light of death. The system kept ringing across the battlefield. Doghead Foreman defeated X5, then X20, and the count quickly climbed to X30. Another message appeared. Doghead Foreman defeated X40. Congratulations. You have reached level 6. The fallen foremen were quickly turned into undead. The system displayed Undead Doghead Foreman, Elite, LV6 HP 350, ATK 100, Def 10, Skills, Mining, Whiplash, and Undead Body. The Doghead formation instantly fell into chaos as they pushed past each other trying to escape. From the distance, Lin Yuan rushed forward like a bolt of lightning to hunt them down. His sword swept through the air in a deadly arc and sliced across the enemy ranks. If you want to run, get past my blade first. Just then, a dark figure suddenly dropped from above, straight toward him. The next strike forced Lin Yuan to retreat at once. The boss had used heavy smash. The Doghead leader roared in fury. The system scanned. Doghead leader, leader rank, LV7, HP 1000, ATK 150, Def 80, Skills, Mining and heavy smash. Lin Yuan let out a cold smile. So the main boss finally decided to show up. Their weapons crashed together as sparks lit up the battlefield. The giant hammer slammed into the rock wall with terrifying force and shattered stone everywhere. The Doghead leader froze for a moment after realizing his hammer was stuck deep in the rock wall. Seizing the rare opening, Lin Yuan rushed in like a ghost. My turn now. His sword slashed straight into the enemy, but only a harsh metallic clang echoed back. The impact was so powerful that his sword bounced right back. Lin Yuan quickly pulled away while keeping his eyes locked on the target. That leader's defense was incredibly tough. Breaking through would not be easy. In a fit of rage, the Doghead leader roared and yanked the hammer free from the rock wall with all his strength. Lin Yuan paused for a split second, staring straight at his opponent. His eyes locked onto the massive hammer as it prepared to strike. The instant the attack came down, Lin Yuan dashed backward as the impact blasted dust into the air. He planted his feet firmly to withstand the violent shockwave. After watching and analyzing the fight, Lin Yuan concluded that a leader rank monster was far more dangerous than an elite, with at least 2 to 3 times the power. A ghostly blue flame ignited on his fingertip. To win a long fight, he first needed a safe distance. The undead army slowly closed in around the leader. Lin Yuan immediately ordered the demon wolves and undead to pin the target down. The entire horde charged together, but the leader instantly answered with a devastating heavy smash, capable of dealing massive critical damage. Lin Yuan waved his hand without hesitation and gave the order to attack. Every undead creature immediately swarmed the Doghead leader and tore into him. The undead demon wolves howled together and activated Undying Rage, gaining 10 attack and 20 critical chance. Even after being knocked away again and again, the undead kept charging back under the buff and refused to let the target escape. The leader's eyes glowed crimson as bolts of lightning suddenly crashed down from above. Each lightning bolt ripped through the sky and struck the undead army, but they still fought desperately to hold the enemy in place. A blazing fireball slowly formed in Lin Yuan's palm as he cast Soulfire spell. The fireball split into dozens of smaller flames and shot toward the leader. He remembered the boss had extremely low magic resistance, so every hit dealt heavy damage. Burned by the flames, the leader let out a furious roar of pain. It opened its mouth wide as saliva flew everywhere, and its bloodshot eyes overflowed with killing intent. The monster charged straight at Lin Yuan, swinging its muscular arm to crush him. Lin Yuan only smirked before activating invisibility. He vanished in an instant and reappeared right behind the enemy. You exposed your back, so don't blame me. With one quick glance, he spotted an unprotected spot at the back of the neck. That was the fatal weak point. Without wasting the chance, Lin Yuan put all his strength into a slash aimed at that spot. A wet thud rang out as blood burst from the back of the leader's neck. The pain made its eyes bulge as its body staggered. Driven mad, the leader spun around and swung its hammer backward, launching a devastating counterattack at Lin Yuan. He calmly stepped back and flicked his fingertip. A towering pillar of ice instantly burst from the ground. Lin Yuan used the momentum to leap up and grabbed onto the fur of an undead demon wolf. The undead demon wolf lunged forward and landed right in front of the enemy. Its hoarse howl echoed through the cavern, creating an overwhelming pressure. The undead closed in again, while the leader could only keep swinging its hammer to defend itself. Even so, its armor had already been shattered. Lin Yuan gathered his mana and summoned rings of blue fire that spun around him. Time to end this. The rings of fire shot forward and exploded one after another on the leader's body, stacking more and more damage. Die. The monster threw back its head and let out a roar that shook the entire cave. At that moment, leader's subordinates flooded out of the darkness to reinforce it. Lin Yuan only let out a cold snort as his icy gaze swept over them. Struggle while you still can. The fierce battle continued as roars and clashing weapons mixed with non-stop system messages. Doghead Miner defeated X-15. Doghead Overseer defeated X-10. Doghead Miner defeated X-20, then X-35. Realizing the battle was completely lost, the leader immediately turned to flee. But the moment it turned around, Lin Yuan was already standing in its path. Pale blue lightning crackled around his body as he tightened his grip on the sword. Trying to run? Lin Yuan slowly drew his sword and said coldly, "Since you're here, leave your life behind." He leaped high into the air and poured all his strength into a single downward slash. With one clean strike, the leader's head flew off its neck as blood sprayed into the air. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground as the system notification sounded. You have successfully defeated the Doghead leader. Gained 50 experience. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and opened the system interface to check the results. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Looking over his updated stats, he nodded in satisfaction. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, LV7. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Underworld Gate level 210. Stats, Strength 27, Constitution 23, Agility 45, Spirit 50. Current experience, 682745. He quickly did the math. Just a few more levels, and he would reach level 10 to enter the main city in the desert. Next, Lin Yuan checked his skills. Invisibility and Soul Fire Spell had both reached level 2 with a major boost in power. Soul Fire Spell LV2 deals 200 magic damage, costs 10 mana, has a 10-second cooldown, and 2200 proficiency. Invisibility LV2 grants 10 seconds of stealth, costs 10 mana, has a 3-minute cooldown, and 1200 proficiency. Just then, his eyes stopped on an item that had appeared beside the leader's corpse. Walking over, Lin Yuan found a bronze chest lying on the ground. He slowly reached out and opened the lid. The moment the chest opened, a brilliant light burst out. Gold coins and loot spilled everywhere. The system announced, obtained dogskin pouch, everlasting candle, and shadow gauntlets. Opening the dogskin pouch grants an extra 20 gold coins. Lin Yuan remembered that the game would soon allow trading with the real world. Those 20 gold coins would be worth around 200,000 in cash. Not a bad profit at all. The system immediately began appraising all the loot. The everlasting candle illuminates a 3-meter radius in darkness, with unlimited duration. The doghead bronze mask reduces physical damage by 5, while increasing constitution by 10 and strength by 10. Lin Yuan then picked up the shadow gauntlets, which glowed with a faint light. The system displayed, Shadow Gauntlets, Silver rank, toughness equal to the doghead leader's body, grants 30 attack and 30 defense. Without hesitation, he equipped the gauntlets. His luck was incredible this time. A bronze chest had actually dropped silver gear. As tough as the leader's body, he would definitely have to test them soon. Meanwhile, outside the Doghead Cave, desert demon wolf corpses were scattered everywhere. Standing atop a large rock was Huang Feilong, guild master of the Blood Crow Guild, a warrior at LV8. Raising his weapon high, Huang Feilong proudly declared that their recent training had paid off. In just 1 minute, the team had killed 30 desert demon wolves. Beside him, Vice Guild Master Huang Feihu, a rogue, smiled confidently and claimed that as long as the guild fought together, no target was unbeatable. Below them, the guild members erupted in cheers. In their eyes, the guild master and vice guild master were unstoppable, and they even believed their next encounter would crush the Thunder Guild with ease. Huang Feihu let out a cold snort as he mentioned Lin Yuan, with obvious irritation. In his opinion, if Lin Yuan had not interfered, the title of First World Boss Kill would have belonged to Blood Crow long ago, and no other guild would have dared challenge them. Just then, a massive announcement echoed across the desert. World Boss Giant Demon Wolf has been defeated by player Lin Yuan. The entire group froze in shock for a moment. Huang Feihu curled his lip in disdain, claiming Lin Yuan had only gotten lucky. He even swore that if they ever met, he would teach him a lesson. Huang Feilong immediately warned his younger brother not to act recklessly. In Huang Feilong's view, Lin Yuan's strength was anything but ordinary. Instead of making another enemy, it would be far better to recruit him into the Blood Crow Guild. After saying that, Huang Feilong decided to head to the Doghead Dungeon himself to confirm the situation, while everyone else stayed behind to rest and recover. Watching his brother leave, Huang Feihu's expression grew even darker. He was filled with resentment after being scolded again and again because of a complete stranger. Unable to hold back any longer, Huang Feihu pointed at the sky and shouted, "Lin Yuan, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll knock out every one of your teeth and bring your head to my brother to prove who's really the strongest." A nearby guild member awkwardly tried to calm the vice guild master, saying someone like that was not worth getting angry over. But his words quickly turned into surprise as he looked into the distance. Wait, what's that? Huang Feihu and the others immediately turned and spotted a lone figure slowly approaching. The newcomer was a blonde girl dressed in mage robes. The moment Huang Feihu and his men saw her, their eyes filled with lust as disturbing smiles spread across their faces. After leaving the mine, Lin Yuan walked at an easy pace, his eyes fixed on the distance as he planned his next move. Just then, the system updated his new summon, Undead Doghead Leader, LV7, HP 1000, ATK 150, Def 80, Skills, Digging, Undead Body, and Heavy Smash. Heavy Smash deals damage equal to 200 attack with a 10 critical chance. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He now had another leader rank fighter, and his underworld army had grown to 70 units. The progress was right on track. As he walked, Lin Yuan suddenly heard cries for help ahead. Don't come any closer. Up ahead, a badly injured girl struggled to defend herself. She shouted a warning, "Don't take another step, or don't blame me." The man facing her only grinned wickedly as he kept closing in. You've got guts. Didn't expect to find such a pretty girl out here today. Huang Feihu laughed gleefully from the side. Relax, we just want to have a little fun. If you're obedient, you'll be well rewarded. Amai immediately raised her weapon into a defensive stance. Take one more step and ill attack. The rogue ignored her warning, dashed forward like the wind, and kicked Amai to the ground. He sneered, let's see who's really in charge here. Huang Feihu grabbed the girl's hair and yanked hard, his voice full of contempt. A weak little mage thinks she can stand against us? He pinned Amai to the ground, his eyes burning with lust. Go ahead and keep resisting. Let's see how long you can last. Huang Feihu gripped her chin and forced her to look at him before letting out a twisted laugh. The more you struggle, the more I enjoy it. He started tearing Amos' clothes, making her scream in terror as her whole body trembled. At that exact moment, a devastating punch slammed straight into Huang Feihu's face. The fist was covered by the shadow gauntlets Lin Yuan had just equipped. Before Huang Feihu could recover, another crushing punch sent him flying across the ground, leaving a long trail of dust behind him. The nearby guild members stood frozen before shouting in panic, Vice Guildmaster. Huang Feihu was blasted dozens of meters away, carving a deep trench through the ground. His face was completely deformed from the impact, and his body ended up embedded in a massive boulder. The one who had attacked was Lin Yuan. He glanced at his fist and calmly remarked that the gauntlets worked even better than expected. One terrified subordinate turned and ran, stammering, "This is bad. We have to report to the guildmaster right now." The other two forced themselves to stay calm and pointed at Lin Yuan. "Who are you? Anyone who attacks the Blood Crow Guild is asking to die." Lin Yuan slowly lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing his cold expression. His gaze swept over the guild badges on their chests. Blood Crow, the strongest guild in the beginner town during the early stages of the game. He fell silent for a moment as memories of the past resurfaced. Most of this guild's members were red name players. They were infamous for every kind of dirty crime imaginable. In the game, red name players were criminals who frequently robbed, stole, or attacked other players, and were marked by the system as dangerous after accumulating enough crime points. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Death in the game still had no real-world consequences, but losing gear and levels was a devastating setback. He spoke in an icy voice. "So you're from the Blood Crow Guild. In my previous life, your guild caused me plenty of trouble." The two men frowned in confusion after hearing that. One of them puffed out his chest and proudly pointed at his guild badge. "That's right, Blood Crow is the #1 guild in Black Sand Town. Now you finally know who you messed with." As he rolled up his sleeves, he prepared to attack. "Too late, but if you don't want to die a miserable death." The two laughed mockingly, convinced Lin Yuan had no chance. "Break both your arms, kneel down, and call us Grandpa. Then we might spare your life." Before they could finish speaking, Lin Yuan shot forward like lightning as his sword swept across. In the blink of an eye, both of their arms were cleanly severed. Lin Yuan said calmly, "I'll take your arms first. If you want to call someone, do it in the underworld." Amai finally struggled to her feet and stared at him in shock. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu still lay motionless on the ground, his entire body nearly paralyzed. His trembling hand fumbled for a potion and drank it immediately. System: recovery potion used. Restored 20 HP and 20 mana. Even then, the pain twisted Huang Feihu's face. He gritted his teeth as hatred filled his eyes. The potion quickly took effect, and a warm energy spread through his body as his condition slowly recovered. Just then, Huang Feilong slowly approached with a cold expression. One of his subordinates hurried over and pointed at Lin Yuan. "Boss, it's him." Hearing someone arrive, everyone immediately turned toward the sound. One subordinate pointed straight at Lin Yuan and shouted, "Boss, he's the one who almost killed the vice guildmaster." Huang Feilong narrowed his eyes and slowly looked over. But just as he was about to speak, his entire body suddenly froze. The instant their eyes met, Huang Feilong saw a gaze that was terrifyingly calm, as deep as an endless abyss, yet filled with razor-sharp killing intent that sent chills down his spine. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. The invisible pressure radiating from him made the surrounding air feel frozen, leaving everyone struggling to breathe. While Huang Feilong was still stunned, the subordinate beside him kept shouting, "Boss, kill him. Some nobody actually dared attack our guild. Hez asking to die." Huang Feilong gritted his teeth as everything clicked into place. That aura and that sword, this had to be Lin Yuan, the player who defeated the world boss. His confidence instantly wavered. He silently cursed his subordinates for causing trouble, yet they continued screaming for Lin Yuan's death behind him. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, his voice completely emotionless. "Are you the guild master of Bloodcrow?" Huang Feilong felt his throat go dry. Admitting it now would only put him in an impossible position. After a few seconds of hesitation, his eyes gradually turned cold. It seemed this battle could no longer be avoided. Just then, a figure suddenly charged toward Lin Yuan from behind at incredible speed. Amai rushed forward and stood in front of him, shouting, "Watch out behind you." Huang Feihu roared like a madman as he gripped his weapon with both hands and charged. Die. Revenge was the only thing left in his mind. At the same time, Huang Feilong let out a cold smile, spun his double-bladed axe, and attacked as well. He believed this was the perfect chance to finish Lin Yuan. The Bloodcrow brothers attacked from both sides, trapping their target in a deadly pincer assault. But just before their attacks landed, Huang Feilong suddenly froze at the sight before him. Amai had vanished, replaced by the massive undead doghead leader. The moment it locked onto its target, the monster roared and charged with its weapon raised. The gigantic hammer crashed down like a meteor and slammed directly into Huang Feihu's side. He had no chance to defend himself, as his body was launched dozens of meters away, like a kite with its string cut. At the same moment, Lin Yuan vanished and instantly appeared in front of Huang Feilong. Looking straight into his terrified eyes, he said coldly, "Your turn." Huang Feilong stood frozen in place, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Before he could even speak, a cold flash of sword light swept past. In a single instant, Huang Feilong collapsed, his life ending on the spot. Lin Yuan glanced at the corpse and said calmly, "The number 1 guild? You're still not strong enough to make me fight seriously." The system immediately displayed a warning. "Alert. You have attacked another player. Crime points increased by 2. Lin Yuan merely glanced at the notification before calmly raising his head. He was not concerned. As long as he avoided attacking other players for a week, those crime points would disappear on their own. Amai hurried over from the distance. "This is bad. The rest of them escaped. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "They're just small fry. Let them go." He checked the first piece of loot. It was a weapon that exploded on impact, dealing splash damage to nearby enemies, while granting 40 attack damage and 30 strength. The second item was Huang Feihu's longsword, a silver rank weapon that left burning flames on its target with every hit, while adding 30 agility and 40 attack damage. The last item was a bronze rank dagger called Thorn Dust Dagger. Although it was only a common weapon, it still granted 15 attack damage and 20 agility. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin. Even if he never used them, selling these items would still bring in a decent profit. Once everything had settled down, Amai finally regained her composure and slowly walked over to Lin Yuan. She looked at him with sincere gratitude. "Big brother, if you hadn't saved me today, I would have died. Thank you so much." She bowed slightly before asking cautiously, "But I still don't know your name." Lin Yuan turned his face slightly and murmured, "My name?" He answered calmly, "One day, you'll see that name at the top of the world rankings." His confident reply left Amai completely speechless. When she finally snapped out of it, she hurried after him while calling out, "Who cares about the rankings? Big brother, let me come with you." Before long, Lin Yuan's footprints stretched once again across the endless sands of the Wailing Desert. Just then, the hot sand behind him suddenly bulged, as if something were crawling out from underground. It was a common whaling scorpion, level 6, with 400 HP, 110 ATK, 20 def, and the paralytic lightning strike skill. And this time it was not just one. A group of 3 appeared at once. Lin Yuan immediately entered combat and prepared to face them. After only a few clean sword strikes, all 3 scorpions fell one after another. Even so, he frowned slightly as his sharp eyes swept across the surrounding area. A moment later, Lin Yuan spun around and unleashed a perfect sweeping slash, wiping out every remaining scorpion nearby. System. A total of 60 wailing scorpions defeated. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Seeing the notification, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Finding paralysis grass had taken time, but gaining another level as well was an unexpected bonus. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted back to 2 days earlier. At that time, he had met an old man with an imposing presence. The moment he saw Lin Yuan, the old man walked over and said, "Hero, I have finally found the one I've been waiting for." The system immediately displayed a quest from the alchemist Amo. The quest required him to collect 100 paralysis grass from the Wailing Desert and deliver it to Amo within 1 day. Difficulty: Hell. This rare lightning element herb only grew in the desert. After reading the quest, Lin Yuan immediately remembered a major event from the future. Before long, the main city would unlock a special dungeon filled with incredibly powerful lightning monsters. To clear that dungeon, players would need extremely high lightning resistance. Because of that, advanced lightning resistance potions would become one of the most valuable items in the game, selling for tens of thousands of gold coins. In his previous life, many players became rich by seizing that opportunity, and the reward for this quest was the recipe for the super lightning resistance potion, the key to that fortune. Lin Yuan looked at Amo once more. He knew this was the old man's first day in Black Sand Town, and after giving out this quest, he would disappear forever. This was the only chance to obtain that priceless recipe. After thinking it through, Lin Yuan accepted the quest without the slightest hesitation. Back in the present, after dealing with the scorpions, Lin Yuan casually nudged one of the corpses aside with his foot. Level 6 wailing scorpions were nothing more than guardians of the paralysis grass. At his current strength, they were no threat at all. He headed straight toward the herb field. He could finish the quest while leveling up his newly learned gathering skill at the same time. As he began harvesting, the system displayed the skill details. Gathering LV2, increased gathering speed, 5 chance to obtain high-quality herbs, costs 1 spirit, 3-second cooldown, 1200 proficiency. After finishing the harvest, Lin Yuan stood up, looked around, and decided to venture deeper into the area. But just then, the ground beneath Lin Yuan suddenly shook violently. Lin Yuan instantly went on guard and frowned. What was happening? A few seconds later, a massive monster burst through the ground and emerged from the sand. The moment it appeared, its razor-sharp tail shot straight at him. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Yuan barely dodged in time while gripping the Silver Chi Slayer tightly. At the same time, he quickly stepped back to keep his distance. Once he got a clear look at the enemy, Lin Yuan's expression changed at once. Standing before him was a mutated demonic beast called the Scarlet Scorpion, and the system kept flashing red warnings. Lin Yuan could not hide his surprise. Why was a monster like this inside the beginner zone? The system displayed Scarlet Scorpion LV10, HP 2800, ATK 400, Def 55, with Paralysis Lightning Strike, Piercing Poison Sting, Thunderclaw Smash, and Thunder Crystal Burst. After a brief shock, Lin Yuan quickly calmed down and smiled. Looks like this fight would be a little tougher. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at the Scarlet Scorpion. Today, you will be the first target for my Silver Chi Slayer. Moving at incredible speed, Lin Yuan instantly closed the distance. His sword struck the monster's armor again and again, but only sparks flew without dealing any damage. He frowned slightly. Its shell was incredibly tough and showed almost no weak spots. Just then, the Scarlet Scorpion glowed with blue light. The system warned, "Boss is casting Paralysis Lightning Strike." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the tip of his sword, hoping to break its armor first. But the monster attacked before he could. Its poisonous tail thrust forward like a spear. The system warned again. Boss used Piercing Poison Sting. Thanks to his superior reflexes, he narrowly avoided the fatal attack. After dodging, Lin Yuan quickly retreated and raised his sword into a defensive stance. As he observed and calculated, he realized the enemy was far stronger than expected. To win, he had to distract it first. Right then, the Scarlet Scorpion charged at him once more. Lin Yuan immediately summoned his undead army. Doghead warriors, attack! One undead doghead warrior after another appeared from thin air and rushed the boss together. One warrior slammed its axe into the Scarlet Scorpion, dealing 200 damage. Lin Yuan kept watching closely. It seemed the double critical effect still had not triggered. Surrounded on all sides, the monster flew into a rage and blasted every undead away. The system announced, "Boss used Thunderclaw Smash." Refusing to let the boss keep the upper hand, Lin Yuan instantly formed multiple fireballs. The fire spells exploded across the Scarlet Scorpion's body, making it scream in pain. He kept casting without stopping, as fireballs rained down one after another. The boss health bar steadily dropped. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as his hands continued channeling mana. At that moment, dark chains suddenly appeared and wrapped tightly around one of the Scarlet Scorpion's claws. The monster struggled wildly, but the Doghead warriors held the chains tight and kept it trapped. Seizing the chance, an axe-wielding Doghead warrior rushed forward. The heavy axe smashed straight into the boss head. The system showed 200 damage with the heavy wound status, and the double critical effect finally activated. Even Lin Yuan looked slightly surprised. After taking the hit, the Scarlet Scorpion roared furiously and shattered every chain binding it. It immediately locked onto Lin Yuan as its main target, but before it could strike back, he had already disappeared. By the time the monster realized it, Lin Yuan was already floating directly above its head. He clenched his fist as mana erupted around him. If I cannot break your armor. The system also activated the Genocide title effect, increasing damage by 10, critical chance by 10, and magic damage by 10. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan dove straight down. Then I will crush your entire body. The Scarlet Scorpion kept roaring upward, completely unaware that death was already above it. A moment later, Lin Yuan's fist slammed down and drove the monster deep into the ground. The overwhelming force pinned the Scarlet Scorpion in place, leaving it only able to scream in agony. Without giving it any chance to recover, Lin Yuan drew his sword and finished it off. The system announced, "Mutated demonic beast Scarlet Scorpion eliminated." The system then displayed the rewards, gained 560 EXP and successfully obtained the Undead Scarlet Scorpion LV10 with 2800 HP, 400 ATK, and 55 def. It retained 4 skills: Paralysis, Lightning Strike, Piercing Poison Sting, Thunderclaw Smash, and Thunder Crystal Burst, which inflict paralysis, poison damage, a 250 attack power strike, and a 360-degree lightning crystal barrage. Just then, the ground started shaking again as a swarm of scorpions rushed in from the distance. Lin Yuan turned around and saw a massive horde of wailing scorpions charging straight at him. Without hesitation, they locked onto him and attacked together. Lin Yuan simply glanced at them calmly. Perfect timing. He immediately commanded the newly captured Scarlet Scorpion, "Time to see what my new pet can do." The system confirmed Thunder Crystal Burst. Countless lightning crystals blasted in every direction, sweeping through the swarm and shredding their health bars in seconds. Lin Yuan used the opening to circle behind the enemy formation. With a few precise strikes at their weak points, he cut down one scorpion after another. Before long, the last one fell beneath his blade. The battlefield was covered with scorpion corpses. The system kept displaying notifications before finally announcing, "Congratulations, you have reached level 10. After leveling up, Lin Yuan's status updated. Level 10, Necromancer Cavalry Hunter, Dark Summoning Talent, Underworld Gate, 2100 Power, 32 Strength, 28 Constitution, 47 Agility, greatly increased Spirit, and updated EXP. After checking his stats, he could not hide his satisfaction. Gaining 2 levels at once felt incredible. The system then rewarded him with several silver-grade items, including the Lightning Spear and Guardian Boots. He also received the Paralysis Ring and Phantom Crossbow. After a quick calculation, he realized selling a few of them would greatly improve his parents' life. After collecting everything, his eyes shifted to the pile of scorpion corpses scattered across the ground. Just then, the system confirmed that every monster in the area had been eliminated. The final reward finally appeared, an exclusive gold-grade class skill book. A brilliant light instantly surrounded his body. Lin Yuan stared at the skill book as it slowly formed in his hand. Before he could even ask, the system introduced it. Dark Origin Flame, gold grade. Only Necromancer hunters can learn this skill. He reached out and touched the book, feeling the immense power inside. Today was truly his lucky day. The moment he infused mana into the book, the system announced that all knowledge had been directly imprinted into his mind. Another notification followed. "Congratulations. You have obtained the Necromancer Hunter's exclusive skill." A radiant pillar of light enveloped him. A new entry appeared in his skill list. Dark Origin Flame Level 1. It deals damage equal to 20% of the target's HP or restores 20% HP to undead units. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiencies, 0 out of 100. Looking at the black flame burning in his palm, Lin Yuan immediately focused on its healing effect for undead. An idea suddenly came to mind, and he turned toward the scorpion beside him. At that moment, the Scarlet Scorpion had only about 60 HP remaining. Without wasting another second, he decided to test his new skill. The black flame shot straight toward the monster. In an instant, its health recovered. The scarlet scorpion let out an excited roar as its HP rose from 60 to 80. Seeing the expected result, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Everything was ready. Now it was time to head to the main city and find his first follower. Just then, something mysterious gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Startled, Lin Yuan turned around before he could understand what was happening. The scene suddenly changed. It was actually Mother Lin shaking his shoulder in panic because Father Lin had injured his back and needed help immediately. Lin Yuan rushed downstairs, carefully helped Father Lin onto a chair, and calmly told him to relax. Mother Lin worriedly scolded her husband for trying to repair the air conditioner himself instead of calling a technician, leaving him with such a painful back injury that he was drenched in sweat. Even with a pale face, Father Lin forced a smile. Every penny saved mattered. He had fixed the washing machine before, so this time was just a small accident. He insisted that a little rest would be enough, and that he still had to pick up his daughter tomorrow. After hearing that, Lin Yuan quietly walked outside without saying a word. He pressed his lips together and silently made up his mind. Time quickly passed, and the next day arrived. While Father Lin was still asleep, Mother Lin was awakened by loud noises outside. She helped her husband outside and called into the house, wondering what Yuan was doing so early in the morning. Standing before them were two workers, carefully mounting a brand new television onto the wall. One worker stepped forward to confirm their identity and explained that the TV had been purchased by Lin Yuan. They only needed to sign for the delivery. Mother Lin stood frozen in shock. She pinched her own cheek before turning to her husband and asking if they were still dreaming. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was still training hard at the gym. While he was running on the treadmill, a staff member politely approached to ask a question. She introduced a VIP membership that required a 1-year upfront payment and asked if he wanted to join. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan handed over his bank card. He planned to sell some extra equipment, renovate the house, and buy memberships for his whole family. Thinking about his parents and younger sister, he believed they should start building their fitness now so they could adapt more easily to the immortal world later. The employee stared at him in amazement. After such an intense workout, he was not even out of breath, and his physique was absolutely perfect. Just then, another employee hurried over and pointed at the bank card in his hand. She looked closer and froze. It was the bank's highest-tier VIP card, reserved for clients with balances exceeding 5 quadrillion. Lin Yuan paid no attention to the stares around him. While answering a phone call, he calmly explained that the money came from winning a gaming tournament and told his parents not to worry because he would pick up Xiao Tan's himself. After overhearing the conversation, the employee admired him even more. To her, this young man was both capable and incredibly successful. The scene shifted to Tushui No. 1 High School. As soon as the final bell rang, students poured out of the gates, some making plans to hang out, while others headed for internet cafes. Among the crowd, a petite girl slowly walked outside. It was Lin Tan, constantly looking around as she walked. Behind her, two girls happily chatted about a birthday party, showing off a strawberry cake bought by an older brother and envying how caring he was. Their words made Lin Tan feel a little down. Was having an older brother really something to envy? She could not help remembering the old Lin Yuan, who always looked sloppy and spent every day glued to his computer. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She quickened her pace, telling herself she did not need to rely on her brother. But before she got far, a boy stepped in front of her and mocked her by calling her the school beauty. Moments later, 3 more boys appeared. After being rejected so many times, they decided to force her to go with them. Lin Tan frowned at the group and coldly asked what they thought they were doing. Seeing the situation turn bad, her 2 friends quickly rushed over to stand beside her. The leader, Ying Yang, became even more arrogant. He taunted her while reaching out to touch her. Furious, Lin Tan slapped his hand away and shouted for him never to touch her again. She pointed at the group, ordered them to move aside, and warned that she would call the police if they kept harassing her. Humiliated, Ying Yang lost his temper and slapped her so hard that she lost her balance. Before she could react, Lin Tan fell to the ground while her 2 friends rushed toward her in panic. But the thug still refused to stop. He walked closer while hurling filthy insults at her. With no other choice, she could only cover her head with her arms in despair. At the most dangerous moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Ying Yang's wrist. Lin Tan froze and stared in shock at the person who had appeared. Lin Yuan looked coldly at the thugs as a terrifying killing intent filled the air. He demanded to know who gave them permission to touch his sister. Lin Tan called out his name in disbelief. The moment Lin Yuan noticed the injury on her face, his expression turned even colder. Blocked by Lin Yuan, Ying Yang cursed furiously and charged forward, determined to teach him a lesson. The other three also rushed in together, shouting that they would beat Lin Yuan until no one could recognize him. But Lin Yuan moved first. He dodged the attack and landed a devastating punch that dropped the first thug instantly. Before anyone could recover, the second thug was struck down by another powerful blow. Then Lin Yuan spun around and delivered a precise kick straight to the third thug's temple. Finally, Ying Yang took a crushing front kick directly to the face. His anger still burning, Lin Yuan stepped forward and stomped on him several more times. In front of countless students, the four thugs could only writhe on the ground in agony. After settling everything, Lin Yuan signaled for his sister to follow him, while Lin Tan and her two friends remained frozen in shock. On the way home, Lin Tan hesitantly asked why he had come to pick her up today. She simply could not understand why the brother who used to care only about games had appeared at the perfect moment. Lin Yuan remained calm and explained that their father had hurt his back, so their mother stayed home to take care of him, which was why he came instead. The moment she heard about their father, Lin Tan anxiously asked if it was serious. Lin Yuan gently assured her it was nothing major. After that, the conversation faded, and the familiar silence returned between them. Even so, something had changed inside Lin Tan. It had been a long time since they had talked so naturally, and it felt both strange and awkward. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, kept the same calm expression without revealing any emotion. Just then, they heard two classmates calling out from behind. Catching up, the girls pulled Lin Tan aside and excitedly praised her brother for being handsome, strong, and thoughtful enough to pick her up after school. They admitted they were jealous, because she had never mentioned having such an amazing brother. Hearing all the compliments, Lin Tan finally took a closer look at Lin Yuan. Only one unbelievable thought crossed her mind. Was he really that handsome? It was not just her classmates. Even people passing by quietly talked about him. His looks and presence stood out so much that some even thought he was a former student visiting the school. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Tan became even more surprised. She never expected her brother to attract so much attention. Before long, a girl gathered the courage to greet him. Lin Yuan politely responded, while she was secretly amazed that he looked even taller and more attractive up close. Lin Tan quietly watched him. Looking at his toned physique and remembering how easily he defeated those four thugs, she guessed he must have trained for a very long time. The man standing before her reminded her of the brother she once knew. Back then, he always looked messy, lifeless, and completely obsessed with video games. That only made it harder for her to understand how he had changed so completely. Her two friends said goodbye and left, and Lin Tan smiled as she waved until tomorrow. But the moment she turned around, she froze. Lin Yuan had already knelt down and gestured for her to climb onto his back. The students behind them immediately erupted with excited cheers. Lin Tan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly refused, insisting she could walk on her own and did not want to be carried in front of everyone. But before she could take another step, she stumbled and lost her balance. Lin Yuan decisively lifted her onto his back, ignoring her protests and struggles. He calmly said that all her friends had already gone home, so she should stop pretending if her leg was hurting. His eyes settled on the blood, trickling from her ankle, as he gently asked if she had sprained it when she fell. Lin Tan immediately fell silent. She lowered her head and stopped resisting, wondering when he had noticed her injury. Lin Yuan quietly carried his sister all the way home before calling out that they were back. Seeing the scene, Father Lin and Mother Lin could only exchange shocked glances. Father Lin smiled and welcomed them inside, feeling that having both children return home safely was all that mattered. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves and headed straight to the sink to wash the pile of dirty dishes. Watching her son work so diligently, Mother Lin could not hide her pride. She happily told Lin Tan that her brother had truly changed, while Father Lin nodded in agreement, saying he could now cook, wash dishes, and even repair household appliances. Hearing her parents praise him, Lin Tan could only force a smile. Then Mother Lin leaned over and whispered that the siblings seemed as close as they had been when they were little, making Lin Tan almost choke on her drink from embarrassment. She quietly stared at the glass in her hands, still wondering if her brother had really changed. In the kitchen, Lin Yuan finished cleaning while neatly wearing his apron and announced that everything was done. He then took off the apron and calmly said he was going back to his room to rest. As his bedroom door closed, Lin Tan's eyes followed him without thinking. She blamed herself for expecting anything. In her mind, he was still the same gaming addict who avoided dealing with real life. Just as she was lost in thought, a bottle of medicine suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin Yuan quietly placed it down and turned to leave, reminding her to apply it because it would help her injury heal. After saying that, he walked into his room and casually added that he was going to play games, so unless it was important, no one should disturb him. Lin Tan said nothing and simply tightened her grip around the medicine bottle. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled to herself and softly replied that she understood. She had not planned on bothering him anyway. She stared at the medicine for a little longer, and a rare gentle smile slowly appeared on her face. Inside his room, Lin Yuan faintly overheard his mother talking with his sister. His mother happily said the siblings were finally getting along again, while Lin Tan simply replied that nothing had happened today, before using a shower as an excuse to leave. Hearing that, Lin Yuan quietly let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. It seemed the tension within his family was finally starting to fade. He then turned his eyes toward the VR headset resting beside him. Without another thought, he picked it up, put it on, and prepared to log back into the game. At the exact moment Lin Yuan returned to the game world, thick clouds of dust suddenly rose across the city lord peak of Feng Shui's snake. The instant he logged in, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It was time to begin the hunt. That cowardly rat had probably found a good place to hide. A system notification appeared, confirming that he had entered the Feng Shui snake region. Elsewhere, a man was forced to kneel on the ground, desperately insisting that everything was just a misunderstanding. But the chief officer did not even bother listening. He coldly cut him off and declared that he could save those lies for his prison cell. Just then, Lin Yuan silently emerged from the thick mist. The chief officer immediately turned around with a suspicious look, but found no one behind him. He blinked several times and muttered to himself, "Did I just imagine that?" Hidden behind a wall, Lin Yuan calmly observed the entire situation without making a move. His expression remained cold as he quickly calculated his next step. The spirit armor guards were extremely sensitive to wanted criminals, so erasing every trace would not be easy. He would need to stay hidden for at least a few days. After thinking it through, he changed direction. It was time to reclaim something he had lost long ago and meet an old friend again. The scene quickly shifted to a magnificent cathedral. Standing on the high platform, Father Logan spread his arms and began the blessing ceremony, declaring that all past sins would be cleansed by holy light before the ritual officially began. Just as the ceremony was about to start, Lin Yuan calmly walked inside and introduced himself as someone from the charity shelter. Father Logan immediately looked at him with obvious caution and suspicion. Seeing the silence, Lin Yuan explained that he had heard there was a critically ill patient here and wanted to try treating him. From behind a half-open door, Victor's voice called out, saying that his condition now depended on Lin Yuan's help. Lin Yuan simply replied that he would give it a try. Lying on an old bed was a pale man with green fluid constantly leaking from his chest. He was Dete, a member of the Scorpion Lion Knights, and once a legendary warrior of the ancient Western Desert Kingdom. Looking at the man before him, Lin Yuan recalled his previous life. It was Dete who had helped him obtain a golden weapon when he was only level 15. He stepped forward and calmly said that his only goal was to remove the poison tormenting him. Blue veins bulged across Dete's forehead, proving the poison had already spread deep into his body. Dete looked Lin Yuan up and down before quickly realizing he was only level 10. He struggled to sit up and sneered. In his eyes, a level 10 mage was less trustworthy than the guards outside the city gates. The moment he finished speaking, he broke into a violent coughing fit, his body convulsing as black blood poured from his mouth. Mixed within the blood were horrifying foreign objects. After seeing it, Lin Yuan stated that the poison had already invaded his internal organs. Without treatment, he would not survive much longer. Lin Yuan slowly walked past the bed and bluntly said that Dete had at most 1 month left to live. After a long silence, Dete finally spoke. To cure the poison, you must collect 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat from the Gobi swamp. If you are not afraid of dying, then go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the system activated Dete's request, a golden grade quest requiring 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat to save him. Facing such a difficult mission, Lin Yuan simply smiled and immediately accepted it. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the Gobi swamp. One rotten gill fish after another surfaced from the murky water among piles of decaying white bones. The monsters slowly swept their glowing red eyes across the swamp, their icy gaze ready to tear apart anything that entered. A level 15 elite rotten gill fish opened its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and charged straight at a party of adventurers. Its stats were HP 3500, ATK 500, Def 45, with the skills Tail Wave and Calamity Resonance. Ming tightened his grip on his weapon, rushed to the front line, and shouted for everyone to hold their positions. The jaws of these monsters were incredibly deadly. Anyone bitten was almost guaranteed to die. But after only a few seconds of fighting, several party members were already knocked down, groaning across the battlefield. The sea monster swung its spiked tail with terrifying force, letting out a chilling whistle that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ming's team had no time to dodge, and almost everyone was hit. Only Ming reacted fast enough to avoid it. Two unlucky adventurers were thrown into the swamp and instantly surrounded by rotten gill fish as they cried out for help. The monster raised its tail once again, preparing to finish them with tail wave. At that critical moment, another rotten gill fish suddenly burst out of the water and charged straight at Ming. With nowhere left to run, Ming could only stand there as the monster rushed toward him. The rotten gill fish repeatedly licked its lips with its long tongue, making horrifying sounds as if savoring its next meal. Ming turned pale and froze in place. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time I am dead. Just as disaster struck, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. A figure flashed by like the wind. It was Lin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Ming by the collar and yanked him out of danger. Throwing Ming behind him, Lin Yuan gathered a glowing blue sphere of energy in his palm and coldly said, "Stay out of my way." The next second, he fired the spell straight at the rotten gill fish. The attack exploded above the monster's head, sending a deafening blast across the swamp. After setting Ming safely on the ground, Lin Yuan immediately charged forward while the rescued man was still in shock. Ming coughed violently as he pushed himself up, unable to believe he had survived. Seeing the black-cloaked figure about to disappear, he hurriedly jumped to his feet and shouted for him to wait. Faint blue trails still lingered where Lin Yuan had passed. Ming became even more convinced that his savior was an extraordinary expert. Lin Yuan leaped high into the air and quickly condensed a brilliant sphere of magic. Without hesitation, he hurled it into the middle of the rotten gill fish swarm. The explosion caused every monster to continuously lose HP, as damage numbers of 320 appeared over and over. Writhing in pain, the monsters desperately tried to escape the blast zone. Moments later, the entire swarm shifted its focus and locked all their hatred onto Lin Yuan. Witnessing the scene, Ming shouted in panic, trying to warn the mysterious expert. The aquatic monsters opened their razor-sharp jaws and charged together, determined to tear him apart. But Lin Yuan effortlessly slipped past every attack before calmly mocking them. "Is that all you've got?" After his flawless dodge, he landed on one knee, braced himself with one hand, and clenched his fist. A sword immediately appeared in his hand from his storage space. His icy gaze swept across the entire swarm. To him, no matter how many there were, they were nothing but worthless fish. Lin Yuan's figure flashed through the enemy formation again and again, and every appearance brought down another rotten gill fish. Ming and his teammates stood frozen in disbelief. They could not believe one man was effortlessly slaughtering monsters that had nearly wiped out their entire party. Even so, Ming worried it would be impossible for one person to eliminate the whole swarm. Jun Xuan reminded everyone not to celebrate too early because the monsters had not yet used their most dangerous skill. Beneath the swamp, every rotten gill fish roared at once as streams of light began linking them together. A thick green poisonous mist rapidly spread across the battlefield, blocking Lin Yuan's view below. His expression became more serious, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The system immediately issued a warning. The rotten gill fish swarm has activated the group skill Calamity Resonance, creating poisonous mist that inflicts confusion, hallucinations, and auditory illusions on all targets within range. Lin Yuan simply smiled. A magic circle had already formed in his hand. That old trick will not fool me a second time. He immediately summoned the undead dire wolf and ordered it to use Hungry Wolf Howl. The wolf threw back its head and released a deafening howl, creating a massive whirlwind that tore through the poisonous mist and the rotten gill fish swarm. The system announced that every target struck by the skill had been stunned. Covering half of his face with one hand, Lin Yuan quietly said, "My turn." The system interface rapidly displayed several usable items, including the Calm Mask and the Single-Use Poison Resistance Mask. Instantly, a mask appeared and covered the lower half of his face. Tightening his grip on the sword, Lin Yuan burst forward like a bolt of lightning, with the undead dire wolf charging beside him. The two fought in perfect sync, attacking while controlling the entire battlefield. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan charged straight into the swamp and coldly declared, "Stay down and wait for death." Every swing of his blade triggered a system notification for striking the target's weak point. One rotten gill fish after another fell beneath his precise sword strikes. System notifications rang out nonstop as Lin Yuan leaped onto a monster's head and drove his sword down with a critical blow. Weak point hit flashed once again, followed by the rotten gill fish's final scream before it died. Ziming pointed at Lin Yuan with his jaw hanging open, amazed by his overwhelming strength. Even so, Junshuan reminded everyone that the danger was far from over. Sure enough, countless more rotten gill fish emerged from beneath the mud, making everyone's faces turn pale. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the Scarlet Scorpion into battle and ordered it to unleash Thunder Crystal Burst. The giant scorpion roared as purple energy gathered around its body before releasing Thunder Crystal Burst. A storm of lightning rained down like meteors, forcing the rotten gill fish to dive deep into the mud in panic. Even so, the attacks pierced through the thick mud and continued chasing their targets. One rotten gill fish after another was impaled as agonizing screams echoed across the swamp. Yi Zhang clutched his head in disbelief. The level gap and sheer numbers were overwhelming. There was no way anyone could wipe out the entire swarm at once. Stepping on the head of a rotten gill fish, Lin Yuan launched himself high into the air. He landed on a cliff opposite Yi Zhong's group and calmly said, "Who said it was impossible to wipe them all out?" Pulling the brim of his hood lower, Lin Yuan appeared even more mysterious to everyone watching. Ziming looked toward the swamp and shouted in shock. The Scarlet Scorpion seemed to be targeting the bellies of the female fish. Beneath the swamp, countless glowing red eyes watched the wounded rotten gill fish. Before long, the entire swarm began acting strangely. The next scene left everyone speechless. The monsters suddenly turned on one another. The survivors tore apart and devoured their own dead, the sound of crunching bones sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Yuan calmly explained, "When female fish die or reproduce, they release massive amounts of pheromones that drive the males into a frenzy, causing them to attack everything nearby to protect the swarm." Watching the chaos below, he knew his plan to exploit. The monster's instincts had worked perfectly. Just then, one rotten gill fish suddenly burrowed deep into the mud. In an instant, it burst upward with its jaws wide open, aiming straight for Lin Yuan. Ziming shouted a desperate warning. Unlike everyone else's panic, Lin Yuan stood completely still, calmly watching the monster rush toward him. Yin Xuan instinctively stepped back in shock. It was clearly another rotten gill fish, yet its body was almost as massive as a whale. Lin Yuan lowered his head slightly, his eyes turning cold. "So you finally decided to show yourself." He immediately summoned his desert demon wolves and ordered them to tear the monster apart. All 6 demon wolves charged forward together, viciously surrounding the enormous beast. Watching the battle, Lin Yuan could not help admiring his opponent. As expected of a level 15 elite, even surrounded by the demon wolves, it refused to fall. He slowly drew his sword, thinking that everything would become much easier once he locked down its movements. With one decisive slash, the elite rotten gill fish was cut down. The system immediately confirmed the target had been eliminated. After that, Lin Yuan called over an undead dog-head warrior. Following the order, the undead warrior swung its axe and split open the monster's head. Yi Zhong watched in confusion, unable to understand why Lin Yuan was searching for the strange green toxin inside the fish. Lin Yuan quickly explained, "This toxin exists only in male fish and serves as a biological signal. Once released, its scent warns the entire swarm that the area is extremely dangerous." Just as he predicted, the healthy rotten gill fish immediately panicked and fled into the deep water. The rest writhed in the poisoned swamp, desperately trying to escape. Even members of the same species were not completely immune, so once poisoned, they could only wait to die. Ziming jumped with excitement. At last, the entire rotten gill fish swarm had been wiped out. Lin Yuan jumped from the cliff into the swamp and calmly said, "Now, all that is left is cleaning up the battlefield." Li still stood there in disbelief that one person had erased an entire monster zone. Ziming looked at Lin Yuan with complete admiration and even joked that he wanted to follow him as his loyal subordinate for life. After landing in the swamp, Lin Yuan casually finished off the remaining survivors with just a few swift sword strikes. Lin Yuan quickly wiped out the remaining rotten gill fish. Less than half a minute later, he returned to the cliff, leaving Ziming's group staring in disbelief. The system announced that he gained 12,000 EXP and officially reached level 11. Lin Yuan remained calm. In his previous life, he had cleared this dungeon countless times, so finishing it this quickly was nothing unusual. He removed his mask. That item had played a huge role in the battle. As he collected the loot, Lin Yuan felt a little regret over spending 5 gold coins on a single loose item, but the results had been well worth the cost. Item acquired. Rotten gill fish oil, 1,000 grams, refined from a special gland of the rotten gill fish found in the Gobi swamp. A rare crafting material used to create advanced healing potions that cure necrotic poison wounds and accelerate tissue regeneration. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Yuan slapped his forehead and laughed. I almost forgot about this. A bright red sphere immediately appeared in his palm. The system introduced the new item, Wave Breaker's Nose, a silver-grade accessory crafted from rotten gill fish hide. This spherical fake nose squeaks like a baby chick when squeezed and even glows. It also releases the rotten gill fish's signature pheromone, creating an aura that frightens small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Looking at the floating item, Lin Yuan immediately frowned in disgust. Just imagining himself wearing it made him feel like a clown in a circus. He could only wonder whether this was truly a quest reward or the work of a designer with an incredibly bizarre sense of humor. Just then, Ziming somehow appeared beside him, staring at the strange item with his mouth wide open in excitement. The longer he looked, the brighter his eyes became. When he noticed the nose could even wiggle, he became even more thrilled. Lin Yuan turned to him in confusion. You actually like this thing? Ziming nodded repeatedly and insisted it was one of a kind. He begged to buy it at any price, and his enthusiasm even made Lin Yuan break into a sweat. Yi Zhong covered his face in embarrassment, patted his friend's shoulder, and apologized. He explained that Ziming was naturally hyperactive, which was why he reacted like this. Without another word, Lin Yuan casually tossed the item to Ziming and told him to keep it. Ziming hurriedly tried to pay, but Lin Yuan simply shook his head and refused. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked like an angel in Ziming's eyes. Ziming was so touched that tears filled his eyes as he repeatedly praised Lin Yuan as a true angel. The other two could only stand there speechless, unable to understand why anyone would pay for something so ridiculous. A short while later, the scene shifted back to the cathedral, where two guards still stood watch outside the room. Inside, Lin Yuan carefully poured the green liquid from the bottle onto Date's body. Watching this, Date was completely stunned. He immediately sat upright and stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. He had actually returned with the ingredient. The system instantly announced that the golden quest, Date's request, had been completed and rewarded him with a golden weapon called the Soul Blade. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Yuan could not hide his excitement. At last, he had reclaimed the first golden weapon that had fought beside him in his previous life. Its stats appeared: Soul Blade, Gold Grade, 150 Physical Attack, 150 Magic Attack, 100 Spirit, Skill, Soul Mark, Range, 150 meters, deals spirit damage equal to 50% of the user's spirit, no cooldown, costs 10 mana per use. The sword was wrapped in deep blue magical energy. Its base stats were not particularly impressive, but Soul Mark and its hidden effect were what made it truly terrifying. Thinking of the sword's power, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened. Every attack applied 1 stack of soul energy. At 3 stacks, they exploded, dealing an additional 250 spirit damage. Memories from the past suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Back then, he had stood atop a cliff with the soul blade in hand, facing countless enemies. With this very weapon, he conquered the western desert and eventually became the strongest mage. Lin Yuan gently ran his fingers along the cold blade, as though greeting an old friend once again. The system continued granting rewards, adding 1,000 reputation with the main city and another 500 reputation with the Scorpion Lion Knights. After a quick calculation, Lin Yuan realized the reputation gain was lower than in his previous life, but it was still enough to maintain neutral standing and move freely within the city. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he noticed one reward notification was still waiting. The system confirmed the mission was complete and granted an extra NPC affinity reward, raising De's favorability by 10 points. While De happily felt his body fully recover, Lin Yuan frowned with a strange sense that this time would not follow the past. De looked at him with deep gratitude and admitted that without Lin Yuan, he would probably have died next month. Lin Yuan simply told him there was no need to thank him. De then turned serious and said there was something important he had to tell him in return. Lin Yuan immediately became alert, guessing the 10 affinity points had unlocked a hidden event. Lowering his voice, De warned that if Lin Yuan ever met someone named Qiang Qi, he had to stay away at all costs. Lin Yuan was stunned and replied that Qiang Qi was actually his mentor, asking why he should avoid him. De's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock that Qiang Qi was the one guiding him. He got out of bed at once, carefully examined Lin Yuan, and said that no matter how well he hid his identity, he could still see through it. Looking him straight in the eye, De declared that Lin Yuan was a death hunter. Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened. He could not understand how Day had exposed his class when even Qiangqi could not see through his fully hidden status. Day seriously explained that he had once served in the Scorpion Knights, a secret force assigned to hunt death hunters. That was where he learned a unique ability called Dark Perception. Lin Yuan was visibly surprised by the name. Day quickly added that Dark Perception was a special ability possessed only by members of the Scorpion Knights. As long as a death hunter entered its range, the skill activated automatically, and the closer the target, the more accurate the detection. Hearing that, Lin Yuan stared at Day and asked if he had recognized his identity during their very first meeting. He was shocked that a skill existed specifically to counter his class. Day shook his head and glanced at his own hand. He explained that the poison had weakened his senses back then, and only after being cured could he clearly feel the unique aura of the Dark Lord coming from Lin Yuan. Hearing that title, Lin Yuan frowned, unsure what it truly meant. Day nodded seriously and slowly began telling an ancient story. He spoke of a famous legend among the undead, saying that in the beginning of the world, 5 gods ruled together, led by the god of light. Alongside him were the Moon Shadow Monarch, the goddess of nature, the Tide Lord, and the faceless Soul King. Yet few knew there had once been a 6th god. Day described a figure wearing a black robe and a raven mask. It was the Dark Lord, the king of the undead. According to Day, he was actually the strongest of all 6 gods. Confident in his overwhelming power, he ignored every rule and feared no one. The Dark Lord commanded countless loyal followers and bestowed dark power upon his most gifted believers. Those who received his blessing became death hunters, carrying out his will across the world. Day's voice grew heavy with hatred as he described how the death hunters spread plagues and claimed countless innocent lives under the Dark Lord's rule. They even turned the dead into zombies, bringing endless disasters upon humanity. In the end, the great nations formed an alliance against the Dark Lord. His temples were destroyed, every record about him was erased, and any death hunter found was executed without delay. From that day on, the class became a forbidden taboo hunted by the entire world. Gripping his shirt tightly, Day revealed that years ago he had been poisoned by a death hunter and suffered for 10 long years. He had given up hope until he met Lin Yuan. After hearing the whole story, Lin Yuan's eyes turned ice cold. In his previous life, he had only been an ordinary mage, so he had never known such a massive secret hid behind those legends. He immediately opened his status panel to check himself. Only then did he truly understand why the Death Hunter class was considered forbidden. Thankfully, he had always kept his information hidden. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Everything had become far more complicated than he expected. He had originally believed that clearing his crime points would be enough to safely continue investigating the clues behind the metal. But now his biggest concern was the Dark Lord's aura. If he could not hide it, his true identity would eventually be exposed. With that in mind, Lin Yuan immediately asked Day if there was any way to disable the Scorpion Knight's dark perception. Day frowned and said the only hope was if Qiangqi agreed to help, but if Qiangqi learned Lin Yuan was a death hunter, he would kill him without hesitation. Day then revealed another secret. Years ago, the woman Qiangqi loved most had been killed by a death hunter. Lin Yuan's expression grew even heavier. Day sincerely warned him once again to stay away from Qiangqi at all costs. Not long later, a lone figure quietly walked across the vast broken stone desert. The system confirmed that Lin Yuan had returned to the broken stone desert map. 10 minutes earlier, after seeing Lin Yuan leave with killing intent, Day had rushed to stop him and asked if he was really going to find Qiangqi, reminding him that Qiangqi would never spare a death hunter. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, looked back at Day, and calmly replied that he had no other choice. Back in the present, he clenched his fist. As long as he carried the Dark Lord's aura, entering the main city was impossible, and even traveling to other regions would be extremely dangerous. No matter what, he had to solve this problem at its source. At that moment, countless frost magic arrows suddenly shot toward Lin Yuan from the distance. The moment he looked up, he saw the area packed with hostile figures, leaving him genuinely surprised. Then a storm of ice magic rained down from every direction. Without wasting a second, he dashed away to dodge, while wondering who had launched such a sudden attack. After avoiding the barrage, Lin Yuan landed safely on one knee. In the distance, a large group was charging straight toward him. Fei Long led the crowd and shouted with killing intent that after searching this desolate place for days, they had finally found their target. Standing among his followers, he sneered that Lin Yuan had escaped last time, but this time he had brought over 30 people to finish the job. Behind Fei Long, Fei Hufadao smirked as he waited to enjoy Lin Yuan's miserable end. He laughed wickedly and said that when Lin Yuan's head fell, he had better scream because that was his favorite sound. High above them, several recording bugs circled through the air, capturing every moment. Their cameras streamed everything live, as countless phones received notification that the Blood Crow Guild had started a live stream. On a subway train, many people watched the broadcast as Fei Hu's voice welcomed everyone who had just joined. Stroking his chin with an evil grin, he announced that he was about to put on a show by tearing a man apart piece by piece. The viewer count jumped from 88 to 120, then quickly past 212. Even 4 office workers gathered around a screen, shocked that the Blood Crow Guild was live streaming another public bullying. On the streets and inside offices, everyone was talking. Some said 30 people against one was completely unfair, while others pitied the handsome young man, believing he was about to die. Standing in the desert, Lin Yuan merely rolled his wrist. To him, this many enemies were not even enough for a warm-up. Since they had come to die, he would gladly take their lives. The livestream chat instantly exploded with excited comments. Furious, Fei Long roared and ordered every one of his men to attack. More than 30 fighters charged at Lin Yuan together. A mage immediately raised his staff and cast lightning flash. From a rocky ledge, an archer pulled back his bow and fired an arrow meant to end the fight. Everyone else rushed in as well, swinging axes, swords, and massive blades. At that moment, the system confirmed the enemy had initiated a malicious ambush, allowing Lin Yuan to fight back for 15 minutes, without gaining crime points for killing them. That was exactly what he had been waiting for. Smiling, Lin Yuan drew his sword. 15 minutes was more than enough to send dozens of people to their graves. He immediately summoned a massive undead army, and the roaring horde charged straight at Fei Long's forces. Looking at the incoming lightning sphere, Lin Yuan scoffed, saying it was not even worthy of being called lightning. Elsewhere, a giant scout scorpion swept its poisonous tail through the battlefield, piercing multiple enemies while its venom quickly spread to the nearby scorpion zombies. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Fei Long immediately ordered everyone to fight, while falling back and form a defensive line. He told the mages to focus all firepower on Lin Yuan, while the rogues and archers kept wearing him down from a distance. The group immediately spread out as ordered. The shield warriors rushed to the front and formed a solid defensive wall. Behind them, every mage slammed their staff into the sand. 3 of them joined forces to create a magic formation that greatly boosted their spell power. The lead mage poured in all his mana and condensed a massive sphere of blazing lightning. With a loud shout, he swung his staff and unleashed it straight at Lin Yuan. Instantly, hundreds of lightning bolts burst from the sphere, tearing through the air and crashing into the undead scout army. On the other side, 2 archers worked together perfectly and fired at the same time. Silver arrows shot across the battlefield and buried themselves deep into the hound zombies, causing them to bleed non-stop. The livestream dropped from 212 viewers to 168, as many believed a few summoned monsters stood no chance against an elite team, so they left and waited to see how long Lin Yuan could survive. Fei Long sneered that zombies were worthless. Even if Lin Yuan summoned that monster from before, it would be crushed by the barrage of magic. Fei Hu also mocked him, asking where he planned to run this time. But instead of panicking, Lin Yuan remained calm and revealed only a cold smile that made everyone uneasy. Fei Long's men froze for a moment, unable to understand why he was still smiling. The livestream chat flew by so fast it was impossible to read, but one message stood out. What just happened? At that moment, the sand beneath Fei Long's formation suddenly shook violently. Golden sand twisted into giant whirlwinds and rushed straight toward the mages in the rear. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was swallowed by enormous sand pits, as desperate screams echoed everywhere. Struggling in the sinking sand while hound zombies closed in, one terrified mage was too frightened to even speak. The undead moved with eerie speed, slipping through the defenses to hunt the mages, forcing the survivors to flee in panic. Even the front line was overwhelmed, as the undead tore through them, and screams filled the battlefield. Watching the chaos, both Fei Long and Fei Hu turned pale, unable to understand what was happening. The sudden counterattack pushed the livestream past 300 viewers. The chat exploded with shock, mockery, and cheers for Lin Yuan. The surviving mages shouted that the wounds were poisoned and had to be cleansed before they could heal. But before anyone could react, a devastating attack crashed down. The one who unleashed it was none other than Lin Yuan. A barely noticeable movement suddenly appeared behind his back. Without even looking, Lin Yuan calmly swung his sword backward. The assassin's abdomen was pierced instantly, and he could only ask in horror how Lin Yuan had detected him. Lin Yuan glanced at him with contempt and replied that only an idiot would try to hide in the middle of an empty desert. Meanwhile, his undead army continued slaughtering the members of the Blood Crow Guild. Cries for help echoed everywhere, and someone desperately shouted that the captain had fallen, and everyone needed to retreat. Fei Hu gripped his blade as his anger made every breath heavier. Veins bulged across his forehead, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he cursed his men for being completely useless. Unable to hold back any longer, Fei Hu leaped into the air with all his strength, determined to kill Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yuan merely frowned slightly and calmly faced him. A mysterious smile crossed his lips as dark mana gathered around his sword. Thick black energy erupted, summoning hundreds of skeletons as Lin Yuan coldly told him to come if he dared. Countless skulls opened their jaws and charged forward with deafening screams, ready to devour Fei Hu. Fei Hu's attack stopped in midair as he desperately turned to retreat in terror. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he managed to utter only a single sentence after seeing what was rushing toward him. At that very moment, Lin Yuan became a blur and flashed past him. Fei Hu crashed hard onto the ground, while Lin Yuan landed lightly after completing his sword strike. His hair covered his face, leaving only a mysterious smile as he stood with his back to his opponent. Lin Yuan calmly spoke and slowly began the countdown. 3. Sweat poured down Fei Hu's face as his whole body trembled, and then came the next number. 2. The instant the final number was spoken, Fei Hu's body swelled before exploding into a rain of blood across the battlefield. Resting his sword against the sand, Lin Yuan remarked with satisfaction that his old sword was still the one that felt best in his hand. The livestream exploded as the viewer count jumped to 558. The chat flooded with shock, jokes, and praise, with one viewer saying the system had just announced that Fei Hu had literally logged out of the livestream. On the battlefield, Fei Long stood frozen as the desperate screams of his men echoed all around him. He was completely numb, as if struck by an overwhelming shock, and even wondered if everything before him was just an illusion. In Fei Long's eyes, Lin Yuan no longer looked human. He was a demon calmly harvesting lives. In just a few days, his strength had grown beyond belief. A primal fear slowly consumed Fei Long, leaving him with no will to fight. Standing before Lin Yuan felt like facing a monster that had crawled out of hell. After finishing the last of the underlings, Lin Yuan slowly turned his blade-alike gaze toward the leader. Fei Long trembled so badly he could barely stand. Stuttering in panic, he could only beg for mercy. Lin Yuan calmly pulled his sword from the body of the final enemy. He walked toward Fei Long one step at a time, his low voice carrying crushing pressure. At his command, the sword shot into the air and pointed straight at Fei Long's forehead, as Lin Yuan coldly declared it was time for him to experience despair. True despair. Lin Yuan then casually destroyed the recording bug hovering nearby, blowing it into countless pieces. He stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield, as fragments of metal rained around him, and silence finally fell. Inside a luxurious mansion on Blue Star, someone sighed in disappointment that even the livestream device had been destroyed by that mysterious powerhouse. The chat quickly turned into a hunt for Lin Yuan's identity. Someone recognized him as the man who defeated the death giant wolf, and claimed to have witnessed the battle firsthand. Every comment caught the attention of a mysterious young man, silently watching, with 2 followers behind him. The comments kept pouring in. Some wanted Lin Yuan as their master. Others guessed he was somewhere in a rocky desert. And one message even claimed the mercenary guild had already sent him an Shrank invitation. The mysterious young man tightened his grip on his wine glass, unable to take his eyes off Lin Yuan's name on the screen. At the same time, in Immortal City, Qiang Qi was sleeping inside an old cellar beside several wooden barrels. Lin Yuan pushed the door open without the slightest hesitation. Awakened by the noise, Qiang Qi lazily opened his eyes and recognized Lin Yuan immediately. Waving him away with obvious annoyance, Qiang Qi said he was not in the mood for visitors and told him to leave. Lin Yuan ignored the refusal completely. He calmly said they needed to talk and voluntarily removed the concealment on his class. His status immediately appeared. Player Lin Yuan, level 11, Death Hunter Cavalry, with the talents Dark Summoning Magic and Gate of the Underworld, along with outstanding strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. The wine bottle slipped from Qiang Qi's hand and shattered on the floor in shock. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Lin Yuan and demanded to know if he was truly a Death Hunter. The room instantly fell into heavy silence as the two faced each other. Qiang Qi spoke first, grinding his teeth as he muttered that so many years had passed. The moment he finished speaking, he released the full power of a death hunter. Blue light erupted around Qiangqi as violent energy surged from his body. Furious, he shouted that Lin Yuan actually dared to appear before him. Years of buried hatred exploded into overwhelming magic power, crushing the wine barrels around him. Countless energy spheres formed and crashed down like a meteor shower, shattering the ground. Yet every attack missed. Lin Yuan dodged them all with ease, leaving Qiangqi in disbelief. Qiangqi could only grit his teeth helplessly as Lin Yuan moved like a shadow through the storm of magic. In the next instant, Lin Yuan closed the distance and placed the tip of his sword against Qiangqi's throat. Feeling the cold blade at his neck, Qiangqi froze. Looking him straight in the eye, Lin Yuan calmly asked if they could finally have a proper conversation. Qiangqi silently clenched his fists before finally giving in and asking what Lin Yuan really wanted. Old memories resurfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. In his previous life, Qiangqi had given him an important clue as a farewell gift before his final journey. Back then, the world had already fallen into despair under the rule of the Dark Lord. To fight that darkness, Qiangqi and his wife had led the battle against the Death Hunters, who served the Dark Lord. They won the war, but the price was devastating. While protecting her husband, Qiangqi's wife was struck by a death curse. Her soul was consumed by darkness and could never find peace. Qiangqi watched with his own eyes as the woman he loved was transformed by the curse into a twisted monster that could only scream in endless agony. There was only one way to break the curse and let her rest in peace. Someone had to personally destroy the soul corrupted by darkness. After that war, Qiangqi was so badly injured that he could no longer wield a sword. Everyone thought he would spend the rest of his life drowning in alcohol until he suddenly announced a mysterious quest. Whoever completed that quest would have the chance to free his wife. If they belonged to the righteous side, they would inherit everything Qiangqi had earned in his lifetime. But if the challenger was a death hunter, the reward would be a secret technique that removed the corruption of darkness, taken from the corpse of another death hunter. Qiangqi intended to use his enemy's own legacies to save his beloved wife, while dragging more death hunters to their doom. Yet out of the 158 people who accepted the quest, not one had ever returned alive. Back in the present, Lin Yuan pressed the tip of his sword even closer to Qiangqi's throat and firmly demanded that he reveal everything about the quest. Qiangqi lowered his head slightly, sighed, and smiled mysteriously. He said that since Lin Yuan had come on his own, it was perfect because he needed another companion for his wife in the underworld. The system immediately announced a hidden quest from Qiangqi. Quest, the wife's soul. Objective, free her soul within 10 days. Rank, silver. After a quick glance at the details, Lin Yuan accepted the quest without hesitation. Without another word, he turned and left. Behind him, Qiangqi wished him good luck and hoped someone would finally fulfill his long-held wish. Once Lin Yuan disappeared from sight, Qiangqi revealed a calculating smile and muttered that everything depended on whether Lin Yuan could survive and return. Sometime later, Lin Yuan arrived at the Memorial Sanctuary of the Fallen, located north of Hakatown. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, making the place feel even colder. After using a night vision potion, Lin Yuan's eyes glowed crimson in the darkness. 2 undead wolves led the way, while a scout scorpion guarded his rear. He advanced with caution. The sanctuary had 5 floors and served as the final resting place for every deceased NPC from Hakatown. Suddenly, a mutated creature burst out of an old coffin, roared, and charged straight at Lin Yuan. But before it could reach him, the scout scorpion's venomous tail pierced straight through its body. Looking at the fallen corpse, Lin Yuan recalled that besides mutants, this place was also filled with zombies, skeletons, and ghosts. The monsters grew stronger with each floor. The first floor only held level 1 to level 3 zombies, making it the easiest area. The second floor belonged to skeletons ranging from level 4 to level 6. The third floor was occupied by ghosts between level 7 and level 9. The fourth floor was the nest of level 10 corpse eaters. The undead wolf, leading the way, suddenly stopped before a gate covered in a strange aura. Lin Yuan smiled with interest and decided to clear all 4 lower floors while he was here. He quickly passed through the lower levels before entering the 4th floor, where darkness and silence filled the entire area. The moment he arrived, Lin Yuan carefully scanned every corner for an ambush. After a short search, he stopped outside the central funeral hall on the 4th floor. Hiding beside the entrance, Lin Yuan noticed dozens of glowing red eyes staring out from inside. He immediately realized something was waiting for him. Just then, a corpse eater crawled out and activated its wall crawl ability. At the same time, 3 more attacked from different directions, using their hanging ambush skill. One glance was enough for Lin Yuan to estimate there were more than 10 of them. The system identified them as level 10 elite corpse eaters, with 2000 HP, 400 attack, 40 defense, plus poison bite, wall crawl, and hanging ambush. The entire pack activated poison bite and rushed toward their target. Lin Yuan's eyes turned ice cold as he gave a single command for his army to attack. The scout scorpion instantly charged forward and used earth-shattering clamp, crushing the first corpse eater with a single strike. It let out a thunderous roar as the energy orb at the tip of its tail began gathering lightning. The scout scorpion swept its tail across the battlefield, unleashing crackling electricity that blasted the entire pack in every direction. At the same time, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged in, filling the room with the harsh sound of clashing steel. He moved so fast that only afterimages remained, and by the time the corpse eaters reacted, their heads were already flying from their bodies. Moments later, the battlefield was covered with monster corpses. Some had been sliced in half, while others were pinned to the ground by attacks from his summoned army. One corpse eater still struggled forward in its final moments. Lin Yuan crushed its head under his foot, making sure not a single enemy survived. As the last monster fell, the system announced that Lin Yuan had reached level 12. He nodded slightly. His leveling speed was even faster than he had expected. Watching the hound zombies greedily eye the corpse eater corpses, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that dark corpse control only worked on zombies and could not command spirits like these. At that moment, a burst of dark purple energy suddenly erupted behind him. Lin Yuan spun around immediately, his eyes filled with caution. A pillar of violet mana shot straight toward him from nowhere. He leaped aside and split the energy beam in half with his sword, wondering what was happening. A powerful sense of danger hit him, making Lin Yuan curse under his breath. An overwhelming force seized his body and dragged him away, without giving him any chance to resist. When he regained consciousness, Lin Yuan found himself in a strange chamber lit only by dim blue ghost flames, with a massive demon statue towering above everything. Dark purple energy continued pouring endlessly from the eerie void. Dragged across the stone floor by the powerful force, Lin Yuan drove his sword into the ground to barely keep himself from being pulled away. As soon as he steadied himself, he quickly surveyed the entire area. Above his head floated a coffin, bound by countless black chains, connected to a massive magic formation on the ceiling. Lin Yuan instantly realized he had been forcibly teleported somewhere else. Inside the coffin sat a long-haired woman with blood-red claws, quietly waiting. She revealed a twisted smile and whispered that her prey had finally arrived. A deafening explosion rang out as the coffin shattered into countless pieces. The woman inhaled the scent of blood with obvious delight. The system identified her as the level 18 resentful Wraith Lord with 6,000 HP, 800 attack, 200 defense, and the skills Bloom of the Dead, Fury of the Banshee, and Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan raised his arm to block the flying debris and immediately realized he had been brought to the 5th floor. The resentful wraith burst into mad laughter and charged at him, declaring she would tear him limb from limb. Lin Yuan quickly raised his sword and blocked her fierce strike. Instantly, countless vines shot out from behind the monster. The system warned that the boss had activated Bloom of the Dead. Every vine locked onto Lin Yuan. He immediately leaped away and landed in a safer position. Wherever the vines struck, the ground turned into spreading pools of green poison. The resentful wraith kept driving the vines at him without pause, giving Lin Yuan no chance to rest. Watching the corroded ground, he quickly realized the poison could destroy everything it touched. Every attack blasted nearby objects into pieces, revealing just how terrifying its destructive power was. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. He swung his blade again and again, slicing through every vine, rushing toward him like a storm. Even though the vines regenerated endlessly, Lin Yuan calmly cut down every new wave. Thick, dark energy gradually enveloped the blade in his hand. Small wounds began appearing across the resentful wraith's body, making her raise a hand to her face in shock. Her expression twisted with rage as veins bulged across her skin, and her eyes turned blood red. She let out a piercing scream and unleashed wave after wave of resentment across the battlefield. The system warned that the boss had activated Fury of the Banshee. At first, Lin Yuan thought it was an area attack, but he quickly realized it was actually a summoning skill. Her scream echoed through the underground chamber as pale purple resentment seeped through every surrounding doorway. Lin Yuan frowned, his expression growing even more serious. Suddenly, A skeletal hand slowly reached out from behind one of the wooden doors. He tightened his grip on his sword as the feeling of danger intensified. Right before Lin Yuan's eyes, skeletons smashed through the doors one after another. These were the burial chambers of Hakka Town's NPCs. Watching the strange life force rising from the broken remains, he quickly realized that not only the townspeople, but also those who had failed Qiang Qi's quest, had become part of this undead army. Lin Yuan immediately lowered himself into a battle stance, his face darkening as he realized she intended to resurrect every monster in the area. From the shadows, waves of withered wraiths poured out, releasing eerie, meaningless howls that made the atmosphere even more terrifying. His hair covered half his face, but it could not hide his serious expression. What shocked Lin Yuan was that behind those doors was not just a handful of enemies, but an entire army of withered wraiths revived by the resentful wraith. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned every hound zombie under his command and ordered them into battle. Pointing his sword forward, he coldly commanded them to hold the entrance at all costs. A hound zombie immediately rushed to block the doorway, locking it down with its scythe. Lin Yuan's plan was to use his undead army as a defensive wall to buy time. On the other side, the scout Scorpion also received the order to reinforce the front line. Lin Yuan then activated Bloodlust on all of his summoned troops. The hound zombie captain grabbed the vines, wrapped around him with his bare hands, and pulled them apart. Together with the scout Scorpion, they fought back fearlessly, their eyes glowing blood red. Under the effects of bloodlust, the hound zombie captain gripped his weapon tightly and let out a savage roar. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he called out the scout hound zombie captain by name and ordered him to go all out. The moment the command was given, every undead charged at the target with overwhelming momentum. They focused all their attacks on the resentful wraith, repeatedly using lightning fury and heavy strike. The scout Scorpion's massive tail slammed directly into her. The impact launched the resentful wraith into the wall, blowing the surrounding stone apart. She frowned slightly before looking up at the ceiling in surprise. The next second, massive rocks came crashing down onto the spot where she had landed. Even so, the resentful wraith calmly escaped the rubble with her vines and smiled smugly. Seeing that, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at her terrifying strength and survivability. Looking at her confident expression, he suddenly remembered that ghost-type monsters could pass through solid objects and only took half damage from physical attacks. But he also recalled their greatest weakness. They were extremely vulnerable to magic. To finish her, he needed to deal overwhelming magic damage. The resentful wraith continued dodging every sword strike with ease. What puzzled Lin Yuan was that her speed had suddenly increased. He glanced toward the entrance, where his undead army was still struggling to hold back the withered wraiths. Sweat began forming on Lin Yuan's forehead. The defensive line could collapse at any moment, so this battle had to end quickly. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out another ring, deciding he first needed to stop her movement. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the ring as sparks of electricity crackled around it. The system confirmed he had equipped the Silver Paralysis ring, granting bonus stats and a special effect, with a chance to paralyze targets for 3 seconds on hit. The moment it was equipped, he charged straight at the resentful wraith. In an instant, Lin Yuan closed the distance. He immediately activated the ring's special effect. Before she could react, the resentful wraith was struck by the paralysis effect from Lin Yuan's attack. The system instantly confirmed that paralysis had successfully taken effect. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaped into the air and unleashed a relentless storm of sword strikes, refusing to give her any chance to recover. Unable to move, the resentful wraith could not cast her magic and could only raise her arms to defend herself. Blow after blow sent her crashing into the cracked wall, while her vines were sliced apart one by one. The moment he landed, Lin Yuan kicked shattered stones off the ground and launched them at her. The resentful wraith quickly jumped aside, barely avoiding the unexpected attack. Seeing that, Lin Yuan mocked her, saying her luck was surprisingly good. After exchanging blows, he confirmed that the Azure Soul Mark had significantly reduced the resentful wraith's speed. He then summoned the undead Death Direwolf and ordered it to use Evil Wolf Howl. The undead giant wolf threw back its head with a deafening howl and instantly activated the skill. The resentful wraith was hit, and the system confirmed that the target had been stunned. Lin Yuan immediately poured all his strength into his sword. 5 seconds of stun was more than enough to finish this assault. He moved so fast that only afterimages remained, each sword strike flowing into the next, like a deadly dance that left his opponent helpless. The resentful wraith was completely overwhelmed on defense. as damage numbers kept flashing across the system with every successful hit. Veins bulged across the resentful wraith's face in fury, while the damage numbers continued to flood the screen. Realizing she had been driven into a corner, she gritted her teeth and prepared to unleash one final desperate attack to turn the battle around. The system instantly warned Lin Yuan of danger and confirmed the enemy was casting Corpse Explosion. A heartbeat later, a massive blast erupted as violent purple lightning swallowed the entire area. Nearly all of Lin Yuan's summoned undead were wiped out, and the basement vanished beneath a thick cloud of dust. After a while, the lingering magic of the resentful soul finally began to fade. Through the smoke, Lin Yuan was still standing, protected by his loyal gnoll, undead, with barely a scratch on him. He planted his sword into the rubble to steady himself, shocked that her corpse explosion had detonated every NPC zombie and nearly flattened the entire area. Looking around, only the Shadow Scorpion, the Gnoll Chief, and the Death Wolf remained. His once mighty army was down to just 3 followers. After that desperate attack, the resentful soul was completely exhausted, while Lin Yuan still stood tall. His eyes turned ice cold as he quietly declared the battle was over. Lin Yuan summoned countless frost skulls and charged forward with his sword to finish the fight. The skulls shot through the air and pierced straight into the resentful soul's body. She widened her eyes as violent magic exploded inside her, letting out one final scream before collapsing. The system repeatedly warned that the boss had entered its dying state with only 300 HP left. Moments later, the boss HP dropped again to 200. The boss HP kept falling to 100, and then to a mere 30. At last, the system confirmed the resentful soul had been defeated, and Lin Yuan received 800 experience points. After finishing his attack, Lin Yuan landed lightly on the ground. Standing in the ruined battlefield, he quietly wondered if everything had truly ended. Suddenly, a tiny light appeared and slowly gathered together, immediately catching his attention. From that glowing light, Quinky's wife's soul appeared and sincerely thanked the young man for setting her free. She then smiled peacefully before fading away, finally able to rest in peace. Lin Yuan reached out and caught the last remaining light in his palm. A gold ring with a purple gem appeared. The system confirmed it was the beloved ring, a quest item that could not be traded or discarded. It was the engagement ring Quinky had once given his wife. Looking at the reward, Lin Yuan felt a little disappointed, thinking the boss had dropped only this item. But at that moment, a red book marked with a skull suddenly appeared, releasing a chilling aura and eerie sounds. Lin Yuan carefully examined the strange book with a puzzled expression. The moment he picked it up, he was stunned to discover it was the Corpse Explosion skill book used by the resentful soul. The system confirmed it was a gold-grade skill exclusive to necromancers. Holding the book, Lin Yuan guessed it might be connected to the sealed figure who had once served as the Dark Lord's trusted lieutenant. Soon, light from the book covered his body as the system announced the skill was automatically merging into his memory. The book instantly transformed into a pillar of light and completely fused into Lin Yuan's body. The system displayed the details. Gold-grade Corpse Explosion Level 1. Costs 100 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Detonates 1 zombie to deal fire damage equal to 60% of its HP to all nearby enemies. After hearing the description, Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Sacrificing a zombie was worth it for such incredible power and range. The familiar scenery of Hoxa appeared before him once again. Lin Yuan opened his hand and presented the ring to Quinky. The old man froze the instant he recognized the keepsake he had once given his wife. As his aged hands touched the ring, memories of his beloved wife came rushing back. Only after the soul chains were broken could the trapped spirits recover all their memories. Quinky choked up as he asked whether his wife had truly found peace before leaving. Lin Yuan calmly nodded. The ring in the old man's hand trembled gently. His wife's image appeared vividly in Quinky's mind, as if she were standing right before him. Tears streamed down his aged face as he finally broke into sobs, able to let go of the regret he had carried for so long. Quinky bowed deeply in gratitude. He admitted he never imagined the one who would free him from his final regret would be a necromancer, the very people he had hated most, and promised he would never forget this kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Quinky took out an old wooden box worn by time and handed it to Lin Yuan. The moment the box opened, a black crown overflowing with death energy appeared, and the system immediately revealed its details. The system confirmed it was the Dark Crown, a special piece of equipment. Its first effect concealed the wearer's identity from all inspections. Its second effect completely sealed away dark energy, making the wearer immune to all detection skills. It was exclusive to necromancers, could not be traded, and could not be destroyed. Holding the crown, Lin Yuan silently evaluated it. It offered no combat power, but its concealment abilities were exactly what he needed most. With this equipment, trouble from the Night Order and the Hunter Association would be greatly reduced. Entering major cities would also become much safer. Just then, the system displayed a confirmation window, asking if he wanted to equip the Dark Crown. Lin Yuan accepted without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, streams of dark blue energy spread out and quickly covered his entire body. The crown automatically merged into his body. Lin Yuan clearly felt the change and knew he had taken another step toward uncovering the truth. Leaving the narrow alley, he blended into the busy streets. Guilds everywhere were recruiting new members. Although Fengshu City had countless guilds, only a handful were truly powerful. Lin Yuan checked the system rankings and saw names like Sky Guild, Mirror Flower Watermoon, Endless Stars, Qingge, Eternal, and Black Tree. He wondered if the organization he was searching for was among them. He knew that, as an unknown newcomer, attracting the attention of those top forces would not be easy. As he continued walking, Lin Yuan carefully observed everything while waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, he sensed someone secretly following him and immediately changed direction into a deserted alley. The moment the pursuer entered the alley, Lin Yuan had already vanished from sight. A freezing killing intent appeared behind the follower, and a sharp blade rested against his neck. A cold voice came from behind, questioning him without a hint of emotion. "Who are you?" The stranger jumped in shock and stammered in panic. It turned out to be Ziming. The moment he recognized Lin Yuan, he excitedly rushed forward to hug him. Lin Yuan simply stepped aside, causing Ziming to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Seeing that, Lin Yuan could only sigh in frustration. It was this guy again. Sitting on the ground, Ziming rubbed his sore backside and pitifully asked if Lin Yuan still remembered him. Hearing the other man call his name, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly filled with caution. Ziming quickly stood up and happily explained that he had watched the Blood Demon Guild livestream, which was how he recognized Lin Yuan. He said he had read tens of thousands of comments just to piece together clues about Lin Yuan's identity. As if that were not enough, Ziming proudly revealed he had spent 2 million silver to use his family's advanced facial recognition system, allowing him to locate Lin Yuan so quickly. Hearing that, Lin Yuan could only laugh helplessly. He had really spent that much money just to find one person. Ziming innocently replied that the amount was nothing since his family's company spent far more than that testing new technology. The moment Lin Yuan heard about the Han Group, he immediately began calculating. It was one of the world's leading technology empires. Proving Ziming's background was anything but ordinary, he started wondering how many of his secrets Ziming knew. Meanwhile, Ziming remained so excited that his eyes sparkled as he talked with animated gestures. While running beside him, Ziming also revealed that someone had discovered the Linscale beast's nest. But in his excitement, Ziming tripped over a rock and slammed face first into the ground again. Lin Yuan remained expressionless, turned around, and walked away, coldly telling Ziming to stop following him, because getting involved with someone like him would only bring more trouble. Sitting on the ground after bursting into laughter, Ziming sighed that someone capable of wiping out the Blood Demon Guild's elite squad alone obviously had no need for teammates. Seeing Lin Yuan remain indifferent, Ziming quickly added that 3 Black Tree Guild teams would be recruiting during tomorrow's hunt. If Lin Yuan performed well enough, they might notice him. Hearing that, Lin Yuan quietly opened the guild rankings. After scanning the list, his gaze stopped on Black Tree, ranked among the top 10. Ziming got to his feet with a disappointed look, thinking he would have to find an opportunity on his own, after all. Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly called out from behind. Hearing Lin Yuan speak first, Ziming instantly turned around with a face full of excitement. Running out of patience, Lin Yuan asked exactly when the hunting party would depart. Ziming was so happy, he almost jumped for joy and nearly grabbed Lin Yuan's leg before quickly answering that they would leave at 8 the next morning. Finding him too annoying, Lin Yuan stopped him at once and said to just call him Lin Yuan instead of using those strange titles. After Ziming was nearly out of breath, Lin Yuan finally let go and calmly said he still had a few things to prepare before the trip. Ziming stared at him with wide eyes, completely stunned. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a floating skull silently watched everything from the sky. The skull rested on a tree branch within the thick fog, marking the hideout of the vulture bandits. Not long afterward, a violent explosion shook the entire area. As the dust settled, the bodies of the vulture bandits lay scattered across the ground. Standing among the corpses, Lin Yuan calmly looked upward, certain their leader was still hiding above. He took a deep breath and prepared to continue the battle. The system quickly scanned the enemies, displaying the vulture bandits' stats, flying dagger skill, and undead type. The monsters slowly closed in from every direction, while Lin Yuan stood still, ready to fight, coldly telling them to attack together. But after hearing those words, every vulture bandit suddenly froze in place. A moment later, they all threw back their heads and let out piercing screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their eyes turned blood red as they charged forward with overwhelming killing intent. His cloak fluttered gently as Lin Yuan pointed his sword ahead and gave a single command: attack. At that order, the undead army clashed head-on with the vulture bandits, beginning a brutal melee. One vulture bandit suddenly leaped into the air and unleashed flying dagger, sending a blade straight toward Lin Yuan. He simply looked up and calmly watched the attack's trajectory. The flying blade slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. When the bandit looked again, he was stunned to find his target had completely disappeared. At that very moment, Lin Yuan appeared behind him and ended his life with a single slash. In an instant, Lin Yuan became like the Grim Reaper, cutting down one vulture bandit after another, as the system continuously confirmed their deaths. More members of the vulture bandits fell beneath his blade. Before long, the enemy's numbers rapidly dwindled as Lin Yuan eliminated every remaining foe. At last, the final vulture bandit collapsed behind him. Even so, Lin Yuan did not lower his guard because he sensed something was wrong. Looking toward the leader's throne, he realized it was completely empty. At that instant, the vulture bandit lord suddenly appeared behind him, using stealth before launching a backstab meant to kill Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm, merely raising a hand to activate corpse explosion. The dead vulture bandits, scattered across the ground, immediately surrounded the bandit lord, ready to become living bombs. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed with an icy blue light as his killing intent surged. A terrifying explosion erupted at the center of the encirclement, and the shockwave swept across the battlefield. When the dust cleared, the bandit lord was still standing, suffering only superficial wounds. Without wasting the opportunity, Lin Yuan launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. He charged straight at his enemy as dark power rapidly gathered around his arm. Lin Yuan locked onto his target with an ice-cold gaze and unleashed shadowless dark fist. His silver gauntlet smashed directly into the enemy with a devastating punch. The overwhelming force made the bandit lord's eyes bulge in agony before he was blasted away. His body tore across the ground, carving a long trench through the dust. After landing, Lin Yuan remained in a battle stance, ready for anything. The system confirmed the vulture bandit lord had been defeated and congratulated Lin Yuan on reaching level 13. Lin Yuan immediately opened his skill panel. The system showed gold-grade Dark Curse had reached level 3, dealing damage equal to 20% of a target's HP, or restoring 20 HP to a zombie, costing 60 mana with a 6-second cooldown. Below it was gold-grade Corpse Explosion level 2, allowing one zombie to explode and deal fire damage equal to 80% of its maximum HP to all nearby enemies, costing 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown. The system asked if he wanted to use skill upgrade books. Lin Yuan confirmed without a second thought. Once it was done, he quietly checked the results. With only 2 skill upgrade books, Dark Curse had reached level 3, and Corpse Explosion had also gained another level. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Thinking about his forces, Lin Yuan realized he now had more than enough zombies, especially after adding another 130 vulture bandit zombies. The system updated the information for his 2 strongest new servants, the Vulture Bandit Chief Zombie and the Vulture Bandit Lord Zombie. Besides their original skills, the Lord had awakened a new ability called Poison Hand, which dealt continuous poison damage over time. Lin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up with interest. As expected, the Bandit Lord had awakened a brand new ability after becoming a zombie. That reminded him of the Death Wolf. After being revived, it had also gained several special skills it never possessed while alive. From those clues, Lin Yuan concluded that Lord-class monsters seemed to have a chance of awakening an entirely new skill after being turned into zombies. The thought made him even more excited for future summons. While he was lost in thought, the system suddenly reminded him that the hunting event he had registered for would begin in 2 hours. After reading the notification, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He brushed the dust from his clothes and eagerly prepared for the next journey. The scene soon shifted to a vast forest, where the entrance to the Bloodscale Cave was located. The moment he arrived, Lin Yuan had to shield his eyes from a blinding light and could not help asking what kind of stunt the other guy was pulling. Standing before him was Zi Ming, covered from head to toe in dazzling gold-plated armor, looking like a walking golden statue that left even Lin Yuan speechless. Zi Ming proudly boasted that he had spent 50 gold coins, hiring the best blacksmith to forge the armor, and confidently declared he would not slow anyone down today. But the instant he finished speaking, his belt let out a loud crack and suddenly snapped. He kept talking without realizing his pants had already fallen to his knees. Only when something felt wrong did he freeze. Lin Yuan pointed downward while holding back a laugh, saying it was the strangest suit of armor he had ever seen. Zi Ming hurriedly pulled up his pants, while awkwardly explaining that the blacksmith claimed it was the latest design. Before he could recover from the embarrassment, the massive helmet suddenly dropped over his face and completely blocked his vision. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not remove it and could only panic as he begged Lin Yuan for help because he could not see anything. Blindly feeling his way forward, Zi Ming tripped over someone's foot and cried out in pain. A second later, his head slammed into something as hard as stone. The impact accidentally knocked the helmet's locking pin loose. As his vision returned, Zi Ming looked up in confusion. The first thing he saw was a huge man twice his size with a fierce face staring directly at him. It was Zhao Hui, the captain of Black Tree Guild's 3rd Squad. Even though he forced a friendly smile while greeting them, he still looked more terrifying than most people did when angry. Zi Ming froze in place as cold sweat poured down his face. Even with that smile, he felt like a wild beast had locked onto its prey. Just then, someone grabbed Zi Ming by the collar from behind and pulled him back. Lin Yuan coldly told him to take off that pile of scrap metal. Zi Ming could only give an embarrassed smile and quickly nodded. Zhao Wei glanced at Lin Yuan with an intimidating stare, his fierce expression unchanged. Lin Yuan calmly met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. That attitude irritated Zhao Hui. Very few people ever dared to look him straight in the eye. The tense atmosphere was broken when a loud voice rang out from behind. Huang Yu arrived with a group of people and loudly asked which one of them was Zhu Ming. Holding the registration form, he carefully sized up both Lin Yuan and Zi Ming. Huang Yu studied the form, while quietly checking the information. After confirming it, he pointed directly at Zi Ming and confidently asked if the guy wearing the flashy outfit was him. Everyone with Huang Yu burst into laughter, mocking Zi Ming's shining golden armor that made him look like a walking gold bar. Zi Ming forced an awkward smile, stepped forward to introduce himself, and was about to introduce Lin Yuan as his companion. But before he could finish speaking, the cold tip of a sword was already pressed against his throat. He had no interest in remembering the names of rookies. They were allowed to join not because of the registration fee, but because Black Tree's captain was generous enough to give them a chance. Faced with the provocation, Lin Yuan simply watched in silence. Just then, Zhao Wei stepped in and reminded Huang Yu to treat the newcomers with more respect. Huang Yu only chuckled and reluctantly lowered his sword. He slowly slid the blade back into its sheath. Before leaving, Huang Yu warned them to cherish this opportunity. Zhu Ming could only nod repeatedly and promised to do his best. From behind, Yan Cheng clapped loudly and called everyone together for roll call. Standing at the back of the line, Zi Ming was thrilled to be traveling with members of a major guild. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan silently observed everyone around him. Huang Yu glanced at the newcomers with open disdain, hoping they would not become dead weight. After a quick look around, Lin Yuan realized that most of the people here had only recently arrived in the main city region. Zhao Wei took the lead and signaled everyone to enter the cave, announcing that the group was complete and ready to depart. At the cave entrance, he turned back and confidently declared that as long as Black Tree was leading the expedition, everyone would be completely safe. Hearing those confident words, the entire group responded with excitement. Zhao Hui led the way into the cave, while Zi Ming happily followed behind, carrying his beginner shield. As they walked, Zhu Ming waved at Lin Yuan and excitedly said there was even a glowing stream inside the cave. Huang Yu could only shake his head and ask if Zhu Ming thought they were on a sightseeing trip. Lin Yuan quietly followed, without saying a word. As he approached the cave entrance, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The atmosphere carried the unmistakable scent of an approaching battle. Before long, the entire group ventured deep into the Bloodscale Cave. After walking for some time, they reached 3 separate paths and were forced to stop. Strangely, they had not encountered a single iron-devouring lizard along the way, suggesting the monsters were all resting deeper inside. One member of the group, asked Zhao Hui which path they should choose. Zhao Hui smiled confidently and suggested splitting the expedition into several teams. The proposal immediately caused an uproar because everyone feared running into high-level elite monsters if they separated. Huang Yu quickly reassured everyone, explaining that the captain had already explored the cave earlier and understood the situation inside. An older player remained skeptical and asked if Zhao Hui had really completed the scouting. Standing before the three paths, Zhao Hui nodded and explained that the middle route carried the strongest iron-devouring lizard pheromone scent, making it the most dangerous and most likely place for an ambush, while the other two paths were much safer. He continued by saying that the most dangerous route usually held the greatest rewards. Black Tree would therefore take the middle path, while everyone else could split between the remaining two. After finishing, Zhao Hui gave a meaningful smile and asked if anyone had any objections. Most of the players fully trusted him, praising Black Tree's professionalism and agreeing with the plan. Unlike everyone else, Lin Yuan calmly announced that he would take the left path. Hearing that, Zhao Hui simply smiled and asked if anyone else wanted to go with the two of them. The crowd looked at Lin Yuan and Zi Ming with hesitation. One seemed far too naive, while the other was impossible to read, making neither of them appear trustworthy. Someone even looked Lin Yuan up and down before mocking him, saying he was obviously hiding his levels and class because he was too weak. If anyone thought he looked that impressive, they were welcome to follow him. Listening to the discussion, Zhao Hui smiled faintly and remarked that the two of them clearly were not very popular. Even as the expedition leader, he could not force anyone to join them. Lin Yuan ignored every whisper, simply signaling Zi Ming before calmly walking down the left path. Everyone watched until the two figures gradually disappeared into the darkness of the cave. A scornful smile crossed Zhao Hui's face as he silently concluded the pair were walking straight to their deaths. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites covered the ceiling, creating a gloomy and freezing atmosphere. Drops of water continuously fell onto the rocky floor, gathering into icy puddles beneath their feet. Lin Yuan and Zi Ming advanced at a steady pace, carefully moving deeper into the cave. Following closely behind, Zi Ming gripped his sword and shield tightly, nervously, saying that the temperature was dropping fast and that something about this place felt seriously wrong. Zi Ming's face slowly turned pale as the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Lin Yuan coldly replied that he had finally noticed because something inside the cave really was watching them. Zi Ming immediately panicked, unable to understand why Zhao Wei had claimed this place was completely safe when reality was the exact opposite. Lin Yuan let out a mocking smile. In his eyes, bringing a group of rookies to hunt high-level monsters had always been a trap. Their real purpose was to use them as bait. Zi Ming looked at him in confusion and asked why he had not exposed the scheme earlier. Lin Yuan's gaze settled on the small water sacks clinging to the cave wall as he calmly answered that the time was not right yet. He reached out and crushed one of the water sacks. Then Lin Yuan tore it off the wall and threw it deep into the cave, saying he wanted to see how many prey this trap could really attract. A strange sound immediately echoed back from the deepest part of the cave. Countless glowing red eyes opened in the darkness, followed by bloodthirsty roars as they discovered fresh prey. The system identified them as level 16 elite iron-devouring lizards with high stats, iron tail sweep, shatter, and corrosion immunity. Suddenly, a torrent of blazing fire rained down from above. In an instant, a sea of flames engulfed the entire area. The raging fire swept through the monster pack, burning everything in its path. Meanwhile, in another tunnel, Huang Yu charged forward at incredible speed and attacked the iron-devouring lizards first. Without giving them a chance to fight back, he cut one down with a single swings and proudly showed off his strength to his teammates. After the kill, Huang Yu grinned at Zhao Hui and said the rookies really were perfect bait. Thanks to them drawing away the monsters, this side's battle had become much easier, and they had all believed the fake scouting story. As he spoke, he continued charging into the monsters, planning to wait until the lizard packs in the other tunnels had weakened each other before cleaning up the survivors. A powerful sword strike smashed one monster into the cave wall. According to his plan, all he had to do was let both sides wear each other down before claiming an easy victory. Just then, another group of iron-devouring lizards suddenly rushed in from behind, charging straight at Zhao Hui. He remained completely calm, clenched his fist, and smirked as the entire pack rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wei unleashed explosive power and blasted 3 monsters flying away. After the counterattack, he simply stood there with a bored expression, treating the monsters as weaklings beneath his notice. Back on Lin Yuan's side, Zeming stammered his name in complete shock. One iron-devouring lizard spun around and unleashed Iron Tail Sweep, whipping its metallic tail straight at its target. Lin Yuan showed no fear, immediately sending his vulture bandit zombies forward while ordering them to use Flying Dagger for ranged attacks. Then the zombies activated stealth one after another, before closing in with backstab, continuously dealing damage to the monsters. The two sides quickly clashed in a fierce battle, neither willing to give an inch. Zeming was completely stunned to see that Lin Yuan now commanded such a massive zombie army. His eyes widened in disbelief. Compared to the battle in the Demon Sand Desert, Lin Yuan's current force was far stronger. Lin Yuan merely glanced at him and casually replied that he had simply collected them along the way. Just then, the system announced that he had successfully eliminated 55 elite iron-devouring lizards. Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward and remarked that this run had been fairly efficient. After witnessing the entire battle, Zeming stood behind him with admiration in his eyes, hoping that one day he could become as powerful as Lin Yuan. Suddenly, the entire cave trembled, causing Zeming to lose his balance. He immediately thought it was an earthquake and turned to warn Lin Yuan, but stopped himself. At that moment, Lin Yuan was focused on absorbing life force from the iron-devouring lizard corpses. Not wanting to interrupt him, Zeming decided to investigate the source of the tremors himself and prove he could be useful. Gripping his shield tightly, he cautiously headed toward the direction where the vibrations seemed to originate. With every step, Zeming felt the ground shaking more violently beneath his feet. When he finally crouched down to take a closer look, everything suddenly became eerily still. But in the very next second, a gigantic tongue shot up from beneath the ground. Zeming fell backward in terror, his face turning ghostly pale. As he struggled back to his feet, he could only watch the enormous tongue slowly retreat underground, warning him that the danger was far from over. Zeming's eyes widened as his mind went completely blank, unable to figure out what kind of monster had just appeared. Before he could think any further, the massive tongue struck again at terrifying speed, carrying overwhelming killing intent. The brutal strikes sent Zeming crashing to the ground as he cried out in pain. The massive tongue instantly snapped back into the air. In the next instant, it wrapped tightly around Zeming's body and squeezed like a steel vise. A tremendous force immediately dragged him straight toward the ground. In that moment, Zeming fell into complete despair, convinced this was the end. At the most critical moment, a flash of sword light tore through the air. With a single slash, the giant tongue was severed. Lin Yuan coldly scoffed, saying that a monster hiding underground actually dared to attack in front of him. Blood burst from the wound, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Lin Yuan walked over and grabbed the trembling Zeming by the collar. Without giving him time to recover, he pulled Zeming away at incredible speed. After reaching a safe corner, Zeming leaned against the cave wall, breathing heavily with a pale face, urging Lin Yuan to retreat before the monster fully emerged. Before he could finish speaking, the ground split apart and shook violently once again. Zeming shouted in panic, realizing it was already too late to escape. A gigantic monster burst out from beneath the earth, its roar shaking the entire cave. The system immediately identified it as a level 20 iron-devouring lizard lord, with enormous HP and overwhelming strength. It possessed Iron Tail Sweep, Unbreakable Barrier, Electric Vein Burrow, and Poison Sand Spray. After reading the information, Zeming's face turned pale. The mission had only mentioned elite monsters, yet a Lord-class boss stood before them. Despite his fear, Zeming stepped in front of Lin Yuan, took full responsibility upon himself, and told Lin Yuan to escape while he held the monster back. Lin Yuan remained completely unfazed, wearing only a calm smile. His eyes quickly turned ice cold as he looked at the boss like worthy prey, leaving Zeming completely speechless. The iron-devouring lizard slowly advanced on all fours, each roar shaking the cave. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged straight at the boss. Behind him, Zeming could only shout his name in worry. As he rushed forward, Lin Yuan immediately ordered the Vulture Bandit Zombie Chief to launch the first attack. At his command, the entire undead army hurled their weapons at the boss. However, the iron-devouring lizard instantly swung its massive steel tail, activating Iron Tail Sweep and blocking every attack. Countless weapons slammed into the steel-hard tail, filling the cave with the sound of clashing metal. Seizing that exact moment, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air and landed directly on the boss' head. Pouring all his strength into a single strike, he immediately unleashed Soul-Devouring Mark. A violent explosion echoed throughout the entire cave. After the attack, Lin Yuan landed lightly and calmly observed the result. But when the smoke cleared, the boss was still standing, as if nothing had happened. Only a tiny scratch had appeared on its steel-like hide. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He had not expected such a powerful attack to leave only a faint mark. Enraged, the iron-devouring lizard opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a furious roar. It immediately spat out a stream of high-pressure venom. The system confirmed the boss had activated Poison Sand Spray, an extremely dangerous skill that inflicted continuous poison damage. The poison quickly spread into thick green clouds that covered the entire area. From behind, Ziming shouted in panic, warning Lin Yuan to be careful. A massive pool of poison crashed down from above and slammed into the ground. The boss kept its murderous gaze locked on Lin Yuan, as he barely escaped the attack's range. The poisoned ground immediately hissed with smoke as it rapidly corroded into a deep crater. Witnessing its terrifying power, Lin Yuan frowned, realizing this boss was far tougher than he had expected. The moment Lin Yuan let his guard down, the iron-devouring lizard's armored tail suddenly swept across with tremendous force. He instantly leaped into the air and cleanly dodged the attack, but that only enraged the monster even further. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he immediately summoned another servant. "Come forth, my shadow bandit lord." A dark figure carrying a sinister aura quickly emerged from the void. The instant it appeared, the assassin rushed forward and drove its dagger deep into the iron-devouring lizard's tail. Ziming stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide. Another summoned monster had appeared. Was this one also one of Lin Yuan's followers? His eyes were filled with nothing but admiration. The sight was simply incredible. The Shadow Bandit Lord moved at astonishing speed, circling behind the boss in the blink of an eye. It raised its twin daggers, and the system immediately announced that Backstab had been activated. The two blades came crashing down, but the monster instantly boosted its defense, making its hide even tougher. Almost immediately, the iron-devouring lizard's massive tail swept back in retaliation. Realizing the danger, Lin Yuan quickly shouted for his servant to get out of the way. Unfortunately, it reacted a split second too late, and the Shadow Bandit Lord took the full hit. Its body was launched like a bullet before crashing hard into the cave wall. Ziming cried out in shock. That reaction speed was unbelievable. Did the monster have eyes on the back of its head? Those words unexpectedly gave Lin Yuan a new idea about the monster's abilities. He replayed the entire battle in his mind and remembered how lizards perceived the world. Lizards did not rely on sharp eyesight. Instead, they mainly detected changes in light, making motionless targets difficult to notice. As he continued analyzing, Lin Yuan realized they were extremely sensitive to movement and also used hearing, vibrations, in some species even heat detection to locate prey. Those senses allowed them to catch even the slightest movement, far beyond human perception. Once he understood the key weakness, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. To defeat it, he only needed to make it defeat itself. Without hesitation, he began firing one fireball after another at the iron-devouring lizard. Lin Yuan even loudly mocked it, calling it an ugly lizard and asking whether its scales or his flames were stronger. As expected, the monster immediately flew into a rage and charged straight at him. Lin Yuan kept retreating, while continuously throwing fireballs to hold its attention. His goal was to lure the iron-devouring lizard into chasing only him until it completely lost control. Watching from afar, Ziming shouted anxiously, worried about Lin Yuan. He explained that a Lord-class iron-devouring lizard's armor was so thick that fireballs were nothing more than a tickle, making the situation even more dangerous. But then he suddenly noticed something strange: the direction Lin Yuan was running. Looking more carefully, he realized Lin Yuan was leading the monster straight toward the area where the iron-devouring lizards had gathered earlier. In just a few moments, Lin Yuan reached the middle of the iron-devouring lizard pack. Knowing the moment had arrived, he suddenly turned around. At the decisive instant, Lin Yuan sidestepped, leaving the charging iron-devouring lizard unable to stop its momentum. It slammed directly into its own pack and was immediately surrounded and bitten by the other iron-devouring lizards. Everything went exactly as planned. Folding his arms, Lin Yuan smiled and mocked the beast, saying it had a huge body but not much of a brain. The monster roared again and again in both pain and fury. Lin Yuan turned to deliver the finishing blow as the system announced that corpse explosion had been activated. In the blink of an eye, every iron-devouring lizard exploded, creating a devastating chain of explosions that slammed into the iron-devouring lizard lord. Seeing the boss HP plummet, Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. His armor-breaking plan had worked. Even heavily wounded, the monster let out another furious roar and charged at him once more. Lin Yuan quickly retreated while ordering his servants into formation, telling the chief to circle around from the left. Two undead immediately closed in from both flanks, putting the iron-devouring lizard in a difficult position since its eyes could not focus on both directions at once. The Shadow Bandit Lord swiftly drew a compact crossbow and aimed directly at the iron-devouring lizard. The iron-devouring lizard opened its mouth wide, gathering all its energy for one final attack. Lin Yuan launched himself into the air before diving down like a released arrow. He coldly declared that this strike would send the monster straight to the underworld. His attack pierced the monster's vital point, leaving it only enough strength for one final agonized roar. The iron-devouring lizard lord finally collapsed. The system continuously displayed notifications for hitting a weak point, multiple level-ups, and congratulated Lin Yuan on reaching level 14. Lin Yuan quietly stood atop the massive corpse of the fallen monster. Thick dust still blanketed the entire battlefield. About 5 minutes later, he finished turning the iron-devouring lizard lord into an undead servant, and the system reported that his HP had recovered to 85. The system then updated Dark Curse to Dark Gold Grade Level 3. It could deal damage equal to 20% of a target's HP, or restore 20 HP to the caster, costing 60 mana with a 6-second cooldown. Looking at the skill panel, Lin Yuan guessed that one more skill scroll would raise Dark Curse to level 4. Looking at the iron-devouring lizard lord's corpse, he figured that although corpse explosion had cost him many iron-devouring lizards, gaining such a powerful servant made the trade more than worthwhile. The system displayed the iron-devouring lizard lord's stats. Undead, level 20, 6300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense, with iron tail sweep, unbreakable fortress, hidden lightning veins, and poison spit. After checking its stats, Lin Yuan smiled and decided to use it as his personal moving shield from now on. Right then, Ziming rushed over with an armful of loot, excitedly urging Lin Yuan to check the drops. Lin Yuan only glanced at the battlefield and calmly said there were still a few people he needed to deal with first. Elsewhere, Zhao Kui stood among the burned corpses with his weapon in hand, sneering as if no one was worth his attention. The warrior beside him immediately praised him, claiming that with Captain Ming Shen Wu around, even a lord monster had no choice but to fall. Another man reminded Zhao Kui that the explosion meant the battle over there was already over, and they could still grab the rewards if they hurried. Zhao Kui casually kicked aside the corpse at his feet and got ready to leave. He led his two subordinates forward, laughing as they went claim someone else's hard-earned victory. Suddenly, countless boulders crashed down from above, catching all three completely off guard. They quickly scattered to avoid the unexpected rain of rocks. Furious, Zhao Kui shouted, demanding to know who dared attack the Black Tree Guild. As the dust slowly settled, a lone figure calmly stepped out before them. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes icy cold, and said that if they loved stealing other people's kills, today he would send all of them to their graves. Wu Hui stared in shock, stammering as he refused to believe the two had survived after being thrown into the iron-devouring lizard nest. Ziming pointed at them in fury, calling himself a fool for believing the Black Tree Guild was honorable when they were nothing but backstabbing cowards chasing profit. Huang Yu immediately stepped in front of Zhao Kui with a mocking smile, saying it was an honor for the two of them to die for the Black Tree Guild. Meanwhile, Zhao Kui secretly grew suspicious. He could not understand how they had survived, unless every monster had been lured somewhere else. Ziming trembled with rage and cursed them as a bunch of shameless scumbags. Zhao Kui only sneered, finding Ziming more annoying the longer he looked, and decided to get rid of him as well. He slowly stepped forward and coldly said he did not care how the two had survived. The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Kui struck with incredible speed, declaring that their time was over. The hammer slammed into the spot where they had been standing, but both Lin Yuan and Ziming dodged aside just in time. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan gripped his sword and charged straight in, making it clear that Zhao Kui alone was not enough. Zhao Kui swung the chain attached to his hammer, preparing to unleash his finishing attack. The two sides collided head-on as metal clashed loudly and a powerful shockwave swept across the area. Lin Yuan was blasted backward and had to brace himself with one hand on the ground to keep his balance. Seeing that, Zhao Kui smirked with contempt and mocked him for daring to challenge him with such pathetic strength. Just as Lin Yuan swung his sword, countless black skulls suddenly appeared in the air and charged forward. Zhao Kui immediately smashed every skull rushing toward him with his hammer. Even though black smoke blocked his vision, Zhao Kui kept his eyes locked on the area ahead without lowering his guard. A brief look of shock flashed across Zhao Hui's face. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Surprised? Don't worry, you are not getting away today. The sword shot straight at him, but Zhao Hui reacted instantly, raising his shield to block the attack before sneering that he was not so easy to ambush. He stared at Lin Yuan with open provocation, insisting the final result would prove who had only been relying on luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hui's figure gradually faded and disappeared from sight. Before vanishing completely, he warned Lin Yuan to sleep with one eye open. Lin Yuan said nothing. He simply stood still and calmly watched every direction. Without a sound, Zhao Hui's weapon suddenly struck from behind. In his eyes, killing a rookie would take no time at all. Lin Yuan merely tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze already seeing through Zhao Hui's position. Without another second of delay, he unleashed dark magic. Dense black energy erupted as he coldly declared that Zhao Hui's life was now in his hands. A violent explosion erupted at once, shaking the surrounding ground. Watching from a distance, Ziming turned pale with worry and shouted Lin Yuan's name. But Wu Hui and Huang Yu blocked his path, looking down on him as they argued over who would finish Ziming. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhao Hui saw Lin Yuan pinned beneath a massive boulder, with his clothes torn and body motionless, making him believe the battle was already over. He let out a vicious grin and raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. But his punch froze in midair. Zhao Hui's eyes widened in shock. Lin Yuan had casually stopped the attack with one hand, while calmly calling out his identity as the captain of Black Tree Guild's 3rd squad. A chill ran down Zhao Hui's spine. He could not understand how Lin Yuan still had so much strength. Lin Yuan kept his head lowered, but a cold, murderous smile slowly appeared on his face. His eyes turned crimson as thick, dark energy continued to spread across his body. He calmly remarked that this was all a top 10 regional guild was capable of. Lin Yuan tightened his grip around Zhao Hui's wrist. The crushing force made him tremble, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. The dark energy surrounding Lin Yuan grew even stronger as he poured all his power into his counterattack. Before Zhao Hui could react, Lin Yuan grabbed him and slammed him into the ground without mercy. His body was launched across the battlefield, carving a long trench through the earth. Staggering back to his feet, Zhao Hui gritted his teeth and admitted he had greatly underestimated Lin Yuan. Enraged, he immediately shouted for his teammates to attack together. Wu Hui and Huang Yu answered at once and rushed to obey. In the blink of an eye, all three charged at Lin Yuan, determined to finish him. Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm, watching them with a faint smile as if they were nothing more than a disorganized mob. Just before their attacks landed, his figure suddenly vanished before their eyes. High above them, 2 undead vultures suddenly appeared, spread their wings, and dove down like grim reapers. The ambush came so suddenly that all three were thrown into complete chaos. Zhao Hui stared in horror, caught between rage and panic, as everything slipped out of his control. Right before him, countless black skulls surged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing the entire battlefield. The attack landed, and Zhao Hui screamed in agony. He was blasted away and rolled across the ground until he stopped in front of his 2 teammates. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pair of boots standing right before him. His face instantly turned pale as he begged for mercy and even tried to threaten Lin Yuan with the Black Tree Guild. Lin Yuan simply looked down at him with an icy stare before glancing quietly toward his own feet. It turned out Ziming was hugging his leg with an excited grin, endlessly praising him and saying he had believed in Lin Yuan's victory from the very beginning. Looking completely helpless and annoyed, Lin Yuan told him to let go immediately. Then he turned back to Zhao Hui and coldly said the Black Tree Guild was ruthless to outsiders, but even harsher toward its own members. If Zhao Hui died, lost levels, and dropped all his gear, would his superiors really forgive him? Cold sweat instantly covered Zhao Hui's forehead. He quickly changed his tone and asked what he needed to do to stay alive. Lin Yuan lowered his sword and ordered him to reveal the complete list of Black Tree Guild's senior members, including their classes, levels, and unique traits. At that moment, a memory from Lin Yuan's previous life suddenly resurfaced. Back then, the First Apostle's abilities had always remained a complete mystery. Lin Yuan believed the First Apostle possessed an extremely rare hidden class, and that secret had never been exposed. Hearing the request, Zhao Hui asked in confusion why he wanted the list. Without saying a word, Lin Yuan drove his sword straight through Zhao Hui's hand. Blood immediately poured out. Lin Yuan coldly asked one more time, "Will you write it or not?" Zhao Hui's face turned deathly pale as he hurriedly nodded. Before long, the list was in Lin Yuan's hands. After reading it, he realized nearly every core member of the Black Tree Guild was listed, yet none matched the class he remembered belonging to the first apostle. Clutching his bleeding hand, Zhao Hui cautiously asked if he could leave now. Lin Yuan turned around and slowly replied that he could let them go. Hearing that, Zhao Hui was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. But before the three could react, a blast of magic pierced through their bodies. Lin Yuan calmly said that they had harmed far too many people, and now it was time to pay the price. After all three collapsed, every piece of equipment they carried dropped onto the ground. Among the loot was the silver-grade Demon Crusher hammer, with high attack, critical rate, physical damage, and a skill that boosted the first strike's attack speed, along with a bronze-grade longsword and a blue light artifact that increased magic damage and spirit. Lin Yuan glanced to the side with a puzzled look. He saw Ziming secretly hugging a treasure chest, happily saying those guys had been taken out before they even opened it. Ziming eagerly carried the chest over. Lin Yuan said he would only take one item, and the rest belonged to Ziming. As Lin Yuan reached to open it, Ziming quickly stopped him. With an awkward smile, Ziming said he wanted to buy the entire chest because he did not want to take advantage of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not bother arguing. He casually told Ziming to do whatever he wanted, then checked every item inside. In the end, he shook his head since none of them suited him. A moment later, the system notified him that he had received 50,000 gold from the trade. The two left the cave. Lin Yuan quietly concluded that at this stage, even the Bloodscale Cave dungeon mostly dropped silver-grade gear, while gold-grade equipment was so rare it was almost impossible to find. After walking outside for a while, Ziming hesitated before speaking. Seeing that, Lin Yuan asked what was on his mind. Ziming worried that the Black Tree Guild was famous for holding grudges. If they could not get revenge in the game, they might come after him in real life. So he wanted to send bodyguards to protect Lin Yuan. After hearing him out, Lin Yuan simply waved his hand in thanks and calmly said he knew how to deal with them himself. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan had just taken off his VR headset when he heard his mother calling him to dinner. He stood up and replied that he was coming. As he reached the door, he placed his hand on the doorknob. The door opened, and his father was standing outside with the same model of gaming headset on his head. Mr. Lin held up the headset and asked if it really was a gaming device, because he thought it might be broken. Lin Yuan checked it and said it was working perfectly. Curious, he asked where his father had gotten it. Mr. Lin quickly waved his hand and explained that he had not bought it. Lin Yuan's mother had found it in Lin Dan's room while cleaning. Hearing that, a strange feeling suddenly rose inside Lin Yuan, bringing back fragments of memories from his previous life. He remembered that around this exact time in his previous life, Lin Dan had awakened her hidden class. Just then, Mrs. Lin walked out of the kitchen with a smile and called both of them to the table. She teased her husband for knowing nothing about technology, while still trying to chat with their son, saying he had spent ages fumbling with the device. Mr. Lin laughed and explained that he only wanted to make sure Lin Dan's headset had not been damaged during the cleanup. Lin Yuan quietly thought that if his parents also entered the world of Immortal, he could use his in-game resources to make them stronger, so they would be able to protect themselves when disaster arrived. With that thought, he smiled and said it was no big deal. In a few days, he would buy 2 more gaming headsets so both of his parents could join the game. His mother frowned and told him not to waste money. Lin Yuan simply smiled to reassure her, before asking if Lin Dan still had not come home. She checked the time and said it was Friday, so she was probably out with her friends. She planned to call later, but Lin Yuan immediately said he would call his sister himself. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called his sister, but all he heard was a message saying the number could not be reached. Staring at the screen, his expression gradually turned serious. Even if she missed a call, Lin Dan would always send a message afterward. She would never stay completely silent like this. Seeing her son lost in thought, his mother gently told him to eat first. Maybe Lin Dan had already eaten outside, so there was no need to wait. Lin Yuan shook his head and calmly told his parents he was going downstairs to buy a few things before the stores closed. His mother tried to stop him because dinner would get cold, but Mr. Lin smiled and told her to let him go. After Lin Yuan left, Mr. Lin quietly recalled how close the 2 siblings had been when they were younger. Somehow, they had gradually drifted apart. Mrs. Lin agreed, saying that Lin Yuan was simply not good at expressing his feelings, but he had always cared deeply about his little sister. Step by step, Lin Yuan walked down the stairs as the darkness slowly swallowed his silhouette. At that moment, memories from his previous life began flooding back. Back then, Lin Dan had returned home, just as he was about to eat dinner, clutching her injured shoulder with one hand. Seeing her in that condition, Lin Yuan immediately called out her name in panic. But Lin Dan silently walked past him, holding her wound as she went straight into her room, as though she had not heard him. She only stopped when she reached her door, her voice filled with exhaustion and pain. Lin Dan warned him never to call the police, and never to let their parents find out what had happened. At that time, Lin Yuan could only stand there helplessly, watching his sister walk away. The memories continued. After entering the world of Immortal and awakening her hidden class, Lin Dan was quickly burdened with overwhelming responsibilities. Everything had started when a mysterious organization approached her. At that thought, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the organization's name. It was Order, a secret organization founded by the 9 Chosen Ones, and only those who carried that title were qualified to join. From what Lin Yuan remembered, the organization also had a prophet who could sense the existence of Chosen Ones in the real world and send people to recruit them. As time passed, Order grew so powerful in the world of Immortal that almost no one could stand against it. Their influence spread beyond the game as well. Although they always operated in secret and had done many things to keep society stable, no one knew their true purpose. Thinking about it filled Lin Yuan with bitterness. After joining Order, Lin Dan took on one dangerous mission after another, without ever telling her family. The image of her returning home covered in wounds still haunted him. Lin Yuan frowned, hoping this time things had not yet reached that point. The moment he stepped outside, his eyes turned ice cold. Even if the people she was meeting really belonged to Order, he would never let Lin Dan walk that path alone, like she had in his previous life. Lin Yuan quickly moved through the night before suddenly stopping when he spotted a familiar figure. Without exposing himself, he immediately slipped into the shadows. From there, Lin Yuan quietly observed the conversation inside the cafe, while steadying his breathing to catch every movement. He already knew the answer. Lin Dan really was meeting members of Order. The distance was still too great to hear clearly, and this was not the right time to reveal himself. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had used this skill, so he needed to focus. Then he activated stealth. A faint glow covered his body, completely erasing both his presence and his figure. Lin Yuan reminded himself that at his current level, the skill would only last about 5 minutes. Taking advantage of stealth, he carefully entered the cafe and chose a spot close enough to hear the conversation. Once he confirmed the distance was right, Lin Yuan quietly stood still and listened. Across from Lin Dan sat Xiaofan and He Sen. He Sen spoke in a calm but firm voice. He said they had already explained everything, and whether she believed them was up to her. Joining the organization was not only for themselves, but also to prepare for the catastrophe that would arrive 3 years from now. He paused for a moment, looked directly at Lin Dan, and said that if she joined, she would stand beside them to protect the world. Xiaofan laughed and teased He Sen, saying he was scaring the poor girl and should tone down his intimidating presence. He Sen frowned slightly and replied that this was no joke. He only wanted what was best for Lin Dan, because empty words of comfort were no longer enough. In the middle of speaking, He Sen suddenly stopped, as if he had sensed something. His sharp gaze shot straight toward Lin Yuan's hiding place, making Lin Yuan's heart tighten for a brief moment. He Sen's expression instantly turned cold, mixed with clear anger. He touched the ring on his finger and activated a skill called Frequency Wave. In an instant, a powerful invisible force spread across the area, sweeping through every corner. Right then, the system warned that stealth had been detected and would be dispelled in 3 seconds. He Sen immediately looked toward the spot where Lin Yuan had been standing, but there was still no one there. Not wanting to attract attention, He Sen calmly turned toward the counter and called out to the cafe owner. He asked if they had drinks to go, and the owner immediately replied that he would prepare them. A short while later, the owner brought over 2 drinks and placed them on the table. Watching from a distance, Lin Yuan immediately realized that He Sen's ring could break stealth. Fortunately, its effect took a few seconds to activate fully. At that moment, the system also notified him that stealth had expired. He Sen picked up his drink and calmly took a sip. Then he looked at Lin Dan and seriously asked her to think carefully about the invitation. A truly righteous person could never stand by and watch a catastrophe unfold. Before leaving, he placed a business card on the table and told her to contact them once she had made her decision. Lin Dan picked up the card, lowered her head slightly, and quietly agreed. The 2 men stood up and left the cafe. Before walking away, Xiaofan looked back with a grin and said he would be waiting for the day she joined. From a distance, Lin Yuan activated stealth once again to continue following them. After confirming they had gone far enough, he immediately got up and chased after them. but the moment he stepped outside the cafe, the two men had completely vanished from sight, leaving Lin Yuan stunned. Suddenly, a cup flew straight toward Lin Yuan's position. The unexpected throw made Lin Yuan hesitate for a split second. From a distance, He Sen's cautious voice rang out, saying someone really had been following them. At the same time, the system warned that stealth was about to expire and began the countdown. The surroundings fell eerily silent, leaving only the pounding of Lin Yuan's heartbeat. His sense of danger grew stronger by the second, warning him that this was only the beginning. He Sen slowly walked over to the shattered cup and carefully examined the faint glow left behind by the stealth skill. After a few seconds, he shook his head and decided he had probably been overthinking it. Standing beside him, Xiao Fan laughed and said He Sen had been far too tense lately. Xiao Fan then asked whether Lin Dan would join the organization. After a brief silence, He Sen replied that according to the prophecy, she would come sooner or later. Xiao Fan smiled and said the prophecy had never been wrong before, joking that he wondered which girl would become his future partner. He Sen simply glanced at him and calmly replied that surviving the coming catastrophe was the first priority. The certainty in his voice quickly erased Xiao Fan's smile. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan stood atop a tall building and silently watched the two figures disappear into the distance. He was grateful he had used teleport before stealth was completely broken. Lin Yuan became even more cautious. These people were far more dangerous than he had expected, and staying around them for too long could easily expose his forbidden class. As the faint light around him faded away, he looked up at the night sky and reminded himself to act more carefully. He even considered moving out soon to avoid dragging his family into danger. Meanwhile, Lin Dan returned to her apartment building, still tightly holding He Sen's business card, with a troubled expression. As soon as she looked up, she was surprised to see Lin Yuan waiting outside and asked why he was there. Lin Yuan stepped forward, carrying a bag of hot Latinite food, his hair slightly messy from the night breeze. Smiling, he said he had been passing by and picked up something for her, because she was probably hungry by now. Lin Dan gently shook her head and said she was fine. Even so, he handed her the food and softly said it was late, so she should not make their mother cook again. She could just eat it upstairs if she liked it. Lin Dan stared at him in confusion. She could not understand why her usually distant brother had suddenly become so caring. Lin Yuan simply turned around and calmly told her to come inside. After taking a few steps, he looked back with a smile and called for his sister to follow. As they entered the house, the two greeted their parents together. Mrs. Lin immediately hurried over, scolding her daughter for coming home so late while offering to reheat dinner. Lin Dan politely declined and asked to go upstairs and rest instead. Watching her daughter leave, Mrs. Lin turned to Lin Yuan and asked if he was hungry so she could cook something else. He smiled, thanked her, and gently told her to get some rest instead. Back in her room, Lin Dan let out a quiet sigh, as if trying to release all the pressure weighing on her heart. Lying on her bed, she suddenly felt her mood sink for no clear reason. She quietly wondered what was happening to her. She dropped onto the soft bed with another sigh. Ever since entering that mysterious game, one problem after another had kept coming. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. She saw herself and a blonde swordswoman trapped in a desperate battle against a horde of monsters. Their teammate, a female mage, urgently shouted for Lin Dan to run because she was faster, while the mage would stay behind to hold the monsters back. Blades flashed across the battlefield. Before them stood a gigantic long-blade mantis. The system displayed its stats: level 5, 300 HP, 50 attack, 8 defense, along with several dangerous skills. Ahead of them, wave after wave of monsters continued to close in. Countless razor-sharp blades swept toward them, knocking the female mage's entire team to the ground in an instant. Gritting her teeth, Lin Dan firmly ordered her teammates to retreat, while she stayed behind to deal with the monsters. Her eyes burned with determination. As the team's main tank, she would never abandon her companions just to save herself. They were only monsters, and she would stop every one of them. The problem was that dozens more long-blade mantises were still rushing toward them from the distance. The sounds of clashing blades and slicing wind merged into a chilling roar that filled the entire battlefield with the scent of death. Lin Dan bit her lip, tightened her grip on her sword, and poured every bit of her spiritual power into one charge. A single slash cut through the air and brought down one monster. Before she could catch her breath, she spun to block the next attack. But the monsters were overwhelmingly strong, and every collision left both of her arms numb. Even as her breathing became ragged and her body reached its limit, she refused to let go of her sword. Just as a monster charged from behind for a sneak attack, a brilliant pillar of light burst through the dust. Lin Dan's body immediately began to glow. Her hair fluttered wildly as dazzling silver energy wrapped around her. The system's voice echoed across the battlefield. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully awakened a hidden class." The awakening officially began. Lin Dan had to plant her sword into the ground just to keep herself standing, every breath growing heavier. Only seconds later, she suddenly rose to her feet, her eyes as sharp as a freshly drawn blade. Her next series of sword strikes moved so fast they were almost impossible to follow. The entire swarm of long-blade mantises let out agonized screams before being torn apart by waves of sword energy. As the dust slowly settled, Lin Dan had to lean on her sword once again to keep her balance. She gasped for breath, her body nearly drained of all strength after the battle. Then the system spoke once more, announcing her new class, Sword of Dawn. Brilliant golden light erupted across the battlefield, driving away the darkness. Lin Dan's eyes turned emerald green as countless golden particles gathered into a massive stream of energy, while the system's voice continued to echo in her mind. Back in the real world, Lin Dan rubbed her forehead in exhaustion. The memories had felt unbelievably real, and she could still sense the transformation taking place within her body. She took a deep breath, feeling her newfound power flowing through her veins, and wondered if she would truly be able to protect her family when the catastrophe arrived. Raising her hand before her eyes, Lin Dan saw a faint blue glow surrounding it. She quietly wondered if she was really capable of doing it. After only a brief moment of hesitation, her eyes became filled with determination. If even this power was not enough to stop the coming disaster, then how could ordinary people possibly survive? Lin Dan stood up, picked up the family photo frame, and silently made a promise to herself, whether she joined that organization or not. She would become strong enough to protect the people she loved. At that very moment, in the room next door, Lin Yuan was also holding a family photo with the exact same determination. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan decided to move as soon as possible. He needed to devote himself completely to the world of Immortal, and could no longer live while constantly worrying about his family. This time, he was determined to give his entire family a peaceful life. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spread across the streets. As the new day began, a gentle female voice welcomed him. A real estate agent in professional business attire stood beside Lin Yuan with a smile and asked if he was there to view a house. Lin Yuan looked around the villa district before calmly asking, "Do you have any fully furnished villas with the best security system available?" The agent quietly sized up the young man, wondering whether he could really afford a home here. She cautiously asked if he had checked the prices, explaining that this neighborhood was reserved for the extremely wealthy. Before she could finish, Lin Yuan took out a black card and placed it on the table. He calmly replied that he had not checked the prices, but the money on the card should be enough. The moment she picked up the card, the agent froze, and even her voice began to tremble. She recognized it as a premium black card reserved for elite clients with a minimum balance of tens of millions of yuan. Inside, she was thrilled to have found such a wealthy customer. Her attitude changed instantly. She bowed respectfully and treated Lin Yuan like an honored VIP, drawing curious looks from everyone nearby. A few days later, Lin Yuan brought his parents to the newly purchased villa. They stared blankly at the contract, unable to believe it would become their new home. His mother stammered in disbelief, asking again, just to make sure she had not heard wrong. After stepping inside and seeing the private swimming pool, Mrs. Lin could only stand there, with her mouth wide open. The luxurious scene looked exactly like something from a movie. Mr. Lin wandered through every room. Everything exceeded his imagination, and he stood speechless as he stared at the enormous bed. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious living room. Elegant leather sofas, a refined coffee table, and tasteful flower arrangements filled the luxurious interior. Seeing it all, Lin Yuan's parents were completely overwhelmed. His mother looked at him with concerns and honestly asked how many years they would have to spend paying off such a house, suggesting it might be better to return to their old home instead. Mr. Lin also advised his son not to burden himself with too much financial pressure. Lin Yuan smiled and reassured them. He explained that the house had been paid for in full, using prize money from tournaments and his earnings from the game. He also said he would live in the villa next door, so he could focus on developing in the world of Immortal, while his parents only needed to enjoy their new home. He never imagined he would spend his final years living in a villa. Mrs. Lin smiled happily, proud that her son had finally grown strong enough to support the whole family. A relieved smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It was not pride, but the joy of seeing all his hard work finally pay off. That evening, Lin Yuan took a quiet walk beneath the setting sun. As he walked, he planned his next move. The villa's security was already solid. Now he needed to teach his parents how to survive in the immortal world in case the order came looking for them. While deep in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed killing intent ahead and stopped at once. A group carrying clubs and crude weapons slowly approached through the dark alley. Their leader sneered and declared they had finally found him. The gang stared at Lin Yuan with hostile eyes and said tracking him down had not been easy. One glance was enough for Lin Yuan to recognize the leader as the Black Tree Guild captain he had defeated in the game. Without waiting for orders, the thugs rushed forward together. Under the dim streetlights, their shadows stretched across the ground, making the scene even more threatening. The leader mocked him, saying he acted tough in the game, but stood frozen in real life. Another thug laughed, convinced Lin Yuan was too scared to move. One man charged with a steel pipe, cursed loudly, and swung it straight at Lin Yuan's head. But he had just made the biggest mistake of his life. Lin Yuan remained calm, his eyes turned icy, and he instantly activated stealth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The steel pipe slammed into the concrete instead, sending debris flying with a deafening crash. Before anyone could react, a blue flash streaked across the alley. Lin Yuan appeared right in front of the captain, surrounded by crackling lightning, his cold gaze sending chills through the man's body. Lin Yuan poured all his strength into one devastating punch. The impact exploded with a thunderous boom as a powerful shockwave swept through the alley. The captain took the full hit to the stomach, spat out blood, and was blasted away like a toy. Blue light erupted from Lin Yuan's body. The shockwave spread like a tidal wave, sending every thug flying while dust swallowed the entire area. The captain crashed onto the road, hard enough to crack the pavement. Only one thought remained in his mind. What kind of monster was this man? Before he could recover from the shock, the sound of metal striking concrete rang out. Lin Yuan slammed the steel pipe into the ground right beside him, making the captain shiver in terror. Lin Yuan stood tall in the darkness, wrapped in a chilling aura with glowing red eyes full of pressure. In a cold voice, he said, "Looks like you don't value your own life." Before the captain could respond, Lin Yuan stepped on him, forcing his scream back down. He frowned in annoyance at these troublesome fools. With nowhere left to run, the captain trembled and begged, "Wait, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I know about a secret quest." Lin Yuan stared at him with glowing red eyes and gave a single cold order, "Talk." The captain hurriedly confessed everything. In the western desert main city, a blacksmith named He Jin regularly gave ore collection quests. Anyone who earned enough favor with him would receive a gold-grade piece of equipment. After hearing that, Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, someone had obtained a gold-grade item very early through an NPC. It seemed the captain was telling the truth, so Lin Yuan kept questioning him. As he spoke, Lin Yuan tightened his grip until the steel bar slowly bent. Lin Yuan's eyes grew even colder. He warned the captain not to do anything foolish, because he had countless ways to deal with him both in the game and in real life, especially if anyone dared to touch his family. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the steel bar into pieces with one hand and said coldly, "That will be your ending." The captain shook uncontrollably and could only stammer that he understood. The scene shifted to a tavern in the western desert main city. The place was packed at night, with the smell of ale and cheerful laughter, filling the lively atmosphere after a long day. Large beer mugs clinked together again and again, making the tavern even louder. The tables were covered with steaming dishes like buns, spicy tofu, and stir-fried vegetables. The rich aroma of food mixed with ale filled the tavern with warmth and excitement. He Jin slammed his beer mug onto the table and asked if Lin Yuan could really deliver 100 batches of ore, or if he was just bragging. Lin Yuan did not look like a miner at all, but He Jin still promised that if he completed the task, he would receive a weapon for free. Lin Yuan calmly nodded, confirming the captain had told the truth. His next stop was the mine. Just as he was about to leave, a drunken man staggered over and blocked a young woman, grinning as he tried to force her into having a drink. She stepped back at once and coldly refused, saying they did not know each other. Even after she kept avoiding him and warned him to keep his hands to himself, the drunk kept following with a disgusting grin, claiming he meant no harm while doing the exact opposite. The strong smell of alcohol from the man even made Lin Yuan frown. Before Lin Yuan could act, the drunk turned on him instead and started throwing threats around. Lin Yuan answered with a simple wave of his hand. The drunk was instantly sent flying. Lin Yuan sneered. He had brought this on himself. The entire tavern fell silent. The beautiful woman walked over with a smile, thanked him, and offered to buy him a drink. Lin Yuan simply declined and turned to leave the tavern. Behind him, the woman refused to give up and called out after him. The sound of hurried high heels echoed behind him. Suddenly, she tripped over a wooden plank and lost her balance. She fell forward as her hair fluttered through the air. By instinct, Lin Yuan reached out and caught her, wrapping an arm around her waist before she collapsed into his arms. Resting safely in his embrace, she looked up with flushed cheeks from the alcohol. Her half-dazed eyes still carried a playful smile as she teased. "So the little brother likes hugging girls? Let me teach you a thing or two." But before she could finish, sleep overtook her, and she passed out on the spot. Lin Yuan could only sigh. Another unnecessary problem. He carried her to an inn and quietly opened the door. The old hinges creaked softly as moonlight streamed through the window and spread across the stone floor. Lin Yuan gently laid her on the bed. After making sure she was sleeping peacefully, he quietly left the room and closed the door behind him, leaving the western desert night in silence once more. The scene shifted to the Venom Serpent Mine, where damp air filled the tunnels and only flickering torches lit the rocky walls. The sound of pickaxes striking ore echoed through the mine. Lin Yuan looked around with a mining tool in hand as he quickly planned his next move. He figured that his 12 dog zombie servants from the underworld were enough to gather a huge amount of ore in a short time. Just then, a violent crash erupted from deep inside the tunnel. A dog miner was thrown out, and the others had no time to react. From the darkness, a tide of giant rats surged forward. They stood nearly waist-high with razor-sharp claws and blood-red eyes. The system identified them as common berserk rats, level 10, HP 1200, attack 70, defense 15, with the berserk bite skill that increased damage through continuous attacks. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned the Death Scorpion and coldly ordered it to wipe out every monster. The summon roared and charged straight into the swarm. Claws ripped through flesh as rat corpses piled across the tunnel, and the smell of blood quickly filled the mine. In only a few moments, the Death Scorpion had slaughtered every berserk rat without leaving a single one alive. A green magic circle slowly appeared beneath Lin Yuan's feet as mysterious runes spun across its surface. He realized that collecting more monster types would make his tactics even more versatile. Dark energy spread from the magic circle, drawing in the souls of the fallen rats and gathering them at the center of the formation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Fire and dust burst into the air, shaking the entire cave. Lin Yuan immediately retreated to avoid the shockwave. His cloak whipped violently in the hot wind as he raised a hand to shield his face and muttered, "What just happened?" A massive red-furred beast burst through the dust with blood-red eyes and grinding fangs. Behind it stood a man in a gray cloak, holding a long spear. The system confirmed it was a level 16 berserk rat lord, with overwhelming stats and a high-speed pursuit skill. The moment the gray-cloaked man swung his spear, the boss became even more savage and charged straight at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately raised his sword to meet the attack as blue light wrapped around the blade. After a quick glance, he guessed this was the mine's boss, and someone had deliberately lured it toward him. A brilliant golden light burst from the gray-cloaked man's weapon as it activated. The young man named Tai Yang raised his hand and unleashed a skill, while the boss continued roaring without pause. The attack came so suddenly that Lin Yuan had to retreat several steps just to keep his footing. Even though he was prepared, the impact was far stronger than expected and blasted him backward. Lin Yuan first thought he had been hit by a lock-on skill, but he immediately realized that was not the case. A system notification appeared at once. Tai Yang cast holy armor on you. Defense increased by 20 for 60 seconds. Only then did Lin Yuan realize the other player was a priest trying to help him. Nearby, a hidden spy watched everything with suspicion. He was shocked that the Mine Guardian had disappeared, while Kia, the priest from the Super God Triangle Guild, had shown up alone. His eyes lit up with opportunity. Hoping to profit from the situation, he released a demon fly to spy on the battle. Meanwhile, Tai Yang kept fighting, while shouting for Lin Yuan to run. He insisted he had not meant to lure the boss over, and would take full responsibility. The livestream quickly became lively, as the viewer count climbed to 15. The chat filled with surprise that a priest could fight as smoothly as an assassin. Lin Yuan glanced at the growing viewer count, and suddenly had an idea. He had just spent a fortune on the villa, and now a chance to earn it back had practically come to him. The stream grew even more exciting. The audience jumped from a few dozen to over 100, while the chat exploded with comments. Some recognized him as the legendary player who soloed a world boss, while others eagerly waited for his next performance. The berserk rat let out a piercing screech and relentlessly chased Tai Yang. It raised a massive leg to crush him, but at the last second, Lin Yuan rushed in and blocked the attack. Tai Yang's face turned pale as sweat poured down. He stared at Lin Yuan in shock and tried to say something. The scene shifted to Zhao Kui. Staring at the screen, he gritted his teeth before convincing himself that losing to a boss was not that embarrassing. Just then, Nu Yan walked by with an irritated expression after seeing countless posts praising a newly famous top player. One of his subordinates immediately agreed, claiming that no one could surpass their guild leader in pure combat ability. Zhao Kui seized the chance, smiled knowingly, and brought up the livestream they had just watched. He deliberately belittled the mad god, claiming the man's strength came only from his class and powerful backing, while his personal skill still could not match that mysterious expert. Hearing those flattering words, Nu Yan immediately became interested. His expression softened as he asked Zhao Kui to repeat it. Zhao Kui kept fueling the fire. He claimed many livestream viewers were saying the same thing, and some even believed the mad god should give up his title to someone more deserving. The moment he heard that, Nu Yan exploded with anger. His flaming sword was at Zhao Kui's throat in an instant. He growled, asking what gave Zhao Kui the right to say such things. Zhao Kui hurriedly explained that those were other people's opinions, not his own. He even pushed further by saying the mad god had stayed too low-key, allowing rising newcomers to steal all the attention. That only made Nu Yan want to see the battle for himself. After confirming the livestream was still taking place at the mine, he made his decision. Nu Yan shouted for every online guild member to assemble immediately before heading straight to the mine. Back on the battlefield, Lin Yuan continued cutting through the dog monsters, every sword strike carrying overwhelming killing intent. During the fight, he told Taiyang to leave, because the boss had already switched its target to him. Just as he said, the dog monster roared and charged directly at Lin Yuan, determined to tear him apart. Every heavy step sent broken rocks flying across the ground. The earth shook violently, forcing Lin Yuan to brace himself. But that was only a feint. The moment the opening appeared, he launched a decisive counterattack. The dog monster failed to dodge and took Lin Yuan's deadly strike head-on. The live stream chat exploded. As the audience passed 1,000 viewers, countless people begged for slow motion so they could study his movements, amazed by his flawless footwork and incredible speed that left behind afterimages. The dog monster let out a weak cry as its claws scraped wildly across the stone in one final struggle. Even so, instinct drove it to keep chasing Lin Yuan's figure. At that very moment, the battle changed completely as an entire pack of dog zombies appeared. They immediately swarmed the monster and tore into it without giving it any chance to fight back. Standing not far away, Lin Yuan mocked it coldly, saying that charging forward without watching its back was bound to end badly. Then again, a monster like this probably could not understand that lesson anyway, because in the very next moment, Lin Yuan would end everything himself with one unstoppable sword strike. The dog monster let out a miserable scream as countless zombie fangs tore deep into its body. One zombie suddenly leaped into the air, raising its weapon high for the finishing blow. In the next instant, the weapon came crashing down onto the monster's head. At the same time, Lin Yuan completed his stance with the Shadow Fist equipped. He shot forward like lightning and said coldly, "It's over." His fist pierced straight through the monster's body, bringing the boss to its end. Meanwhile, the livestream chat went wild. Some joked that they could no longer tell who the real boss was, while many declared they were now loyal fans of the top player. The system immediately announced the rewards. Lin Yuan successfully defeated the Berserk Rat Lord, reached level 15, and obtained 2 pieces of equipment, Critical Strike Dagger and Swift Boots. The item details quickly appeared. The Silver-grade Critical Strike Dagger increased attack speed, and agility, while its Critical Blade skill empowered every 7th strike. The Silver-grade Swift Boots boosted movement speed, and came with sprint, granting extra speed while out of combat. Taiyang stared at him with wide eyes before rushing over excitedly. He recognized Lin Yuan as the legendary player who had solo-cleared the Corridor of Death, eagerly sent a friend request, and promised they would conquer the game together. Lin Yuan simply turned and walked away, calmly saying he had the wrong person. Taiyang froze, insisting there was no way he could be mistaken because he had watched that recording countless times. Just as the two prepared to leave the mine, a fireball suddenly shot toward them from behind. Lin Yuan reacted instantly. He swung his sword backward, and a flash of blue sword light completely shattered the sneak attack. After blocking the attack, his eyes turned icy as he looked toward the place where the attacker was hiding. A mocking laugh echoed from the mine entrance, causing both Lin Yuan and Taiyang to turn around in alert. Nu Yan slowly stepped out with an arrogant smile and sneered that if they could not recognize him, beating them into cripples would solve the problem. The guild members behind him began chatting among themselves, Some thought it was excessive to gather such a large force against one person, while others suggested starting a livestream so the entire server could witness the fate of anyone who dared challenge the Fury Bow Guild, proving that the Mad God was the strongest player in the Western region. Lin Yuan quickly scanned their formation and immediately understood that they planned to use him as a stepping stone to build their reputation. The sim system confirmed he was under a malicious attack and activated a 15-minute retaliation window, allowing him to kill his attackers without gaining crime points. As Lin Yuan considered his next move, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended onto the battlefield from someone's weapon. Tai Yang boldly stepped forward and declared he would fight to the end. Overflowing with passion, he said he had finally found a chance to fight alongside a true companion and would become the brightest light in this land of death. Hearing that, Lin Yuan could only wonder when the two of them had supposedly become close friends. Honestly, staying out of the way would already be a huge help. Nu Yan pointed straight at Lin Yuan and shouted for him to remember that the Mad God was the strongest. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan rushed over and slapped him across the face, then casually asked what he had just said because he had not heard it clearly. Without stopping, Lin Yuan twisted his wrist and landed another slap across the other cheek. Nu Yan's muscular body instantly lost its balance as he stumbled and crashed face first into the ground before everyone's eyes. The livestream audience exploded past 5,000 viewers. The chat erupted after watching Nu Yan eat 2 slaps before he could even fight back. Many joked that this was the most unforgettable self-destruction stream ever, while others eagerly watched Lin Yuan prepare to face an entire guild alone. Humiliated in front of everyone, Nu Yan roared in fury, calling Lin Yuan nothing more than a lone player with no guild backing, before ordering the entire guild to attack. He swept his eyes across his subordinates and shouted, through gritted teeth, that Lin Yuan had to be taken down no matter what. A commander quickly organized the formation. Warriors moved to the front line. Mages and priests stayed behind to provide support, while archers spread out to secure firing positions. He smirked, convinced that no matter how powerful Lin Yuan was, a single player could never break through such a disciplined formation. Lin Yuan took one glance and immediately spotted their weakness. To break the formation, he first had to eliminate the support line. Without hesitation, he activated stealth and vanished from sight. Nu Yan's subordinates immediately fell into chaos, shouting in panic after losing sight of their target and urging the mages to cast detection spells. The female mage stayed calm and immediately began casting a detection spell. But before the spell could take effect, Lin Yuan appeared right behind them. His cold voice echoed like the arrival of death. The entire group spun around in panic. No one could understand how he had gotten so close without anyone noticing. Watching from outside the fight, Nu Yan kept shouting encouragement to his guild. He believed Lin Yuan had just finished a boss battle and had to be exhausted. With enough numbers, there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was exploding. Many mocked an entire guild for ganging up on one player while pretending to be righteous, while others waited to see if the top player could turn the battle around. Still not satisfied, Nu Yan raised the stakes with a bounty. He announced that anyone who dealt more damage to Lin Yuan would receive a bigger reward, with no upper limit. Motivated by the reward, the Fury Bow Guild charged together. Spells and fireballs rained down non-stop, but Lin Yuan cut through every attack with only a few swings of his sword. Even while fighting, Lin Yuan quickly studied the terrain. The narrow tunnel limited his zombie summons, but dealing with these minor enemies was still easy. Even as a storm of fireballs covered the tunnel ahead, Lin Yuan stood completely calm, as if everything had already gone according to plan. From the battlefield to the livestream, everyone watched without blinking. Some feared the top player would finally be overwhelmed against an entire guild, while many others still believed in him completely. Lin Yuan's movement was unbelievably agile. He slipped past every fireball with only inches to spare. Seeing him constantly on the move, his enemies assumed he was fleeing. They shouted excitedly as they chased him down and blocked every possible escape route. Nu Yan became even more confident and ordered everyone to stay on Lin Yuan's heels, refusing to let him leave the mine alive. He even muttered smugly that today Lin Yuan would finally learn what it felt like to be hunted, completely unaware that Lin Yuan had already circled behind him. Only after finishing his sentence did Nu Yan realize someone was dropping toward him from above. A thunderous kick slammed down, driving him straight into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as the price of his arrogance was paid. Even after taking such a brutal hit, Nu Yan still argued that Lin Yuan had only relied on a sneak attack and had nothing to be proud of. Before he could finish, his body froze as he felt the cold edge of a sword against his throat. Leaning close, Lin Yuan calmly told him to call his guild over if he wanted. Unfortunately, none of them would ever return. He even mocked Nu Yan for leading his entire guild to become monster bait, wondering how the mad god would deal with such a failure. Nu Yan stood there in shock, unable to understand what Lin Yuan meant, and could only stammer a question. The answer appeared at the entrance of the mine. An entire pack of dog miner zombies had surrounded every member of the Fury Bow Guild. Seeing that everything was over, Lin Yuan immediately activated Corpse Explosion. He grabbed Nu Yan by the head while the man struggled and screamed, demanding to know what he was about to do. Lin Yuan answered coldly that if he wanted to know, he could ask his guildmates himself after joining them. A flash of sword light sliced across Nu Yan's neck. The livestream exploded as the audience surpassed 1 million viewers. Everyone praised the top player's flawless execution, while mocking Nu Yan for personally destroying his own guild's formation. As Nu Yan fell, loot scattered all over the ground. Lin Yuan quickly collected everything, pleased that this trip had exceeded all expectations. Among the loot was the gold-grade Blood Corpse Twin Blades, a weapon that greatly increased physical attack speed, and critical rate, while its lifesteal effect restored health based on the damage dealt. The scene then shifted to a quiet place, completely different from the battle that had just ended. He Jin looked at Lin Yuan with completely different eyes, and sincerely admitted he had judged him wrong. He hoped Lin Yuan would visit often because he still needed plenty of ore, and their favorability also increased to friendly. Hearing that, Lin Yuan began calculating. He could only turn in 100 ore bars per day, making this a long-term quest. Even so, his current stockpile would last for quite a while. As for all the equipment taken from the Fury Bow Guild, there was simply too much. Selling everything to Han Chung at once would overwhelm him, so splitting the items among other players seemed like the better option. Even so, relying only on information from the guilds was too passive. To track down the first apostle, he had to follow the clues already in his hands. Memories from his previous life quickly resurfaced. One of the first apostle's subordinates had the ability to control snakes, and that detail was likely connected to the hidden serpent folk civilization beneath the sewer system. It seemed the real key was waiting down there. With his plan set, Lin Yuan immediately picked up the pace and headed straight for his destination. The deeper he went, the darker, damper, and more unsettling the surroundings became. After following the sewers for a while, he encountered a spirit rat. It reminded him of the Changsha Hill police quest to eliminate 30 rats, but what truly interested him was the secret hidden beneath this place. Beneath the sewer system lay a hidden dungeon called the Sand Destroyer Nest. It had a chance to drop the flesh parasite, an extremely rare item that permanently increased attributes. Since the dungeon had a weekly entry limit, its discovery would spark a fierce battle among players. Lin Yuan planned to secure it first with his undead army. According to his memories, finding a chamber marked with a snake symbol would unlock the entrance. It was also the only dungeon directly connected to the sewers and the serpent folk. Lin Yuan continued deeper until he finally spotted what he had been searching for and came to a stop. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as the heavy footsteps of an enormous creature echoed ahead. Even Lin Yuan was stunned. He had never expected such a gigantic serpent to exist inside the demon serpent nest. The system displayed its name: Underworld King Serpent, level 60. Every stat, including HP, attack, defense, and skills, was hidden behind question marks. His expression changed instantly. If this monster truly belonged to the serpent folk civilization, its danger far exceeded his expectations. At level 60, a single hit would be enough to kill him. Left with no other choice, Lin Yuan immediately activated stealth. He knew perfectly well that dying here would cost him both levels and equipment, something he absolutely could not accept. Even so, stealth alone was not enough to make him feel safe in this deadly situation. After thinking for a few seconds, he realized running forever was not a real solution and began searching for terrain he could use to escape. Spotting a narrow triangular rock crevice, Lin Yuan slipped inside, where the underworld king serpent's massive body could not reach him. The monster went berserk, smashing every obstacle in its path, while opening its enormous jaws as if ready to swallow him whole. Huge rocks crashed down as thick clouds of dust filled the entire area. The underworld king serpent bulldozed everything in its path with its colossal body, determined to hunt down its prey. While running, Lin Yuan kept looking back and realized the situation had become far worse. Fighting it head-on was no longer an option. After a desperate escape, he finally reached the territory of the tempered iron ripper lizard. An idea immediately crossed his mind. He would use this monster to hold back the underworld king serpent and buy himself some time. Lin Yuan refused to believe even this powerful creature could not slow the serpent down. Before long, the tempered Iron Ripper lizard confronted the giant snake, and a violent clash erupted. Even with a new opponent in front of it, the underworld king serpent remained just as ferocious, hissing and threatening before launching its attack. Even Lin Yuan did not dare relax, and kept watching the battle behind him. Fortunately, the triangular rock crevice had given him enough distance to stay temporarily safe. Outside, the underworld king serpent continued smashing the ground in a frenzy, sending broken rocks flying everywhere. The tremors were so intense that even Lin Yuan had to drop to one knee to keep his balance. Even so, the confidence in his eyes never faded. The underworld king serpent repeatedly tried to peer into the crevice, but its enormous body could not squeeze inside. Everything had gone exactly as Lin Yuan expected. He calmly looked at the monster and smiled. No matter how powerful it was, this was one place where it could not do whatever it wanted. Just ahead lay the territory of the Western Desert Royal Palace, guarded by the Imperial Preceptor. Any demonic beast that dared approach would meet only one fate: death. The underworld king serpent continued scanning its surroundings, clearly showing signs of caution as well. While catching his breath, Lin Yuan recalled the ancient feud between the Western Desert Kingdom and the Serpent Folk civilization. Overpowered by the kingdom, the Serpent Folk had retreated underground to await their chance for revenge. That was why any demonic beast approaching the royal palace would be eliminated by the Imperial Preceptor without hesitation. As terrifying as the underworld king serpent was, it still could not challenge the Imperial Preceptor. More importantly, the place where it appeared was likely close to the Serpent Folk nest, making it a valuable lead for uncovering the truth. Still, to avoid another near-death experience like this one, Lin Yuan decided to visit the market first and buy snake repellent. It would only work against weaker serpent monsters, but at least it would reduce the risk of accidentally provoking another terrifying monster, like the underworld king serpent. The majestic Western Desert Kingdom stretched out before Lin Yuan, vast and awe-inspiring. The shopkeeper warmly saw him off and hoped he would visit again. The item Lin Yuan had just bought was snake lure powder, a special scent used to attract low-level serpent monsters. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "I searched the entire withered sand city before I finally found you, Chi-gu." The moment he heard the voice, Lin Yuan recognized the player who had escaped the mine with him before. Taiyang hurried over with an excited smile and even tried to give Chi-gu a hug. He kept saying how incredible it was to meet again in such a huge world. Ignoring the over-enthusiastic greeting, Lin Yuan calmly asked why he had come. At the same time, the system displayed a friend request from Taiyang. Taiyang got straight to the point. He wanted Lin Yuan to join him in clearing the Ashen Bone dungeon and confidently claimed they would make the perfect team. Lin Yuan simply declined, saying he had other matters to handle. Even after being rejected, Taiyang refused to give up and kept following him, while trying to persuade Chi-gu to join his party. He even mentioned that Long Yue and Xing-in were already on the team. If Lin Yuan joined them, they would become an unstoppable lineup capable of conquering anything. The name Long Yue immediately made Lin Yuan stop. In his memories, she was the guild master of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the second strongest guild in Withered Sand City, and also a core member of the Order. There were even rumors that she was one of the 9 original founders. This was clearly a perfect chance to investigate both the Order and the First Apostle. However, the hidden dungeon would reset tomorrow. Missing it meant losing an entire week's rewards. After weighing his options, Lin Yuan decided to clear the dungeon first and approach Long Yue afterward. With that in mind, he accepted Taiyang's friend request. Before leaving, Lin Yuan promised they could clear the dungeon together another time, because he still had something important to do. Taiyang happily agreed, and said he would be ready whenever Lin Yuan contacted him. After parting ways, Lin Yuan followed the winding caves while recalling that the entrance to the hidden dungeon was always guarded by a massive python. As long as he followed the trail left behind by the giant serpent, he would eventually find the entrance. A long, wet trail soon caught his attention. Moments later, Lin Yuan noticed countless baby snakes nearby, constantly flicking their tongues. He immediately recognized them as monsters from the serpent den, but he remained on full alert. Heavy crashes echoed through the tunnels as rocks split apart and debris flew everywhere. The moment he spotted the corpse of a dog beast nearby, Lin Yuan smiled. He knew he had finally found the right place. Inside the dungeon, everything was shrouded in a hazy mist. Only a single flickering torch cast a faint light across the darkness. The system immediately announced, "You have entered the hidden dungeon, Blood Serpent Den." Initial analysis identifies the boss as a level 10 Serpent Lord. The boss possessed 1,000 base HP, plus an extra 500 from the flesh seed. It had 100 attack, 10 defense, and the skills Flesh Fusion and Flesh Larva Fusion. The flesh seed granted an additional 500 HP. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gave the signal and shouted, "Attack!" The instant the order was given, every Ripper lizard under his command appeared, ready to clash with the swarm of young snakes below. Once the formation was complete, Lin Yuan immediately ordered them to wipe out every monster in sight. A barrage of skills erupted at once. The Death Ripper lizard unleashed Crystal Thunder Blast, as twin streams of blue lightning collided in a dazzling explosion. The system repeatedly asked whether the player wished to use a Flesh Vitality Seed. This special item could permanently increase one random primary attribute by 1 to 5 points. Human class players also gained 1 endurance, up to a maximum of 100. Lin Yuan instantly realized this was the exclusive treasure, dropped only in this hidden dungeon. Without the slightest hesitation, he used it immediately. After consuming the Flesh Vitality Seed, the system announced that his spirit had increased by 1, while his endurance also rose by 1, out of the 100-point limit. Lin Yuan was extremely satisfied with the result. Each player could use a maximum of 100 seeds, but because they permanently increased attributes, they were incredibly valuable. On the market, every single seed sold for at least 4 to 5 gold coins. As for Lin Yuan, simply clearing this dungeon once a week could earn him thousands of them, giving him a steady fortune without relying on any guild. Thinking about the massive profit ahead, Lin Yuan wasted no time and began using flesh seeds one after another. The system kept announcing, Constitution 1, Endurance reached 21 out of 100. The next notification read, Strength 1, Endurance reached 31 out of 100. Another seed increased Spirit by 1, bringing Endurance to 41 out of 100. The more he used, the more determined his expression became. He kept consuming them until he reached the limit. The final notification appeared. Spirit 1. Endurance reached the maximum of 100 out of 100. His status panel now showed. Player Lin Yuan, level 15, class Forbidden Necromancer Hunter, talents Dark Summoning and Underworld Gate, HP 891, Strength 77, Constitution 101, Agility 119, Spirit 318, EXP 2040 16,739. Looking at his upgraded stats, Lin Yuan was completely satisfied. He decided to save the remaining 900 flesh seeds and sell them gradually after renting a shop. As long as he cleared this hidden dungeon once a week, the income would stay incredibly stable. Before leaving, he made one more plan. Leaving 3 undead zombies to guard the entrance would keep weaker players away for quite some time. Lin Yuan also realized the serpent monsters here were completely different from the snakes controlled by KA earlier. That guy probably possessed a mutated ability related to monsters, because a level 60 creature should not exist at this stage of the game. Just then, the system notified him of a call from the real world. The caller was his younger sister, Xiao Tan. Lin Yuan was surprised because she rarely contacted him first. Something must have happened. He answered immediately and gently asked what was wrong. From the other end, Xiao Tan quietly asked if he had already eaten dinner. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed and simply replied that he had already eaten. Suddenly, Xiao Tan's classmates started teasing her in the background. They laughed and said she was too shy to ask, so they were asking for her instead. She wanted her brother to carry her through a dungeon. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. Even so, he wondered why Xiao Tan suddenly wanted him to help her clear a dungeon. Right then, a mocking voice interrupted. The speaker sneered that Xiao Tan's brother was all talk, and everything he had just said had to be a lie. The mockery continued. The man laughed that Lin Yuan had not even asked which dungeon they meant. Another girl joined in and suggested they challenge Heroic Ash Valley, a dungeon that no guild had managed to clear yet. Hearing that, Xiao Tan moved closer to the phone and quietly asked whether he dared accept the Heroic Ash Valley challenge. Wang Yan kept insulting them, claiming the siblings were putting on a show to fool everyone. He even dragged their parents into it with cruel insults. When her family was insulted, Xiao Tan angrily tried to argue back. Lin Yuan immediately stopped her and calmly said there was no need to waste words. He would go to Ash Valley himself. Hearing that only made Xiao Tan more worried. She knew her brother was an excellent gamer and had earned plenty of money through the game. But Heroic Ash Valley was an extremely dangerous dungeon, second only to death difficulty. She feared she had accidentally pushed him into a deadly situation. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a familiar voice suddenly called Xiao Tan's name. She turned around in surprise and saw Qian Qian. Almost at the same moment, the system announced that Qian Qian Changge had joined the party. Qian Qian explained that she had heard the entire story. Earlier that morning, Xiao Tan had only mentioned that her family had moved into a new villa. but Wang Yan overheard it and deliberately twisted her words. She came to testify and make sure Wang Yan apologized in front of everyone. Xiao Tan thanked Qian Qian with gratitude. With another witness on her side, she believed the truth would soon come out, and the others would have no excuse to keep slandering her. Even then, Wang Yan refused to stop mocking them. He sneered that Xiao Tan's parents were probably just servants working in someone else's villa, which was why they dared claim they lived there. The system then announced that 2 more players had joined the party, Peerless Demon Blade and Mad, looking for wife. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Tan fired back, saying Wang Yan only looked down on others because he came from a wealthy family. Seeing her get angry, Qian Qian immediately told her not to waste time arguing with someone like him. Furious at being challenged, Wang Yan shouted at the top of his lungs. He ordered his 2 lackeys to teach Xiao Tan a lesson and promised to pay them double. The 2 henchmen grinned wickedly. They had wanted to cause trouble for a long time, and now that Wang Yan was backing them, they openly threatened to rip Xiao Tan's clothes apart. But the outcome was nothing like they expected. In a flash, icy sword strikes lit up the battlefield. The 2 lackeys only managed a few painful screams before collapsing on the spot. At the critical moment, Lin Yuan arrived just in time. The instant he stepped in, he made them pay in blood. After dealing with the threat, he gently asked Xiao Tan if she was hurt. She quietly said she was fine. Behind her, Qian Qian stared at him in awe, amazed by his speed and strength. Wang Yan completely lost his temper. He shouted that Lin Yuan dared attack his men. He even complained about the money he spent hiring them, and wondered how they could clear the dungeon with 2 people gone. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan was already standing right in front of him. In a freezing voice, he demanded to know why Wang Yan bullied his sister and even insulted their parents. Faced with that stare, Wang Yan lost his nerve and stammered as he asked if Lin Yuan knew who he was. His only answer was a crushing punch that twisted his face and sent blood spraying everywhere. Lin Yuan leaned down and whispered in his ear that he did not care who he was. If he loved throwing his weight around, then he had to face the consequences. Even while lying flat on the ground, Wang Yan kept arguing. He pointed out that the dungeon required at least 6 players, and now that 2 of his men were down, who would fill the team? Lin Yuan calmly replied that he did not need to worry about that. Just stand there and watch. He already had a plan because Ash Valley could drop the combat skill he wanted. He decided to call Tai Yang over. That would complete the team and also give him another chance to get closer to Long Yu. Without hesitation, he sent the party invitation. Qian Qian leaned over and whispered to Xiao Tan that her brother was even stronger than she imagined and unbelievably cool. Xiao Tan blushed slightly and pretended it was nothing special. Wang Yan refused to shut up. He mocked Lin Yuan's, saying someone as poor as him could only invite mediocre players. But the girl beside him suddenly turned pale and nervously told him to look ahead. The newcomer was Tai Yang, one of the famous super god trio. The moment he saw Lin Yuan, he launched into another dramatic greeting and claimed fate had destined them to fight side by side. A system notification appeared. Player Tai Yang has joined the party and completed teleportation. Wang Yan was stunned. He recognized Tai Yang as the main healer of Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, the 2nd strongest force in Western Desert. Thinking this expert had come to lead his team, he quickly tried to thank him. Qian Qian was just as shocked. She could not understand why someone of Tai Yang's status would appear here, because players like him never joined random parties. Xiao Tan could only shake her head because she did not know either. But the moment Tai Yang saw Lin Yuan, all his expert composure disappeared. He rushed over excitedly, thrilled that Lin Yuan had finally invited him to a dungeon, and said he came running the instant he received the invitation. Tai Yang excitedly declared that the 2 of them together were basically an unbeatable team. Seeing him getting carried away, Lin Yuan quickly covered his mouth. The scene left Wang Yan completely speechless. He could not believe an elite like Tai Yang would willingly follow Lin Yuan. Even the girl beside him wondered if Tai Yang had joined the wrong party. Tai Yang immediately denied it. He said he came here for Ash Valley and introduced Lin Yuan as the real powerhouse, a legend even respected by top experts. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan cut him off and urged everyone into the dungeon. Wang Yan still refused to believe it. He insisted Lin Yuan had simply hired a famous player for support. In his opinion, even the top guilds failed hero difficulty Ash Valley, so one healer from the 2nd-ranked guild would change nothing. Lin Yuan turned back with an icy stare and told him to shut up and watch how he cleared the dungeon. The system immediately announced that the entire party had entered Ash Valley. The difficulty was confirmed as hero. Teleportation light surrounded every member and carried the team inside. The moment they arrived, they faced their first monster, a level 18 ash lizard, a normal monster with 4,700 HP, 580 attack, 75 defense, and the flame spray skill that launched fire and inflicted a 10-second burn effect. Just looking at the monster's stats filled Xiao Tan with overwhelming pressure. She could not help worrying about her brother and regretted that she was still too weak to help him. Meanwhile, Wang Yan came up with a dirty plan. With a sinister grin, he ordered his companion to lure every monster in the area over and make sure Lin Yuan could not clear the dungeon easily. The girl immediately nodded and carried out Wang Yan's order. In their minds, Lin Yuan had no way out this time. Before long, waves of ash lizards emerged from the thick smoke. Their furious roars shook the area as a brutal battle was about to begin. Hearing the strange noise, Lin Yuan immediately looked toward its source. Moments later, countless ash lizards surrounded the entire area. Seeing so many monsters, Qian cried out in shock. Even Xiao Tan was caught off guard. None of the guide videos she had watched ever showed a situation like this. Before anyone could react, the monster horde charged forward and launched its attack. Watching from behind, Wang Yan smirked as he waited to see the party get wiped out. Unlike him, Tai Yang was thrilled. He laughed and said this was the kind of battle worth fighting. He believed this would be the perfect stage for both himself and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan simply stayed calm and summoned the Thunder Scorpion. The elite Thunder Scorpion appeared and instantly unleashed Crystal Thunder Burst. The attack swept across the battlefield and erased a huge group of ash lizards in one strike. Before anyone could recover, Lin Yuan charged straight into the monster horde and told everyone to protect themselves. His sword flashed again and again at incredible speed. Every slash brought another monster crashing to the ground. Even while fighting non-stop, Lin Yuan kept scanning the battlefield for any surprise. Behind him, Xiao Tanj drew her sword and stepped in front of Qian, telling her to stay behind. Qian nodded and told her to be careful. But before Xiao Tan could make a move, Lin Yuan appeared and cut down the ash lizard charging at her. He reminded her not to take unnecessary risks. Xiao Tan froze in place. She realized her brother was far stronger in the game than she had ever imagined. After finishing the enemy, Lin Yuan slowly turned around and gently patted his sister on the head. He reassured her that as long as he was there, he would never let anyone put her in danger. Hearing that, Xiao Tan blushed, lowered her head, and pressed her lips together. Even without a word from her, Lin Yuan only smiled warmly. As Xiao Tan shyly pushed his hand away, Qian watched with sparkling eyes, thinking how safe it must feel to have a brother like him. Feeling completely overshadowed, Wang Yan started bragging again. He claimed Ash Valley was not as difficult as the rumors said. As long as one player was strong enough, they could dominate the dungeon. With his silver gear, he believed he was second to none. Mo Ling immediately agreed, saying those people could never afford equipment like that. Wang Yan grew even more arrogant and loudly told everyone to watch his true strength. The moment he finished speaking, he confidently charged at an ash lizard. But before he could show anything, the monster sent him flying with a single hit. Wang Yan crashed to the ground, clutching himself and screaming in pain. He could not understand why the monsters here were so powerful. Lin Yuan glanced at him and coldly said that if he wanted to die, he should wait until the dungeon was cleared first. After saying that, Lin Yuan started thinking. He had planned to prepare a gold-grade item for Xiao Tan, but under the current situation, silver gear would have to do. He took out several pieces of equipment and handed them directly to his sister, saying they suited her perfectly and she should use them for now. One of them was the silver-grade priceless battle armor. It granted 50 constitution, 15 critical damage, and the priceless soul skill, which converted part of the user's defense into a shield after landing a critical hit. The moment Mo Ling saw the rare equipment, her eyes lit up. In her view, a single silver item was worth millions, yet Lin Yuan gave them away without a second thought. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still lying on the ground groaning in pain. However, Xiao Tan shook her head and refused. She told him to keep the gear because she wanted to earn her own equipment. Lin Yuan could only smile helplessly. His sister's stubborn personality had not changed at all. Without trying to persuade her further, he returned to fighting alongside Tai Yang. The two worked together flawlessly and wiped out wave after wave of ash lizards. Xiao Tan and Qian quickly joined the battle as well. On the other side, Wang Yan and Mo Ling reluctantly joined the fight, unwilling to look useless. An ash lizard suddenly whipped its spiked tail straight at Xiao Tan's sword. She gritted her teeth and told herself to give it everything she had. The monster let out a furious roar and charged again. Right then, a barrage of attacks rained down out of nowhere. In an instant, the ash lizard lost all 4,700 HP and collapsed on the spot. Xiao Tan immediately turned toward her brother. She knew only Lin Yuan could have secretly helped her. Even though she knew he was protecting her, she took a deep breath, steadied herself, and charged back into battle. Deep down, she refused to stay a little girl who always needed her brother's protection. Seeing that familiar stubbornness, Lin Yuan could only sigh softly. She had even refused the equipment he offered her. Just like that, the siblings quietly competed to see who could defeat more ash lizards. Watching from the side, Qian could not help laughing. One silently protected and supported the other, while the other clearly knew it but insisted on acting independent. To her, their adorable rivalry was even more entertaining than fighting monsters. Meanwhile, in another corner, Wang Yan and Mo Ling were being chased by a whole pack of monsters and barely escaped with their lives. After an intense battle, the party finally had a brief chance to catch their breath. Tai Yang planted his staff into the ground and said, between heavy breaths, that they had reached the boss chamber, and the final boss was waiting inside. He leaned close to Lin Yuan and quietly suggested retreating. According to him, leaving now would not count as a failed run, but if they wiped against the boss, they would lose levels and equipment. The price was simply too high. Hearing that, Lin Yuan frowned slightly before nodding. He admitted that Tai Yang's analysis made perfect sense. Seeing the two considering a retreat, Wang Yan immediately mocked them. He sneered that they acted fearless against normal monsters, but lost their nerve when the real boss appeared. Ignoring the ridicule, Qian turned to comfort Xiao Tan. She said that just reaching this point under Lin Yuan's leadership was already impressive. Hearing that only made Xiao Tan feel even more guilty, believing she had become a burden to her brother. After only a few seconds of thought, Lin Yuan regained his usual calm and stepped to the front. He knew better than anyone how costly death would be in this dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his power and told everyone to stay where they were and watch. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. A spatial portal opened behind him, and he confidently declared that he alone was enough to defeat the boss. Wang Yan turned pale at the sight. He could not believe the man before him possessed the power to summon a mystical beast. Only one question remained in his mind. Who exactly was Lin Yuan? Tai Yang smirked proudly and told everyone that anyone who traveled with Lin Yuan without knowing his true strength was simply ignorant. Whether facing the entire world alone or crushing the Blood Wolf Guild by himself, Lin Yuan was always the strongest in his eyes. Deep inside the dark lair, the Ash Lizard King was resting to recover its strength when everything suddenly changed. A blazing sphere of energy tore through space and shot toward the monster at incredible speed. Sensing danger, the Ash Lizard King instantly opened its eyes, as every survival instinct screamed a warning. But it was still too slow. The energy sphere slammed into its body before it could dodge. Enraged by the attack, the giant monster roared through the cavern and charged outside. The system immediately displayed the target's information. Ash Lizard King, King rank, level 21, 10,000 HP, 2200 attack, 300 defense, with the skills Flame Spray, Flame Shield, and Devour Bite. Unlike the tense expressions on everyone else's faces, Lin Yuan remained unbelievably calm. He slowly walked toward the roaring boss. After seeing the boss stats, Qian and the others gasped. Its attack power alone was enough to convince them that a single hit would kill them. Refusing to stand by any longer, Xiao Tan decided to help. She believed everything had started because of her, so she could not let her brother face the danger alone. She shouted to him, asking to hold the boss back so he could attack. But just as she was about to rush forward, a circle of light appeared beneath her feet. Tai Yang had used holy light restraint to stop her. He calmly walked over and bluntly told her that charging in now would only become a burden to Lin Yuan. Those words left her completely stunned. Tai Yang calmly told her to stay where she was and enjoy Lin Yuan's performance. Up ahead, Lin Yuan stood unshaken before the boss as it prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The instant the massive stream of fire erupted, Lin Yuan leaped into the air at the perfect moment. Everyone behind him was stunned by how precisely he had calculated the attack's range. Seizing the opportunity, every one of his summoned beasts charged in together. By the time the Ash Lizard King realized what was happening, the beasts had already latched onto its body. Without needing a single command, they tore into the boss, dealing non-stop damage. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield descended into chaos. Someone gasped in disbelief after realizing Lin Yuan had even predicted the boss' skill cooldown with almost perfect accuracy. Tai Yang grew more excited with every second, praising Lin Yuan as if he knew every rule governing the boss. To him, this was the perfect battle. Xiao Tan could only watch in silence as she finally witnessed her brother's true strength. Even Mo Ling could not hold back her excitement and loudly cheered for Lin Yuan, calling him unbelievably powerful. Wang Yan's face darkened with rage as he desperately wanted her to shut up. Gripping his sword until his knuckles turned white, Wang Yan came up with another dirty plan. He thought that if he stabbed Lin Yuan from behind and broke his focus, the boss could finish him with a single attack. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained fully focused on fighting the Ash Lizard King without exposing a single opening. The moment the system announced that the Ash Lizard King had used Devour Bite and entered an 8-second cooldown, Lin Yuan knew this was the perfect chance to end the fight. While Lin Yuan was focused on the battle, Wang Yan quietly sneaked up behind him, planning to steal the kill by launching a surprise attack. Unfortunately for him, the trick was far too obvious. The instant Wang Yan got close, Lin Yuan sensed his killing intent. With his awareness, such a clumsy sneak attack had no chance of succeeding. Lin Yuan glanced over his shoulder, curled his lips into a cold smile, and uttered a single word: "Fool." He instantly turned around, effortlessly dodged Wang Yan's strike, and coldly asked if he had a death wish. Wang Yan froze where he stood. He could not believe Lin Yuan had avoided an ambush from such close range. Without giving him another chance, Lin Yuan poured all his strength into one devastating kick and coldly declared that Wang Yan could go join the monster. The kick slammed into Wang Yan's ribs with overwhelming force, leaving him completely helpless. Wang Yan's body flew through the air and landed directly in front of the Ash Lizard King's wide-open jaws. At the same time, Lin Yuan activated Corpse Explosion without hesitation. A violent explosion engulfed both Wang Yan and the Ash Lizard King. Moments later, a server-wide announcement congratulated the party of Anonymous, Bone Ash, Tai Yang, Qian Qian Changge, and their teammates for achieving a historic feat. This was the first successful clear of Ash Valley on hero difficulty. Qian Qian smiled from ear to ear, calling Lin Yuan the #1 expert and begging him to carry her through more dungeons in the future. Xiao Tan was still in shock and shyly replied that her brother was usually busy, so maybe another time. Tai Yang was just as excited, praising Bone Ash for carrying the entire team. He even promised that next time he would show Lin Yuan what a top-tier healer was truly capable of. Meanwhile, Mo Ling took the chance to ask Lin Yuan to add her as a friend. Seeing that, Tai Yang immediately shot her an irritated glare. He remembered that Mo Ling had been with Wang Yan and angrily accused her of siding with someone who betrayed his own teammate. He was even ready to attack her. Just then, another system message appeared. Player Yanxiao Hunter has been eliminated. At the same time, the system asked Lin Yuan whether he wanted to use Dark Summoning on the Ash Lizard King's corpse. He accepted without hesitation. After looking around the battlefield, he told everyone it was time to split the loot, now that all the troublemakers were gone. Qian Qian quickly refused any rewards. She said Lin Yuan had carried the entire run, and simply surviving the dungeon was already more than enough for her. Lin Yuan smiled and said he would keep the skill book and scroll, while everyone else could divide the remaining equipment. A skill book, a scroll, and one special item appeared in his hands. One of the drops was the silver-grade Ash Greaves. They granted 30 Constitution, 20 movement speed, 10 spirit, and the Flame Walk skill, which increased fire damage resistance by 10. Another drop was the bronze-grade Burning Gauntlets. They granted 10 Constitution, 15 strength, and 5 bonus critical damage. Another drop was the bronze-grade Darkfire Longsword. It granted 15 attack, 5 strength, and 5 constitution. The final item was the bronze-grade Swift Boots, which increased movement speed by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 5. Tai Yang quickly grabbed the silver-grade Ash Greaves and burst into laughter. He said his guild leader had been searching for that exact item for a long time. Tai Yang then offered to buy all the remaining gear and split the money based on everyone's contribution. Lin Yuan politely declined because he was not short on money, while Xiao Tan and Qian Qian both agreed with the arrangement. With everything settled, Lin Yuan prepared to leave. Before going, he told Xiao Tan that Wang Yan would never bother her again. If anything happened, she could always come to him, but he still had missions to finish. As he turned around, Xiao Tan quickly called out to him. Lin Yuan looked back in confusion and asked if she needed anything else. The doubts she had been holding back finally surfaced. Ever since entering the dungeon, her brother had displayed strength far beyond normal players, especially his ability to summon mystical beasts one after another. She began to suspect that he was one of the chosen, and carefully asked whether he had noticed anything unusual happening to his bodies since the game began. The question instantly put Lin Yuan on guard. He wondered if his secret had been exposed. But knowing Xiao Tan had been in contact with the Order organization, he became even more determined to keep his identity as the forbidden Necromancer hidden. Keeping a calm expression, Lin Yuan turned away and casually denied it. He even asked if nothing was wrong with him, or if Xiao Tan was the one who had experienced something unusual. The question immediately caught Xiao Tan off guard. She quickly shook her head, said she was fine, then used an unfinished mission as an excuse to leave. Lin Yuan watched her walk away and smiled helplessly. He thought that although she had grown up, her lying skills had not improved at all. Even so, the fact that she had approached him today proved she had truly accepted him as her brother. Just then, Tai Yang's excited voice called out from the distance. Tai Yang came running over with a whole group behind him, waving as he shouted that it was lucky Lin Yuan had not left yet. He explained that Long Yue was preparing to challenge Ash Valley on death difficulty, and he had insisted on inviting Bone Ash to increase their chances of success. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He had not expected the chance to approach Long Yue to come so quickly. It was also the perfect opportunity to investigate whether First Apostle had any connection to the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. After considering it, he agreed and said he also wanted to challenge the highest difficulty. Tai Yang happily threw an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder and began introducing the guild's core members. The first was the leader of the Super God Trio and the guild master of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lang Yue. She simply nodded in greeting, saying she had heard of Bone Ash for a long time and hoped he would join the guild's core team. Seeing the last member remain silent, Tai Yang introduced him as Jing Yin, the Wind Mage of the Super God Trio, an extremely rare class. However, Jing Yin immediately made his position clear. He said he did not consider Lin Yuan a teammate and refused to let a stranger join the party. Jing Yin continued objecting, saying death difficulty was not a place for experiments. In his opinion, a solo player like Lin Yuan lacked team coordination and would only put everyone in danger. Hearing that, Tai Yang immediately lost his temper. He defended Lin Yuan and reminded everyone that Bone Ash had single-handedly carried the previous dungeon run. But Xing Yin did not believe a word of it. He sneered that he had heard plenty of exaggerated stories like that before. Even so, he decided to give Lin Yuan one chance to prove himself. He proposed a wager. If Lin Yuan could take away half of the boss HP by himself, every gold-grade item Xing Yin was wearing would belong to him. But if the party failed because of Lin Yuan, then Lin Yuan would be responsible for all the losses. After saying that, Xing Yin coldly told him to leave the party while he still had the chance. The provocation did not anger Lin Yuan. He calmly replied that he had no reason to refuse a chance to win gold-grade gear, then asked everyone to be witnesses so no one could back out later. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In the end, Lang Yue stepped in to settle the dispute. She reminded Xing Yin that inviting Tai Yang's friend had already been agreed upon. If he had objections, he should have spoken up earlier. Now everyone should focus on clearing the dungeon together. After being reprimanded by the guild master, Xing Yin's face turned red with anger. He believed Lang Yue was favoring an outsider, but she coldly made it clear that her decision would not change. After entering the dungeon, Xing Yin no longer dared to argue with the guild master. He simply clenched his fists and silently swore to prove that he alone deserved to stand beside Lang Yue. His gaze grew colder by the second. In his mind, only one thought remained. The place beside Lang Yue belonged to him alone. The dungeon came into view as the system displayed the stats of the level 18 Ash Lizard. It had 4700 HP, 580 attack, 75 defense, and the flame spray skill. Just then, a pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky. An Ash Lizard immediately noticed the disturbance and turned toward the light with caution. The moment Lang Yu's team and Lin Yuan entered the dungeon, they found themselves surrounded by monsters on every side. Tai Yang gasped and said the number of monsters on death difficulty was terrifying. They had barely entered before getting trapped. Lang Yue quickly stayed calm and ordered the frontline fighters to charge and break open a path. If they failed to escape the encirclement, the entire party would be overwhelmed. Following her command, everyone moved into formation. They held their positions, drew the monster's attention, and searched for an opening. Standing in the backline, Xing Yin was still full of resentment. He could not stop fuming over Lin Yuan's presence, and even felt the urge to throw a spell directly at him. At that moment, an Ash Lizard slipped through the defensive line and charged straight toward the rear. Tai Yang cried out in alarm as he realized his mistake had allowed a monster to break through. Lang Yue and another teammate immediately rushed over to intercept it. While fighting, she shouted at Xing Yin to stay focused because he had let his guard down. From another direction, a teammate yelled that more monsters were pouring in from behind, and the current formation could no longer hold them back. In only a few moments, the party fell into chaos. One player panicked because their summoned beast was about to fall. If it died, all the resources they had invested into its silver gear would be wasted. Just as the formation began to collapse, Lin Yuan calmly told everyone to leave this area to him. The moment he finished speaking, he opened a summoning portal. One summoned beast after another rushed onto the battlefield. The powerful summoned army quickly stopped the ash lizard's charge and forced the monsters to a halt. Blocked in their advance, the monsters roared furiously and launched a counterattack from every direction. Lin Yuan did not stay back either. He charged into the battlefield and fought side by side with his summoned beasts. His clean execution allowed Lang Yu's team to finally breathe again. One teammate was relieved that their companion beast had been saved. Meanwhile, Xing Yin could only grit his teeth as everyone's attention shifted to Lin Yuan. His hatred grew even stronger, and he secretly wished Lin Yuan would never leave this dungeon alive. Just as Xing Yin was about to mock him again, Lang Yue took command and ordered everyone to hold their positions and stay calm. Immediately afterward, the system announced that another wave of monsters had appeared, forcing the party to prepare for another battle. Tai Yang closed his eyes, focused, and began casting his support skills. Lin Yuan kept up his relentless assault as wave after wave of ash lizards fell before him like grass. Swept along by the party's pace, Xing Yin had no choice but to speed up to avoid falling behind. While fighting, Lang Yue quietly observed Lin Yuan. His judgment, adaptability, reflexes, and combat skills were all exceptionally rare. She secretly decided to recruit him into the guild after the dungeon was over. Behind her, Xing Yin's expression became uglier by the minute. He realized his image in Lang Yu's eyes had already suffered, so he began thinking of other ways to embarrass Lin Yuan. With that in mind, Xing Yin pretended to cooperate and deliberately moved closer. He claimed he was there to help and even reminded Lin Yuan to be careful not to get hit by the monsters. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and immediately saw through his intentions. Even so, he treated it as a chance to earn more trust from Lang Yue while learning more about the guild. During the fight, Lin Yuan repeatedly had to change direction because Xing Yin's spells kept missing their targets and almost struck his own teammates. Ahead of him was another massive sea of monsters, gradually trapping him between two threats. At the most dangerous moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Lang Yue pulled Lin Yuan out of the encirclement and quickly assigned their roles. She would handle the right flank, while the left was entrusted to him. Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. The moment she knew he was safe, Lang Yue let go of his wrist and rushed back into the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two fought in perfect sync, each taking down an ash lizard almost at the exact same moment. One held the left flank, while the other covered the right, steadily tearing open the monster's encirclement. With flawless teamwork, they quickly shattered the tightening siege around the party. Everyone behind them watched in amazement. The coordination between their guild master and Lin Yuan was so natural that it looked like they had fought side by side for years. As the battle briefly settled down, Lin Yuan smiled and casually asked if the skill Lang Yu had just used was one she gained after her class advancement. Lang Yue modestly shook her head and explained that it was simply a skill book she had obtained by chance. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yuan praised the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild for gathering so many experts and asked if anyone else in the guild possessed unique skills like that. Lang Yue smiled and replied that if he wanted to know, he should join the guild and find out himself. But Lin Yuan immediately declined. He said he was used to working alone and had no plans to join any faction. His answer and warm smile made Lang Yue pause for a moment. Somehow, both his face and his smile felt strangely familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Watching everything from behind, Xing Yin clenched his teeth in anger. He could not understand what Lin Yuan had said to make Lang Yue react like that. Just then, Tai Yang hurried over and reported that he had collected all the loot. He then asked Lang Yue if they would continue with the original plan and challenge the boss. She simply nodded. However, Xing Yin suddenly stepped forward and pretended to apologize to Lin Yuan for his earlier attitude. He admitted that Lin Yuan was much stronger than expected and said someone with that level of skill deserved a more important role. Then he revealed his true intention by suggesting that Lin Yuan should attract the next boss full attention by himself. Lin Yuan immediately understood the trap. If he only acted as bait, he would have no chance to damage the boss, let alone fulfill the condition of dealing half its HP to win the wager. Xing Yin was clearly trying to back out of the bet. Xing Yin kept a calm face and told Lin Yuan not to overestimate his ability to fight the boss head-on. According to him, as long as Lin Yuan handled the role of bait well, he would still hand over the gold-grade equipment as promised. Lang Yue immediately objected. She believed changing their strategy right before the fight was far too risky. But Xing Yin cleverly replied that if she trusted Lin Yuan so much, then she should let him make the decision himself. Lin Yuan quickly weighed the situation. If he wanted to get closer to the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild and investigate Lang Yue further, he first had to deal with the thorn named Xing Yin. Silencing him came first. Everything else could wait. Was Lin Yuan really going to accept their proposal? Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, and the entire party advanced toward the center of Ash Valley. Tai Yang grinned with excitement and said that this time, they would finally witness Lin Yuan's true strength with their own eyes. Standing in the back, Xing Yin secretly sneered. He believed the kid had no idea that the boss Wideria attacks were the natural enemy of summoners. In his mind, Lin Yuan was about to make a fool of himself. Lin Yuan quietly gathered power into his palm. Even though he knew the death difficulty boss was terrifying, every one of its mechanics was already etched into his memory from his previous life. A sphere of lightning shot straight toward the monster. The attack struck its target and briefly halted the massive beast. The system immediately displayed the boss information. Ash Lizard King, King rank, level 25, 15,000 HP, 1500 attack, 500 defense. Skills: Flame Spray, Furnace of All Things, Sweeping Tail Strike, and Flame Shield. The entire party froze when they saw the death difficulty boss was already level 25, while the strongest players were only around level 10. The overwhelming gap left everyone speechless. Only Xing Yin secretly smiled as he waited for Lin Yuan to fail. Without another moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan charged straight at the boss. As he rushed forward, he shouted for everyone to stick to the original strategy. Attack the ground first. Its skill pattern has not changed. Following his command, the party immediately coordinated and closed in on the giant boss, searching for an opening. Xing Yin, however, simply stood back with his arms crossed and a mocking smile. To him, the scene looked like a group of tiny creatures foolishly challenging a colossal monster. Compared to the enormous beast, the entire party looked incredibly small. Lang Yue urgently shouted for Xing Yin to use his crowd control skill, but he could only curse under his breath, knowing he had already missed the perfect opportunity. The boss immediately unleashed a sweeping fire attack that blasted the entire party away. One teammate angrily rushed over to confront Xing Yin for standing there and doing nothing. Lang Yue sternly demanded to know why he had not used lightning paralysis on the boss' tail, as they had agreed. With their best opportunity wasted, Xing Yin could only stammer out an apology. The other two members fell into despair. Their healing skills needed time to recover. Bone Ash was fighting the boss alone, and abandoning a death difficulty dungeon would cost them dearly. The entire team was trapped in a hopeless situation. Lang Yue calmly spoke up, calling it a lesson for everyone. The newcomer had made no mistakes. Instead, it was the veteran members who had held him back. She decided to tell Lin Yuan to retreat, and the guild would cover all the losses. Just then, a teammate shouted in shock. Lin Yuan was completely unharmed and was still fighting the boss by himself. Looking over the battlefield, Lin Yuan realized his teammates had all lost their ability to fight. He clearly remembered that the Ash Lizard King's weak point was on its back. If its tail could be paralyzed with lightning, it would leave a fatal opening. As the monster charged at him, Lin Yuan simply sneered and swung his sword. He coldly muttered, "Too slow." The elite Thunder Scorpion was summoned and instantly rushed forward to block the boss. The system announced that the elite Thunder Scorpion had activated its third ultimate skill, Death Thunder Strike. A massive surge of electricity engulfed the boss, instantly triggering the paralysis effect. Lin Yuan immediately gave another command. Its back is exposed now. All summoned beasts, attack. Lang Yue was stunned to discover that he also possessed a lightning-type summoned beast, and even knew exactly how to counter the boss. Meanwhile, Xing Yin lowered his head in shame, unable to understand how Lin Yuan knew things that even he did not. Tai Yang quickly regained his composure, and excitedly declared that Lin Yuan really could defeat the boss. He also urged everyone to recover as quickly as possible and provide support. But they soon realized the situation was far more complicated than they had imagined. Lin Yuan's summoned beasts could not hold out for long. A single collision from the monster crushed them one after another. Their HP bars dropped at an alarming rate, and their bodies began to lose balance. Lin Yuan immediately activated Dark Thunder Source. In an instant, every summoned beast recovered to full health, and their combat power returned to its peak. Xing Yin was completely speechless. He could not believe Lin Yuan was even capable of healing his summoned beasts. With an ability like that, Lin Yuan alone was enough to defeat the boss. Lang Yue shouted for everyone to get ready, because the boss' HP was almost gone. The entire party launched a final assault. At that exact moment, the system announced that the Ash Lizard King had activated Furnace of all things. From behind, Long Yue immediately warned everyone to be extremely careful, because this was the boss' deadliest area attack before its defeat. Realizing Lin Yuan was far stronger than he had imagined, Jing Yin was consumed by jealousy. He refused to let Lin Yuan win, because both the equipment and Long Yue were things he wanted for himself. He even came up with the idea of making both Lin Yuan and the boss disappear together. Blinded by rage, Jing Yin shouted for everyone to get out of the way before casting Repulsion Lightning Ring, under the excuse of stopping the boss. A ring of electricity spread out from his body. Lang Yue had just turned around when she saw the lightning erupt directly behind her. She tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The blast sent her flying backward, leaving her stunned. Lin Yuan had already expected this trick, so he casually leaped out of the skills range. As expected, Jing Yin had chosen to betray his teammates. Lang Yue was not as fortunate. She completely lost control as she flew backward. Seeing that no one else could catch her in time, Lin Yuan sighed and immediately sprang into action. He pushed off the ground with all his strength and dashed straight toward Lang Yue. Mid-air, Lin Yuan gently caught her. One arm supported her shoulders while the other held her legs, carrying her in a princess carry before landing safely. The rescue looked like a scene straight out of a movie. Lin Yuan softly told her not to panic and to hold on tightly. After carrying Lang Yue out of the danger zone, he immediately leaped back and activated Corpse Explosion. A deafening blast shook the entire battlefield. Moments later, a server-wide announcement appeared. Congratulations to the party of anonymous player, Tai Yang, Lang Yue, Xing Yin, Dao Ka, and Barbarian Beast Tamer for becoming the first team to clear Ash Valley on death difficulty. Only then did Lang Yue finally let out a sigh of relief. Her face flushed red as she unconsciously continued holding on to Lin Yuan, praising how someone so young could stay so calm in every situation. Lin Yuan simply smiled and replied that he had just been lucky. Lang Yue shyly asked that even if he did not join the guild, she still wanted to add him as a friend, so they could challenge tougher dungeons together later. Lin Yuan gladly agreed. The two quickly added each other through the system, and Lin Yuan accepted Lung Yu's friend request. Jinyan Taiyang picked up the golden staff, dropped by the boss, and laughed, saying it was rare to see Xiao Ye blush like this. As everyone walked over, Lung Yue grew even more embarrassed. She cleared her throat and quietly asked Lin Yuan to put her down. Meanwhile, Xing Yin could only grip his staff tighter, filled with resentment because he had never even touched her once. Lin Yuan gently let go so Lung Yue could stand on her own. Right then, the system revealed the battle results, confirming that the anonymous hidden player had earned 87 contribution points in the death difficulty, Grey Ash Valley raid. After checking the results, Lin Yuan immediately reminded Jing Yin about their bet. With 87 contribution points, the golden gear naturally belonged to him. Jing Yin was furious, but still tried to argue, saying they should inspect all the loot before splitting anything. Lin Yuan flatly refused. He demanded the golden gear immediately as agreed. Cornered, Jing Yin begged for more time, but Lin Yuan instantly realized he was trying to break his promise. Seeing the tension rise, Lung Yue stepped in to calm everyone and said the equipment might not even suit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan replied that he was more interested in meeting skilled players than in the equipment itself. Lung Yue smiled and said she would return to the guild to discuss it with everyone. After the conversation ended, Lin Yuan walked to the corpse of the Grey Ash Lizard King. He suddenly remembered something important, placed his hand on the boss, and prepared to use dark magic to turn it into an undead under his command. But at that exact moment, the system suddenly sent a warning that the 3 dog-head zombies mining in the sewer had been killed. The unexpected news left Lin Yuan completely stunned, and he blurted out in surprise. He quickly analyzed the situation. His 3 undead had been wiped out in an area where almost no players ever came. Even if someone had shown up, they should have been strong enough to scare away weaker players. That left only one possibility. The mysterious snake controller had appeared. Lin Yuan immediately realized the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived, because every clue about the first disciple now pointed to that person. Without wasting another second, he opened a teleport gate and stepped through. Behind him, Jinyan Taiyang hurriedly shouted that they had not even collected the loot yet. After the teleport, Lin Yuan appeared inside a dark sewer system. The air was thick with dampness, rotten moss, and stagnant water, while the torches on the walls barely lit the path ahead. The moment he arrived, he activated stealth. The place looked quiet, but he knew caution always came first. Following the tunnel, Lin Yuan quickly reached the spot where the 3 dog-head zombies had died and crouched down to examine the remaining traces. After a careful inspection, he concluded there were almost no signs of a fight. The three undead had all been killed with a single clean strike, proving the attacker had incredible assassination skills. But one detail on the bodies caught his attention. There were 2 deep bite marks on each neck, clearly left by a snake. Lin Yuan immediately ruled out the possibility that it was a hidden dungeon monster. The bite marks did not match, and if it had been the Nether King snake, the bodies would never have remained this intact. From those clues, he concluded the only possible culprit was the mysterious snake controller. Just then, a chilling killing intent suddenly closed in from behind, forcing Lin Yuan to spin around on guard. As his stealth expired, the system displayed the attacker's information. Standing before him was the bone-devouring demon snake, a level 15 boss with 4500 HP, 300 ATK, 130 def, and the skills bone-devouring nether strike, poison barrage, and flesh fusion. The giant snake immediately lunged with its jaws wide open, but Lin Yuan swiftly dodged aside and let it slam into the spot where he had just been standing. After creating a safe distance, he summoned ghostly flames and switched to ranged attacks with blazing fireballs. Since he still did not know everything this snake could do, Lin Yuan refused to lower his guard. His barrage of fireballs forced it to retreat for the moment. But before he could relax, another bone-devouring demon snake suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing its glowing red eyes, he realized there were even more enemies than he had expected. The second snake instantly lunged at his head, but Lin Yuan reacted in time and swung his sword to block the attack just inches away. While holding the attack back, he immediately gave an order to his undead. "Death Giant Wolf, keep it busy." After reading the battlefield, Lin Yuan realized fighting the snakes was only wasting time. The real target was the man hiding in the shadows, and he had to force him out. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a dark corner, as if he had spotted something important. He instantly fixed his gaze on a snake quietly slipping away and smiled. "Finally, I found your trail." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan exploded forward with lightning speed. As he closed in, he clenched his fist and declared that his target had nowhere left to run. The shadow glove was already activated. A punch wrapped in eerie blue flames shot straight toward the target. But strangely, after the impact, the iron bars in front of him remained completely untouched. Lin Yuan immediately realized something was wrong. Looking closer, he recognized the marks on the gate as ones he had made himself before. This was the prison that held the Nether King snake. His enemy had deliberately lured him into a carefully prepared trap. Right then, the death giant wolf behind him suddenly let out a loud warning howl. At the same time, Lin Yuan sensed countless snakes closing in from behind. He immediately decided to find out who had really fallen into the trap. Stealth was activated once again. In an instant, Lin Yuan completely disappeared, leaving the swarm of snakes with no target. The prey, that had seemed caught suddenly, vanished without a trace. A disappointed voice echoed from the darkness. "Looks like I still couldn't fool him." A man slowly stepped out among the snakes and coldly declared that no one else would ever learn the secret beneath these sewers, because this was his territory. He scanned the area before suddenly stopping at the faint ripples on the water. That tiny detail was enough for him to realize something was wrong. Without hesitation, he sneered. "So you finally showed your tail. Go become food for my snakes." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his snakehead staff. A massive wave of dark energy erupted and swept through everything in its path. But at that exact moment, Lin Yuan appeared right behind him and calmly greeted him. The man spun around in complete shock. Without giving him a chance to recover, Lin Yuan immediately slashed with his sword. Even so, the man barely managed to dodge the strike. Grinding his teeth in anger, he roared that Lin Yuan had actually outplayed him. He slammed his staff into the ground and ordered the entire swarm of demon snakes to attack at once. Lin Yuan quickly spotted his weakness. The man clearly avoided close combat and always tried to keep his distance. As long as his undead held back the snakes, victory would be his. With that thought, Lin Yuan charged forward while mocking him. "You're not the only one who can summon minions." The snake controller's face immediately changed as the 3 dog-head zombies appeared before him once again. Pressing the attack without pause, Lin Yuan mocked him for hiding behind his pets, because he had nothing else. Enraged, the man shouted that a dead man did not need to know so much. Lin Yuan fired back. "Without your snakes protecting you, could you even survive one hit from me? And someone this weak wants to serve the first disciple? What a joke." Hearing that title, the man froze, unable to understand how Lin Yuan knew about his master. Just then, the ground shook violently as even more venomous snakes crawled out. He laughed proudly, boasting that he still had countless snakes, then declared he would capture Lin Yuan alive and force out all his secrets. Unlike his opponent, Lin Yuan remained calm. He quickly realized this ambush had been prepared long ago, and the man knew the sewers far too well. That proved he was a trusted subordinate of the first disciple, making him far too valuable to kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's sword wiped out every snake that had just appeared. Seeing the situation turn against him, the man unleashed his ultimate move and declared the battle would end here. Lin Yuan stayed perfectly calm and even used the enemy's own attack to close the distance. But this time, the dark magic exploded with overwhelming power and blasted him far away. Countless snakes immediately wrapped around his body, making Lin Yuan realize the spell also carried a powerful restraining effect that drastically slowed him down. The man slowly walked over with a satisfied grin. At first, he thought he had imagined those zombies, but he had actually encountered a real undead hunter. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's skill set still seemed incomplete. Even while trapped by the snakes, Lin Yuan calmly asked what nonsense the man was talking about. Deep down, though, he grew suspicious, because the man not only knew about the undead hunter class, but also understood its skill set very well. The man did not explain. He simply laughed like a madman, convinced victory was already his. Then he demanded to know where Lin Yuan had learned about the first disciple, and claimed they had plenty of time to talk. Lin Yuan smirked and said that question should be directed at him instead. He promised to make the man reveal every secret himself. At that moment, a massive three-headed Nether King snake slowly rose behind the snake controller. He was stunned to discover his snake had somehow been turned into an undead. Despite being restrained, Lin Yuan remained calm. He said his undead army was nearly endless, while the man's snakes were only getting fewer. Surrender now, and it would hurt a lot less. Hearing that, the man became even more hysterical and shouted in refusal. He insisted that someone like Lin Yuan could never capture him. Lin Yuan wasted no words. He shattered the restraints and immediately activated Corpse Explosion. The snake controller turned to flee, only to have the Nether King snake block his escape. The enormous serpent instantly coiled tightly around him. Lin Yuan loudly ordered it to hold him in place with Constrict. Only then did Lin Yuan slowly walk over and remark that the man was a fast runner, but at least he had figured out the area where he operated. At this time, Lin Yuan realized the man's current strength was still far below what it would be after the demon god's awakening. Once he learned a skill that could break crowd control, that entire snake swarm would become valuable undead material. Amid the rubble, a small object suddenly glowed and caught his attention. Lin Yuan bent down and picked it up, discovering it was a pocket watch. The item had no equipment stats, so it was likely some kind of token. If the man truly belonged to the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild, Leng Yue might be able to identify it, because he could not have escaped very far. Just then, the system notified him of a message from Leng Yue. She wanted to meet and discuss a few things about the Grey Ash Valley dungeon. That evening, they met at a quiet tavern in the brightly lit city. Leng Yue sat across from him with a smile and apologized for arriving late. She gently placed an exquisite ring on the table and said it was the golden equipment she had promised, asking Lin Yuan if he liked it. The ring was called Mind Focus Ring, an extremely rare piece of golden equipment. Holding the ring, Lin Yuan quickly evaluated its energy recovery effect. After learning Corpse Explosion, his energy consumption had increased significantly, making the ring a perfect fit. Leng Yue then raised her hand again. One item after another appeared across the table. Smiling, she explained that this was all the loot from Grey Ash Valley, and according to their agreement, Lin Yuan had the first pick. Lin Yuan calmly inspected every reward and nodded with satisfaction. The quality exceeded even his expectations, but in the end, he chose only a single skill book. Resting his chin on one hand, he smiled and teased Leng Yue that he had always thought she was cold and distant. He never expected to see her relaxing in a lively tavern. His smile faded as he seriously explained that while leveling in the sewer, he had encountered an expert wearing an emblem that looked almost identical to the Jinghua Shui Yue symbol. He wanted to know the person's identity and asked if she could investigate. Leng Yue immediately agreed to look into it after returning to the guild. Lin Yuan then placed the pocket watch on the table and asked whether she had ever seen it before or knew any guild member who used one. Leng Yue carefully examined the watch for a long time before shaking her head. In her opinion, it did not look like equipment, and she had never seen an accessory like it. Hearing that, Lin Yuan showed no disappointment. He simply asked her to keep an eye on what had happened in the sewer, because it was extremely important to him. Leng Yue gladly agreed. After a brief silence, Lin Yuan brought up another question. Leng Yue tilted her head slightly and quietly admitted that Jing Yin was indeed furious, but this time the fault was entirely his. She continued by saying that Lin Yuan reminded her of her younger brother. Sometimes she even felt as if she were looking at him. If he were still alive, he would probably be about Lin Yuan's age now. Only then did Lin Yuan understand why Leng Yue had been acting a little differently around him. He quietly offered his condolences. Leng Yue slid the pocket watch back toward him with a gentle smile and said, "The past should remain in the past." Before they parted, Leng Yue reminded him to stock up on lightning resistance potions, because he would need them very soon. Hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately guessed the Order organization already knew a lightning dungeon would appear soon. Coincidentally, he possessed the recipe for the strongest lightning resistance potion. Just then, the system confirmed his quest was complete after he handed Mo 100 magic seal herbs. The two stood up. Lin Yuan said he would consider her advice and excused himself, while Leng Yue decided to leave with him. The two walked out of the tavern, completely unaware that Jing Yin had been secretly watching from the shadows. Seeing them together, jealousy instantly consumed him. He gritted his teeth and swore to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. At that moment, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan suddenly appeared right behind him, startling Jing Yin. Leng Yue even greeted him as if it were nothing more than a chance encounter. Caught spying, Jing Yin hurriedly made excuses, claiming he had only been passing by. He then warned Leng Yue to stay away from Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan calmly explained that he had only invited her out to discuss guild matters and nothing more. Jing Yin refused to let it go. He reminded everyone that Lin Yuan had once said he would never join any guild, so why was he now meeting with their guild leader? He hinted that Lin Yuan clearly had another motive. Watching him cling to the issue, Lin Yuan could only think that the man was truly annoying. Smiling, Lin Yuan admitted he did have a purpose. He wanted to learn from guild leader Leng Yu's outstanding skills. Jing Yin became even more convinced Lin Yuan was hiding something and continued warning her. This time, Leng Yue finally spoke in a cold voice. She thanked Jing Yin for his concern but firmly stated that she needed no one's permission to decide where she went or whom she met. Seeing her attitude change, Jing Yin desperately tried to explain. Leng Yue coldly replied that she had even tried to save the equipment for him, yet everything he had done only made her more disappointed. No matter how much he begged, she turned around and walked away. Watching Leng Yue and Lin Yuan disappear into the distance, Jing Yin's hatred burned even hotter. In his mind, everything was Lin Yuan's fault. Blinded by resentment, Jing Yin decided he would kill Lin Yuan no matter the cost. The scene shifted to a silent room with an unsettling atmosphere. Jing Yin entered with a dark expression and overwhelming killing intent. As soon as he met the person inside, he asked him to eliminate someone. The masked man calmly sipped his wine and leisurely told Jing Yin not to rush. Running out of patience, Jing Yin promised to pay double after the job was done and sent him a picture of Lin Yuan. He stressed that the target had to die in the most miserable way possible. Tempted by the reward, the masked man immediately accepted. Before leaving, Jing Yin added one more request. The assassination had to take place in broad daylight, with plenty of witnesses. He smiled wickedly, hoping Lin Yuan would be tortured to death before everyone's eyes. The masked man began reviewing the target's file. The moment he saw the picture, he felt as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Meanwhile, in a small town on the other side of Sama, De Hui carefully examined the pocket watch from every angle before shaking his head. He admitted he had never seen anything like it. It looked like an ordinary ornament, though someone from the Hitvis Knights might recognize it if Lin Yuan could find a way to get inside. Lin Yuan was disappointed that even a veteran NPC like De Hui had no clues. After Lin Yuan thanked him, De Hui sighed that he had already retired. If he were still in office, helping would have been much easier. Meeting the captain now was no simple task. Just then, a young woman entered carrying food and cheerfully asked how De Hui was doing. The moment he saw her, De Hui smiled warmly and thanked Edith for visiting him so often. Lin Yuan immediately took notice of the name Edith. Taking the opportunity, De Hui told Lin Yuan that Edith could help him enter the Hitvis Knights because she was Captain Sid's daughter. Hearing that, Edith quickly denied it, saying she no longer acknowledged that identity and was now just an ordinary tailor. Lin Yuan finally spoke, saying the conflict between father and daughter was probably just a misunderstanding, and perhaps he could help resolve it. De Hui also urged Edith to let go of the past, because he believed the captain had regretted it for a long time. In the end, Edith softened and invited Lin Yuan to come with her. Sadly, she admitted she had thought she would never have another chance to give this gift to her father. Hearing that, Lin Yuan realized she simply needed someone to help her cross that emotional distance. As she opened the box, Edith admitted that he was right. She handed the box to Lin Yuan and asked him to personally deliver the formal suit she had spent an entire year making to her father. Edith also hoped Lin Yuan would come back and tell her how her father reacted. He immediately agreed and promised to finish the task as quickly as possible. Right after that, the system announced that Lin Yuan had accepted a hidden quest called Dust-Covered Family Bond. The quest could only be triggered after curing De Hui and earning enough reputation with the Hitvis Knights. The objective was to deliver Edith's formal suit to her father. It was a gold-rank quest with a 12-hour time limit. The scene quickly shifted to the Hitvis Knights' camp, where security was extremely tight. The moment Lin Yuan approached, the guards stopped him and demanded to know his identity. Lin Yuan calmly explained that Edith had asked him to deliver something to the captain. As soon as one of the guards heard Edith's name, he told Lin Yuan to wait while he reported inside. While waiting, Lin Yuan thought to himself that the Hitvis Knights were one of the West Desert's strongest forces, second only to the national teacher. Building ties with them would bring enormous benefits. Not long afterward, the guard returned and escorted Lin Yuan inside. At the same time, another knight rode past on a strange beast with a lion's head, a horse's body, and a pair of massive wings. Lin Yuan recognized it as a Hitvis beast, the signature mount of the Hitvis Knights. If he wanted one, he would have to earn even more reputation. After walking a little farther, they stopped in front of a large building. The guard told Lin Yuan that Captain Sid was waiting inside, before leaving him to enter alone. Lin Yuan politely thanked him. Before stepping through the door, Lin Yuan reminded himself that Sid was incredibly powerful. He had once defeated a level 60 Lord-class monster by himself, so Lin Yuan absolutely could not expose his identity as an undead hunter. Inside the hall, a powerfully built man was already waiting. Lin Yuan immediately greeted Captain Sid with respect. Sid skipped the formalities and immediately asked about Edith. The only thing he wanted to know was whether she was living well. Lin Yuan placed the box on the table and said that Edith had always missed her father and had asked him to deliver it personally. He explained that the formal suit represented an entire year of Edith's hard work and hoped Sid could feel the love she had poured into it. Sid quietly accepted the box and said the suit undoubtedly carried all of Edith's devotion. What pained him most was why she still refused to come see him herself. As he examined every careful stitch, Sid recalled how he had once opposed Edith's dream of becoming a tailor and had forced her to give it up, driving the two of them apart for all these years. 10 years after their last meeting, Sid could only gently run his hand over the formal suit, with eyes full of regret. Lin Yuan was surprised to see such a gentle side of a man famous for his toughness. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to ask about the pocket watch and added that Edith had never truly blamed her father. Lin Yuan passed along Edith's message that Sid no longer needed to carry the burden of so-called honor, because what she wanted most was simply to return home and be with her father. Lin Yuan nodded and said that besides that matter, he also wanted to ask Sid about something else. He took out the pocket watch and asked whether the captain knew anything about its origin. Sid examined it for a while, before saying he had never seen a watch like it before. After the conversation ended, Sid urged Lin Yuan to return and tell Edith the good news. Lin Yuan agreed and prepared to leave. But just then, Sid suddenly called him back. Lin Yuan tensed for a moment, thinking his identity had been exposed. Instead, Sid simply sighed, admitted he had been discourteous, and said that anyone trusted by Edith deserved his trust as well. He sincerely thanked Lin Yuan for helping his daughter and authorized him to use the name of the Hitvis Knights to protect Edith if anyone ever dared to bully her. Hearing that, Lin Yuan finally relaxed and solemnly promised to protect Edith well. The system immediately announced that Sid had officially recognized him, granting 1,000 reputation with the Hitvis Knights, raising their relationship to friendly, and awarding him the title of Honorary Knight. Lin Yuan was genuinely surprised to receive the Hitvis Knight's badge on the spot. It was an item that could only be obtained directly from Sid, and it would allow him to travel freely throughout the West Desert. His reputation had now reached 1,500 points, unlocking the reputation shop. Lin Yuan instantly realized this was his chance to buy rare items unavailable anywhere else. The shopkeeper warmly welcomed the new customer. Without wasting time, Lin Yuan immediately asked about the Hitvis beast. As far as he was concerned, his combat skills were already strong enough. All he lacked now was a mount to raise his strength even further. The merchant quickly claimed it was an extremely rare mount. Only a few existed in Fengshui Mountain, and the price was 300 gold coins. Before the merchant could say more, Lin Yuan paid at once. The system deducted 300 gold coins and unlocked the Poison Blood Lion Beast mount. After hearing Lin Yuan's story, Edith asked with tears in her eyes if her father had really said those words. She had always believed he cared more about the knights than his own daughter. Lin Yuan gently explained that Sidis had always hoped she would return. Edith smiled and shook her head. Knowing her father still thought about her was enough. The system announced that the hidden quest, Dust-Covered Family Bond, had been completed. Edith gave Lin Yuan a small box as thanks, and asked him to tell Sid she was happy making beautiful clothes for everyone. The system then revealed the reward inside. Lin Yuan checked the stats, and found it was a gold-grade piece of equipment. It granted immunity to magic and crowd control, making it a perfect counter to the snake's mind control. He thanked Edith and set off right away. Inside the tent, Sid quietly said that knowing Edith truly loved her current life finally put his mind at ease. Since he still had no clue about the watch, Lin Yuan changed direction and asked Sid if he knew anything about snakes. Sid replied that after the snakefolk civilization was destroyed, every snake in Feng Shui Mountain had been wiped out long ago. The moment Lin Yuan mentioned seeing a snake in his dream, Sid's expression turned serious. Seeing the reaction, Lin Yuan immediately asked what was so special about that snake. Sid explained that according to legend, it was a gigantic serpent. Since it only existed in dreams, no one knew how to fight it. Sid reminded Lin Yuan that he was now an honorary member of the Scarlet Tail Knights. If he wanted to investigate the serpent, the mission would be his. Lin Yuan accepted at once, secretly suspecting it was the Mingwang snake and wondering why it appeared in other people's dreams. Could it be connected to the snake controller? The system immediately confirmed that a new quest had been accepted. Not long after, Lin Yuan stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. The gates opened, and a rough-looking man dragged a woman outside. He threw her to the ground and shouted that a mere commoner dared to defy the count's orders. Bizzo raised his chin and ordered his men to teach the woman a lesson. The lackeys rushed forward, beating her while hurling insults. They even mocked her for refusing the count's favor. Unable to watch any longer, Lin Yuan stepped in and blocked them. He sarcastically remarked that the count's mansion had truly opened his eyes. One of the lackeys pointed at him and demanded to know where he came from to interfere with the count's business. Bizzo sneered at Lin Yuan for playing the hero and immediately ordered his men to deal with him as well. Lying on the ground, the weak woman begged Lin Yuan to leave because anyone who crossed the count would meet a terrible end. Lin Yuan simply waved his hand, sending every lackey flying. He calmly said that the man they were looking for had arrived and asked where the count was. Bizzo stammered a warning, reminding him that he was causing trouble in Count Carlos' territory. Hearing the commotion, Carlo walked out with an imposing expression. He demanded to know who dared touch his people and was about to summon the Scarlet Tail Knights to arrest Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan showed the Scarlet Tail Knight's badge and said he had been sent to solve the Count's nightmare. Everyone froze in shock when they realized he was a knight. Carlo instantly changed his attitude. He angrily scolded his servants for failing to recognize an honored guest and ordered them all to go without food for 3 days. Carlo then warmly welcomed Lin Yuan and promised that if he solved the problem, Sid would be sure to recognize his achievement. Lin Yuan simply replied that he hoped so too. As he entered the mansion, towering bookshelves stretched all the way to the ceiling. Servants hurried back and forth everywhere, each busy with their own work. Sitting in the main seat, Carlo explained that every night he dreamed of being chased by a giant serpent. Even the finest priests had failed to find the cause, leaving a count like him deeply frustrated. Carlo asked Lin Yuan to find a way to destroy the serpent and wanted to know if he had any ideas. The more Lin Yuan listened, the more certain he became that it was the Mingwang snake. Even so, he only said he needed more time to investigate. Carlo nodded and hoped Lin Yuan would solve the mystery soon, because it would benefit both of them. Just then, a maid accidentally tripped over the edge of the carpet. The water pitcher in her hands spilled all over Carlo. He flew into a rage. Carlo cursed at her, slapped her hard across the face, and threatened to punish her severely. The maid burst into tears and desperately begged for forgiveness. But Carlo's anger only grew as he shouted that she could not even handle a simple task. While insulting the lowly commoners, Carlo lifted his foot to kick her again. Lin Yuan moved first and pulled the girl out of the way, leaving Carlo completely stunned. To avoid a direct clash, Lin Yuan shifted the conversation back to the mission and reminded Carlo that such behavior did not suit a count. Carlo laughed and pretended he was only disciplining his servants for their own good. If they could not handle small tasks, how would they survive later? He even claimed these people had no homes and nowhere else to go. Carlo insisted he had taken them in, so they should be grateful. Then he turned to the maid, Anna, and asked if that was true. Anna lowered her head and quietly agreed, saying she was grateful that the count had accepted her. Carlo nodded with satisfaction before insulting the poor again, claiming they were worth less than a loaf of black bread. In Carlos' eyes, the only value of commoners was keeping him pleased. He then asked Lin Yuan if he agreed. Lin Yuan stayed silent, thinking to himself that he was about to get involved in another mess. Carlo ordered the butler to prepare a banquet and arrange a special seat for Lin Yuan. He even bragged that without him, Lin Yuan would never have the chance to taste the Count's finest cuisine. A servant quickly served Carlo his favorite rare beast meat and respectfully invited him to dine. Carlo nodded in satisfaction and deliberately looked down on Lin Yuan, saying he was probably not used to fine food, so a bowl of fish soup would be enough. Although annoyed, Lin Yuan reminded himself that the mission came first. Carlo could wait, so he calmly replied that anything was fine. Anna gently placed the bowl of soup before Lin Yuan and invited him to eat. After taking a sip of wine, Carlo urged Lin Yuan to come up with a solution because he had no interest in wasting more time. While drinking the soup, Lin Yuan suggested that he needed to enter Carlos' bedroom tonight to observe the situation. Carlo slammed his wine glass onto the table. He refused without hesitation, declaring that no one could enter his private room. He told Lin Yuan to figure something else out as long as he got results. Lin Yuan looked down on Carlos' arrogance even more, convinced he was the type who believed the world revolved around him. That night, while invisible, Lin Yuan quietly approached Carlos' room. He guessed that someone like Carlo had to be hiding secrets inside, so sneaking in was the only way to finish the mission. The system confirmed that the invisibility skill had been activated. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the room, making Lin Yuan realize something had happened. Through the crack in the door, he saw a young woman being slapped across the face by a giant hand. Carlo scolded her for being ungrateful, saying serving the Count was a rare honor. His followers joined in, while the girl could only cry and beg for her life. Carlo leaned close and mocked her, asking if she really believed that Knight could protect her. To him, Lin Yuan was nothing more than a pawn. The lackeys burst into laughter, saying that even a knight had to obey the Count's orders. Watching everything unfold, Lin Yuan clenched his fists. He finally realized every girl in the mansion had been forced into submission by Carlos' power and lived like slaves. Still furious, Carlo shoved the girl to the floor and proudly declared that a Count's authority was not limited to the Western Desert. No matter where she ran, she would never escape his control. Hearing that, Lin Yuan began to think. A Count would never prepare only one escape route. Carlo laughed and said that was only natural. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind. The title of Count was granted by the Emperor of the Western Desert. So why did Carlo still hold influence in other nations? There could only be one explanation. The system immediately updated the mission. Count Carlos' nightmare was upgraded to the Gold Quest, Hunt the Traitor. The objective was to gather evidence and capture Carlo within 48 hours. Lin Yuan accepted without hesitation. He became convinced that Carlo was a traitorous spy and immediately used a communication item to send an emergency arrest order to the Scarlet Tail Knights. Meanwhile, Carlo narrowed his eyes, clearly plotting something in secret. A moment later, a murderous madness flashed across his face. Carlo ground his teeth in hatred, blaming that man for his sleepless nights and declaring the girl would suffer the same fate. Just then, the bedroom door was kicked wide open. Lin Yuan calmly walked in and pretended he had come because he heard the scream. His real goal was simply to stall until reinforcements arrived. Carlo froze for a moment before exploding with rage. He shouted that Lin Yuan had ruined his plans again and again, then declared that breaking into a Count's private residence was a crime worthy of execution. Lin Yuan glanced at the trembling girl on the floor and told her to leave at once. He said he had something to discuss with the Count alone. Carlo's face grew even darker. He mocked Lin Yuan as nothing but a low-ranking knight and sneered that the badge could never hide his humble origins. Bizzo immediately asked for permission to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. Carlo agreed without hesitation, ordering his men to capture and hang him as a warning. Grinning viciously, Bizzo slowly stepped forward to carry out the order. The guards outside suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted that an assassin was attacking the Count. At the alarm, every guard drew their swords and rushed inside. The girl desperately urged Lin Yuan to run and not risk his life for her. He calmly replied that this many people were still no threat to him. The guards charged together, shouting for everyone to bring down the assassin. Lin Yuan drew his sword and told the girl to escape while she still could. She squeezed his hand for a brief moment before running away. A burst of blue light suddenly erupted, making every guard stumble back in confusion. Outside, the mansion's massive gate still stood silently beneath the night sky. Seconds later, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The girl collapsed to the ground, gasping after escaping the danger, while Lin Yuan remained standing behind her. The guards continued the chase, constantly shouting Lin Yuan's location and ordering everyone not to let him escape. Lin Yuan calmly surveyed the battlefield and decided not to use necromancy or corpse explosion because too many innocent servants were still nearby. A maid watching from afar quietly wondered if that man had really come to assassinate the count. Another servant quickly warned her not to say such things. The other maids held their breath as they watched the battle unfold. Moving like a ghost, Lin Yuan struck down one guard after another in the blink of an eye. Before long, the guards were scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan calculated that he only needed to keep Carlo and the butler occupied until reinforcements arrived. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet and locked him in place. Lin Yuan merely smirked. To him, this was the perfect chance to test the Dark Dao spirit. The system immediately announced that magic immunity had activated successfully, removing every binding effect. By then, Bizzo already had a magic staff in his hand. He sneered that knights were nothing more than brainless warriors. The butler standing beside Carlo cast another restraining spell, making everyone believe Lin Yuan had finally been captured. Someone even gasped that the old butler had once served as a senior mage in the Royal Mage Corps. Seizing the opportunity, Bizzo dashed forward at incredible speed, driving his sword straight toward Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan coldly replied that his enemy should experience that feeling for himself. The instant he finished speaking, he moved like lightning and grabbed Bizzo's wrist. Bizzo froze in disbelief, unable to understand why none of his attacks could even scratch Lin Yuan. In the next instant, he dropped to his knees as blood poured from his chest. Seeing the scene, Carlo stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes in shock. Trembling, he pointed at Lin Yuan and shouted that he had hired him to complete a mission, not start a rebellion. Lin Yuan calmly answered that Carlo's treason mattered far more than the original mission. Carlo instantly turned pale, unable to understand how his secret had been exposed. Bizzo struggled back to his feet. Realizing everything was exposed, he decided to risk his life to kill Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan easily sidestepped the attack and regretfully said he could not kill them yet because the mission required them alive. Bizzo was stunned to discover that a knight like Lin Yuan could actually use magic. Lin Yuan's eyes became as deep as the abyss, and in the next instant he was already standing before his opponent. He followed up with a devastating punch that erupted with brilliant light. The devastating blow sent Bizzo flying across the room. He crashed to the ground and could no longer get back up. Realizing things had gone terribly wrong, Carlo panicked and ran for the stairs, shouting that he would find Sid, punish Lin Yuan, and get his revenge. But the moment he looked up, he froze. Lin Yuan was already standing right in front of him. Lin Yuan stared at Carlo coldly and asked if he had not just been shouting about killing him. Carlo instantly changed his tone, frantically denying everything. He even promised to ask Sid to reward Lin Yuan and begged the king to grant him a medal. A ghostly blue flame ignited in Lin Yuan's hand. He calmly said that once Carlo was captured, the reward would naturally be his. Carlo let out a terrified scream. The blue fireball blasted Carlo away. Lin Yuan coldly asked whether Carlo had ever thought about stopping while trampling innocent people. Wreathing in pain, Carlo repeatedly admitted his mistakes and promised to free every commoner. Lin Yuan answered with only 2 words, "Too late." He grabbed Carlo by the collar and lifted him off the ground. With an icy expression, Lin Yuan told Carlo to start preparing his confession. Carlo desperately begged for mercy, offering all his wealth in exchange for his life. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and drove a crushing punch into Carlo's chest, declaring that his days as a noble were over. Carlo shot away like a cannonball and vanished into a cloud of dust. At that moment, Hugh arrived with reinforcements. He asked if he was too late, where Count Carlo was, and who the mastermind was. Lin Yuan immediately declared that Carlo was the one who had to be arrested because he was a traitor to the kingdom. Hearing that, Hugh dismounted and walked over to Lin Yuan. With a serious expression, he reminded Lin Yuan that accusing a count of treason required solid evidence. Otherwise, the accuser would face execution. Carlo seized the opportunity, loudly proclaiming his innocence and accusing Lin Yuan of slander. Hugh turned to Lin Yuan and said that the Scarlet Tail Knights could not arrest a count based only on his testimony. Just then, Anna suddenly stepped forward and said she knew where the evidence was hidden. She explained that she had once overheard Carlo and his followers discussing the snakefolk civilization. She also knew they often held secret rituals inside a hidden chamber. According to Anna, the hidden chamber was nearby, and the evidence was likely still inside. Carlo immediately denied everything, insisting he had never worked with the snake folk. He charged toward Anna in a frenzy, screaming that he would tear her mouth apart for spreading lies. After seeing the system update the quest, Lin Yuan became even more certain that Carlo was the traitor. He asked Hugh to detain Carlo for now, while he retrieved the evidence, promising to accept full responsibility if he failed. After a moment of thought, Hugh agreed. He said success or failure depended entirely on what Lin Yuan found. He left 2 knights to assist him, while the others escorted Carlo back to camp. The knights acknowledged the order in unison. Lin Yuan turned to Anna and asked her to lead the way. She nodded gently and said he was different from the others, so she had chosen to trust him. Anna guided everyone through a secret passage beneath the Count's estate. Walking behind her, Lin Yuan noticed the damp tunnel looked remarkably similar to the dwellings of the snake folk. Even so, he kept wondering how Anna knew this place so well and had somehow uncovered the entire conspiracy. Anna stopped before a stone door and pointed at it, saying this was where Carlo secretly held his meetings. Lin Yuan nodded and told everyone to leave the rest to him. He carefully examined the stone door and found no unusual markings on it. Lin Yuan told everyone to stay alert before slowly pushing the stone door open. The chamber beyond was eerily silent, with no sign of any living creature. Then, in an instant, countless giant snakes shot out of the darkness like arrows, leaving the entire group stunned. Lin Yuan casually swung his sword, and a sharp blade wave split the first snake in half. He calmly reassured everyone that they were only ordinary snake, and there was no need to panic. The 2 accompanying knights finally let out a sigh of relief. They admitted the situation would have been extremely dangerous without Lin Yuan, and became even more convinced that something was wrong with this place. Lin Yuan glanced at Anna and realized she had shown no surprise from beginning to end. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. If they all died here, Carlo's treason would remain buried. Anna might even be a snakefolk spy in disguise, willing to sacrifice her allies to protect her own identity. Remembering that snake-repellent powder irritated the snakefolk, Lin Yuan decided to test his theory. He took out a pouch of powder and said it was snake-repellent, to keep everyone safe as they moved deeper inside. The powder quickly spread through the tunnel and covered Anna. She immediately broke into a coughing fit and apologized, saying she never expected so many snakes here. Still, she insisted the evidence had to be deeper inside. Lin Yuan said nothing, and quietly continued watching Anna's every reaction. Seeing nothing suspicious, his doubts slowly faded. Maybe he had been overthinking it, so he simply told her none of this was her fault. The group then continued deeper into the hidden chamber. After walking a little farther, one of the knights suddenly cried out in shock. Before them were sacred relics of the snakefolk, artifacts that the king had ordered destroyed long ago. The chamber also held countless pieces of evidence along with Carlos' personal insignia. Seeing everything, they finally realized he had truly allied himself with the snakefolk and committed treason. Behind them, Anna's expression gradually turned cold. She smiled faintly and said she hoped the knights would make Carlo pay for everything he had done. Inside his cell, Carlo shouted non-stop for an entire day and night, demanding proof and threatening revenge if he was ever released. Just then, Hugh entered the prison and calmly announced that the evidence had been found. He ordered the interrogation to begin, and the knights immediately obeyed. Carlo turned pale, unable to believe his crimes had been exposed. He still denied having any ties to the snakefolk, but a knight immediately silenced him and demanded a full confession of his treason. Hugh let out a quiet sigh, never expecting that a count like Carlo would betray the kingdom. He praised Lin Yuan for his great achievement and said he had already reported everything to the king. The reward would arrive soon. Lin Yuan simply smiled and replied that he had only done his duty. More screams echoed from the interrogation room. Carlo desperately denied even being a count and claimed he was nothing more than an ordinary butler. With a solemn expression, Hugh said the snakefolk civilization was clearly hiding many more secrets of the Western Desert. He would personally investigate every servant in the Count's estate, while the remaining matters would be left to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was secretly pleased because it gave him the perfect chance to return to the mansion and search for the valuable equipment he had been after. He accepted immediately. Not long afterward, a knight entered and reported that someone was ready to confess everything. Hugh nodded and ordered paper and ink to be prepared for the testimony. One prisoner suddenly burst into laughter and hurried to speak first, revealing that the Count had secretly worked with outside forces. Carlo went mad, throwing himself at the prisoner and knocking him to the ground, while screaming for him to stay silent. In the end, Carlo finally confessed. He admitted having dealings with outside forces but tried to downplay his crimes. He even begged everyone to speak on his behalf so the king would show mercy. Hearing those words, Haya's face darkened with anger. He shouted that countless people had shed blood for the kingdom, while Carlo had turned his back on it and sided with the enemy. Such betrayal could never be forgiven. The system immediately announced that the wanted traitor quest had been completed and awarded 1,000 reputation points with the Scarlet Tail Knights. Even after finishing the quest, Lin Yuan remained troubled because the giant serpent had completely vanished. He believed one crucial piece of the puzzle was still missing. After Hugh told him to take care of the girls while he continued questioning Carlo, Lin Yuan left at once. Hugh silently watched Lin Yuan's back until the prison door finally closed. Without another word, he slammed his blade into the table and demanded that Carlo reveal the entire snakefolk network. Trembling, Carlo confessed that his contact was a spy from the Southern Ghost Empire. At the same time, back at Count Carlos' mansion, Lin Yuan searched every corner. He remembered reading on the forums in his previous life about an incredibly powerful royal shield given to Carlo, famous for its outstanding attributes and unique skill. He believed it was still hidden somewhere in the mansion. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes stopped on a concealed spot below. He opened the hidden box, only to find it completely empty. Someone had already taken the equipment before him, meaning another person knew this secret. Just then, a knight rushed over and reported that every maid had been gathered except Anna, who had disappeared. The moment Lin Yuan heard her name, his expression turned icy. Lin Yuan pieced everything together. He wondered whether Anna had been silenced by the snakefolk, or if his original suspicion about her had been right all along. Whatever the truth was, he was determined to find Anna. People did not simply disappear without a trace. The most suspicious place was the secret tunnel connecting the mansion to the underground sewers system. Following that passage, he arrived at a hidden entrance cleverly concealed beneath the ceiling beams. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Yuan felt something was off. If the Count was really working with the snakefolk, why would he openly tell everyone about his dream of snakes? Just then, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly said the other side was putting on quite a performance. Anna let out a mocking laugh from the shadows. She said she was the one sneaking around this mansion, not Lin Yuan, so there was no need for him to rush. At the same time, a strange man chuckled and asked if the old Count had already gone to meet the King of Hell. The system confirmed stealth was still active. Lin Yuan instantly recognized the man as the snake controller. What confused him was why Anna, just an ordinary NPC, was secretly meeting him. The man praised Anna for being an incredible actress. He said even the Count never realized she had planned the entire trap inside the secret chamber. Anna smirked with satisfaction and admitted everything had gone according to plan, except for one unexpected variable. She explained that a very strange knight had somehow started suspecting her connection to the snakefolk. Anna added that Lin Yuan had even tested her with snake repellent, so she had to let someone else handle anything that required showing up in person. Hearing that, the snake controller looked surprised and asked what that person looked like. Anna took out a sketch of Lin Yuan and said she still had to carry out the snakefolk's mission of weakening the Western Desert nobility step by step. Then she asked if his snakes had recovered. The snake controller took the portrait and examined it carefully. Moments later, his face twisted with rage. He recognized the man who had slaughtered his snakes and stolen the hidden instance. Only then did Lin Yuan realize Anna was a snakefolk spy, planted to destroy the Western Desert nobles from within. Even so, he still wondered why the system had already marked the mission as complete. Putting that question aside, he decided to eliminate both of them when the right moment came. Meanwhile, Anna dismissed Lin Yuan as nothing more than a knight with a little magic. The snake controller immediately lost his temper and shouted that she had no idea how powerful their enemy really was. He revealed that Lin Yuan could summon undead, and those undead had ruined his plan to seize the hidden instance. Anna was shocked, and before she could ask about Lin Yuan's class, he declared he needed the underworld serpent. Killing intent filled his eyes as he swore to make sure Lin Yuan died without a grave. Anna immediately refused. She insisted the underworld serpent still had an important mission, and if the Western Desert State Preceptor discovered it, the snakefolk civilization could suffer devastating losses. But the snake controller refused to back down. He said he could not wait any longer and demanded that Anna hand over the underworld serpent. Anna's eyes instantly turned cold. She warned that she would never let him do that. Hidden in the darkness, Lin Yuan quickly analyzed the situation. Normally, NPCs would never interact this deeply with players, so the snake controller was likely using Anna to build power for the snakefolk faction. He immediately prepared for battle, determined not to let their plan succeed. Right then, a massive explosion suddenly echoed ahead. Lin Yuan immediately focused on the source of the sound. Behind Anna, a gigantic python slowly emerged, radiating terrifying pressure. The underworld serpent slowly slithered toward the snake controller. Anna calmly stroked the serpent and said it could sense her emotions. If he really wanted to fight, even she might not be able to stop it. The snake controller laughed and mocked the pair for being perfectly in sync. Anna continued gently stroking the underworld serpent and insisted everything she had done was for the greater cause. In the end, the snake controller turned and left, saying he would deal with Lin Yuan himself while Anna should continue her mission and obey the leader's orders. Anna replied with obvious annoyance. She complained that serving those old nobles every day made her sick, and all she got in return was a nearly worthless shield. It had been a terrible bargain. After exchanging a few final words, the snake controller left the area. A tiny snake quietly crawled out from Lin Yuan's palm. The underworld serpent had already seen through his stealth, so Lin Yuan could not reveal himself. He could only send the tiny snake to secretly follow the snake controller and wait until he was far enough away before making his move. Anna and the massive underworld serpent slipped through a hole in the floor. As they left, she gently reassured it that it would see the sunlight again soon. Watching everything from above, Lin Yuan decided to set the count aside for now. Catching the snake cultist came first, and he could question the knights later. Pushing all distractions away, he charged forward, confident that Shadow Spirit's step would make this ambush impossible to escape. Just then, the system issued a warning. The snake controller was channeling power into Lin Yuan's tiny snake, and the aura made it clear he had discovered something. The man immediately looked ahead and realized someone was tracking him. It seemed he had prepared for this all along and intended to eliminate the thorn in his side once and for all. In an instant, Lin Yuan teleported to the exact spot where his tiny snake had been restrained. A blue magic circle lit up beneath the enemy's feet. He activated an on-time teleport scroll and escaped, leaving even Lin Yuan surprised by how much he was willing to spend. It looked like Sen Jia's top follower was even richer than expected. That also gave Lin Yuan the idea of making a fortune by collecting high-grade lightning resistance potion recipes before the lightning instance opened. Even so, his priority was still farming the hidden instance, Snake Demon Nest. At the same time, back at Carlos' castle, everyone agreed to let the girls, who had nowhere else to go, remain there. The maids burst into tears. Edith promised to teach them tailoring so they could support themselves instead of returning to slavery, and they all thanked her sincerely. Before leaving, Lin Yuan waved goodbye and asked about Carlos' confession. A knight said it had already been handed to the captain, then angrily revealed that Carlos had secretly allied with the Southern Gie Empire, their longtime enemy. Hearing that, Lin Yuan finally understood that the Southern Gui Empire was behind everything. In the Eternal World, the Southern Gui Empire and the Western Desert had always been rivals, so Carlos would surely pay the price. Unbeknownst to anyone, a man in black with a crow perched on his shoulder had been secretly watching from behind a nearby bush. After confirming the target had left the knights, he decided the time to act had finally come. The crow immediately took flight to deliver the message, and the man in black quietly replied that he understood. Evening settled over the town as Lin Yuan casually walked down the street. His thoughts kept returning to the high-grade lightning resistance potion recipe. To brew it, he would need a master alchemist, but most of them belonged to major guilds. The formula was incredibly valuable. If he trusted the wrong person, it could easily be stolen. The safest option was to find an independent alchemist and sign a partnership agreement. Unfortunately, talents like that were extremely rare, so he decided to search through the mission board. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped when a notice caught his eye. The name Luo Qingyan instantly brought back memories. In his previous life, she had ranked among the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert and was also an exceptional long-range archer. More importantly, she had never joined any guild. The system confirmed the mission had been accepted and automatically added the client to his friend list. Moments later, Luo Qingyan messaged him, saying it was rare for anyone to accept her mission, while the Blazing Flame Guild was suppressing her, then asked when they would begin. At that moment, Mei Chao was still busy brewing potions. She commented that Lin Yuan seemed impatient and immediately sent him the meeting location. After receiving the coordinates, Lin Yuan set off, hoping this rare independent alchemist would become a reliable long-term partner. He eventually arrived at a remote area, exactly as the coordinates indicated. Mei Qiao waved with a smile and asked if he was the one who had accepted her mission. Seeing Lin Yuan arrive alone, she looked surprised. Their target was a group of granite puppets, and she wondered if he was really strong enough to handle them. Lin Yuan remained calm. He quickly recognized her as the drunken girl he had met at the tavern, who was actually Luo Qingyan. Mei Qiao walked over with a bright smile and joked that the little brother who accepted her mission was unexpectedly handsome. Then she said she was counting on him for this trip. She offered to stay behind and provide cover with her bow, but Lin Yuan coldly declined, since he still did not fully trust her. Even so, he had no better option for now. Following behind, Mei Qiao reminded him that the granite puppets loved hiding among the rocks before launching surprise attacks, so he should never let his guard down. The two advanced slowly, carefully making their way deeper into the area. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and glanced behind him. Meanwhile, Mei Qiao kept talking and even reassured him that she would not blame him if the mission failed. The system immediately displayed the target's stats. Level 10 Elite Granite Puppet, HP 3600, Attack 300, Defense 410, with the solid body skill that granted incredible defense. As the ground shook, both Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao instantly leaped away to dodge. Mei Qiao quickly drew her bow and confidently declared that she would protect her little brother this time. But after watching her fight, Lin Yuan immediately realized her combat skills were nowhere near her talent for alchemy. Just seconds later, wave after wave of granite puppets emerged and charged at them together. Lin Yuan stepped in front of Mei Qiao and told her to find a safe place while leaving all the monsters to him. Blue light gathered in Lin Yuan's palm as he carefully examined the granite that formed their bodies. Their greatest strength was their massive defense, so he decided to turn that advantage against them. Mei Qiao stared blankly at his back. His cold expression and decisive fighting style felt strangely familiar. Only then did she remember. He was the young man who had helped her deal with those thugs at the tavern. Was he really planning to fight the entire horde alone? Mei Qiao thought she would probably get scolded for this, but she still rushed over with recovery potions to support him. Right then, Lin Yuan dove straight down from above, ready to unleash the finishing blow. Unexpectedly, a group of Knoll chiefs suddenly appeared. They immediately went berserk and charged straight into the granite puppets, slaughtering them without restraint. After the chaotic battle ended, glowing golden stones were scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan calmly bent down and picked one up for a closer look. At a glance, he recognized it as the crystal core dropped by defeated granite puppets. The system announced that Luo Qingyan's mission was complete. Mei Qiao was still stunned by how quickly everything had ended, while Lin Yuan casually said they were just a few familiar elite monsters. Mei Qiao suddenly remembered that he was also the one who had escorted her back to the inn. She thanked him again and asked why someone so strong had accepted her low-paying mission. Lin Yuan explained his purpose. He needed to work with a master alchemist, but did not want to cooperate with guild members, so he had come to discuss a major partnership with her. Mei Qiao happily agreed. She said she had trusted his character ever since they first met, then invited him out for a drink to discuss the details. However, Lin Yuan wanted to sign a contract first. A contract window appeared before Mei Qiao, and she accepted it without hesitation. Once the agreement was complete, Lin Yuan finally relaxed, knowing he had gained a trustworthy ally. The system also confirmed that the partnership contract between Luo Qingyan and player Lin Yuan had been successfully established. Mei Qiao laughed and joked that she had officially become his employee, then immediately asked what her first job would be. Lin Yuan reached into his cloak and pulled out a recipe. But at that very moment, he suddenly froze as a strange feeling washed over him. The scene before him seemed oddly familiar from his previous life, especially the appearance pattern of the granite puppets. While he was still thinking, a gigantic monster suddenly appeared right behind him. From below, Mei Qiao only had time to see Lin Yuan thrown onto the monster's back before both of them vanished from sight. Lin Yuan quickly figured everything out. The mysterious photo that had appeared on the forum in his previous life had been taken right here. His gaze settled on the rocks arranged in a unique pattern, and he realized they formed the entrance to a hidden instance. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao stepped into the pitch-black cave beyond the gateway. Mei Qiao looked uneasy after learning it was a hidden instance hidden within the stone forest, especially since there were only two of them. Lin Yuan recalled that in his previous life, the forum had contained only a single photo of this place and nothing else. He knew hidden instances always carried enormous risks, but the rewards were enough to tempt anyone. When he reminded her that she had insisted on coming, Mei Chao gave an awkward smile and admitted she was simply curious. She promised not to compete for the loot and only wanted to broaden her knowledge. Lin Yuan coldly laid down one rule. Once inside his territory, every action had to follow his orders. Then he led her toward the gate ahead. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly came to a stop. His expression turned serious as he looked down into the vast space below. Before them lay the underground ruins of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb filled with mystery. In the eternal world, the Aztec civilization was famous as an empire that worshipped death. The Aztecs believed death was the path to eternal life and mastered terrifying mummification techniques. Yet their civilization had vanished long ago. Mei Chao shivered as the uneasy feeling in her heart grew even stronger. The two looked up at the same time and spotted a gnoll miner struggling to pry open a coffin. Just then, Lin Yuan's suddenly turned after hearing something slice through the air. He immediately shouted for everyone to get back as a streak of blue light shot toward them at incredible speed. Lin Yuan instinctively dodged and was shocked by the terrifying speed of the incoming attack. But after missing him, the blue light instantly changed direction and locked onto Mei Chao. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her. The system identified the target. Level 17 Wraith Panther, HP 4500, Attack 530, Defense 45, with the skills Grudge Bind and Endless Pursuit. A moment later, countless ghosts materialized and surrounded the entire area. Mei Chao was struck, and her body instantly froze. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan rushed in to shield her and ordered the Gnoll Chief to get her out immediately. The Gnoll Chief threw Mei Chao over his shoulder and retreated while she hurriedly pulled out several potions. Mei Chao tossed every bottle toward Lin Yuan and told him to use them quickly. Wasting no time, Lin Yuan charged straight into battle. The system announced that Lin Yuan had received a speed potion, increasing his speed by 10. The system then confirmed that the attack potion had taken effect, raising his damage by 10. Moments later, the defense potion also activated, increasing his defense by 10. Lin Yuan charged directly into the Wraith Panthers. He decided to wipe out all the minions before dealing with the ambush specialist leading them. With only a few clean sword strikes, he cut down a large number of monsters. Without slowing down, Lin Yuan pushed even deeper into the battlefield. His sharp instincts immediately warned him that something was closing in from the side. Almost at the same moment, Lin Yuan spun around and blocked the surprise attack, realizing this enemy actually knew how to wait for the perfect opening. A giant beetle was knocked flying. Seeing that it was barely injured, Lin Yuan immediately realized this monster possessed an extremely unusual defensive ability. The system displayed its information. Divine Scarab, Special Monster, HP 100, Attack 1000, Defense 0, with the skills Execution and Immortality. Lin Yuan immediately gave chase. With its incredible speed and overwhelming attack power, this monster could easily make up for its weakness, so he could not let it escape. As he shouted, Lin Yuan summoned a giant scorpion to block the Divine Scarab's path. However, the monster's agility was extraordinary, and it effortlessly slipped past the summoned beast. Even so, Lin Yuan refused to give up. He continued the pursuit while summoning another beast to attack the Divine Scarab from the side. The instant the monster slowed down, Lin Yuan leaped into the air and plunged toward its soft underbelly. This time, his sword finally pierced the beetle's only weak point. No matter how extraordinary it was still just an insect. Lin Yuan poured all his strength into the strike, driving the blade deeper and tearing open the armor, protecting its weak spot. The impact shattered the ground, sending broken rocks flying in every direction and creating a violent shockwave. After his finishing shout, Lin Yuan breathed heavily. Each strike had only chipped away a small portion of its life, but now the monster was cornered, and its defeat was only a matter of time. The battlefield was covered with the scars of their fierce fight. The system showed the Divine Scarab's HP had dropped to 0. Lin Yuan reached toward its corpse and quietly said, "Become my strength." At once, a stream of blue light rose from the Divine Scarab's body. The monster's spirit unexpectedly appeared, surprising even Lin Yuan. He had never expected a Divine Scarab to possess intelligence. He immediately asked where it wanted to lead him. The Divine Scarab's spirit flew straight toward the coffin. Lin Yuan quickly followed, guessing that only it could unlock the coffin. The Divine Scarab gently landed on top of the coffin lid. At that moment, a brilliant light burst out from inside the coffin. Seeing this, Lin Yuan finally understood. No wonder no one had ever shared information about this hidden instance in his previous life. The final requirement was the help of the Divine Scarab itself. The system announced, Congratulations! You have obtained the Book of Curses, allowing you to learn one skill by accepting its corresponding price. A book wrapped in dark energy slowly floated out of the coffin. The system presented several choices: damage amplification, vision reduction, weaken, attack backlash, and fear. Every skill came with a price paid in the user's own attributes. Lin Yuan scanned the entire list and sighed inwardly. It truly was the legacy of a civilization that worshipped death. Every skill carried a vicious curse that was almost impossible to remove. In the end, his eyes settled on damage amplification. After a brief moment of thought, he chose it without hesitation. The cost was only 200 max HP, which he could easily afford. With the Divine Scarab, Lin Yuan's assassination and finishing power increased dramatically. Combined with curse arts and the crowd control escape skill of the Shadow Spirit, he could eliminate key targets, even while surrounded. The system displayed the details. Level 1 curse could affect a group of targets, increasing all damage they received by 50. It consumed 40 energy and had an 8-second cooldown. The skill could not be upgraded with experience and required another Book of Curses to level up. Lin Yuan glanced at the Wraith Panthers he had defeated. Since they belonged to the undead race, they could neither be summoned nor tamed, so he simply ignored them. As he left the tomb, he imagined 7 divine scarabs working together with his stealth and paralysis effects. The next time he met the snake controller, there would be no chance of escape. The system displayed the divine scarab's information. Special monster, HP 100, attack 1000, defense 0, with the skills execution, immortality, and undead body. Immortality converted all incoming damage into a counterattack equal to 200 attack, while undead body granted immunity to fear, deadly poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. After leaving the hidden instance, Lin Yuan decided to return and begin stockpiling alchemy supplies as soon as possible. But just then, Mei Qiao cried out in alarm. A badly injured kobold was suddenly thrown straight toward Lin Yuan. He immediately looked up at the cliff, where a group of players stood above him, staring down with mocking expressions. The leader sneered and mocked another fool trying to play the hero. He reminded them that Mei Qiao was already on the Blazing Flame Guild's hit list and asked if Lin Yuan wanted to die alongside her. Mei Qiao struggled to her feet and quietly urged Lin Yuan to run. Their target was only her, and this group had returned to cause trouble after getting beaten badly by monsters during an earlier mission. Hearing that, the leader exploded in anger. He blamed Mei Qiao for causing his entire party to lose levels and demanded 30 gold in compensation. Otherwise, neither of them would leave alive today. But while he was still threatening them, his expression suddenly changed as a dark aura wrapped itself around his body. Looking around in panic, he discovered that every one of his teammates had been engulfed by the same strange power. The healer's face instantly turned pale as she realized it was a curse art. It was curse. Lin Yuan slowly cracked his neck and coldly declared that none of them would be leaving in one piece. At the same time, he intended to use them to test his new skills and the divine scarab. Behind him, Mei Qiao was so nervous that cold sweat streamed down her face. The system confirmed that damage amplification had been successfully activated. The healer frantically tried to remove the curse, while the leader furiously called her useless for failing to dispel even a single curse effect. She could only reply with a trembling voice that this curse art was completely unfamiliar. She had never seen anything like it before. At that moment, the system coldly announced the result. Dispel failed. The curse could not be removed. Even so, the leader forced himself to stay calm. He insisted that one curse meant nothing, and that the 4 of them could still crush their opponent. But the next instant, a terrifying, invisible force blasted the party's mage away. The healer was slammed into the cliffside and knocked unconscious on the spot. The entire group froze. None of them had even seen when Lin Yuan made his move. With a simple wave of his hand, Lin Yuan released dark power, binding the curse to his targets and amplifying all the damage they were about to suffer. Although he still did not dare charge in himself, the leader shouted for his teammates to attack, convinced that Lin Yuan's skill had entered cooldown. He immediately gave the order to strike. A long-range wind mage and the 2 remaining teammates charged toward Lin Yuan together. In response, Lin Yuan only curled his lips into a cold smile. A void sword slowly appeared in his hand. The sight left every member of the Blazing Flame Guild stunned, since none of them expected him to wield a weapon like that. Lin Yuan casually swung his sword and calmly said they had guessed wrong. One simple slash sent the 2 attackers flying backward. At Lin Yuan's command, the divine dung beetles charged together. The enemy panicked because every counterattack dealt only 1 point of damage. The leader took a critical hit and screamed in agony. Lin Yuan calmly walked over and looked down at the fallen man. He could not believe his entire team had been defeated so easily, and kept asking what level Lin Yuan had reached. Seeing no chance to win, the leader immediately changed his tone and invited Lin Yuan to join the Blazing Flame Guild. He even offered double the reward, then raised it to 5 times what Mei Chao paid. But Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something was wrong. Someone was still hiding nearby and watching. Without hesitation, he ordered the divine dung beetles to finish the leader and ignored his desperate pleas. Even then, the man still had no idea what had happened. The system announced that corpse explosion had been activated. A painful scream echoed out before everything fell silent. Not long after, strange movement appeared among the trees in the nearby forest. 3 figures wrapped in cloaks quickly retreated. One of them suddenly froze. He gasped and suspected they had been discovered long before this instead of by pure chance. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared right in front of them. He calmly confirmed that a few rats were still hiding in the shadows. One of them immediately shouted a warning to the others. But before they could move, Lin Yuan slammed the ground and unleashed a violent shockwave that threw all 3 off balance. After watching them closely, he quickly realized they were far stronger than the Blazing Flame Guild members. This was clearly a different group. The 3 of them immediately stepped back with guarded expressions. Knowing they could no longer stay hidden, the crossbow user ordered a counterattack. His 2 teammates instantly unleashed their skills. Lin Yuan moved lightly and easily dodged the entire volley of arrows. Suddenly, a whip swept toward his legs. Lin Yuan instantly planted one hand on the ground. Using the momentum, he launched himself into the air and perfectly avoided their coordinated attack. After landing, he coldly mocked them and told them to use everything they had. The swordsman charged forward in anger. Lin Yuan calmly blocked the incoming slash. Just as the enemy prepared another strike, Lin Yuan seized the opening and countered. One powerful slash combined with the divine dung beetles blasted him away. A man named Xing Feilong quickly placed his hand on the magic circle beneath him and prepared his ultimate skill. At the same moment, Lin Yuan activated damage amplification. Countless sharp streams of black energy burst from the ground like spikes. They wrapped tightly around Xing Feilong, forcing him to urgently order his teammates to remove the curse. Right then, a massive explosion shook the entire area. A gigantic zombie puppet appeared and smashed its pillar-like arms into the ground with devastating force. Behind them, Yun Yan coldly ordered everyone not to stop. Their top priority was killing Lin Yuan. The remaining man immediately obeyed. While fighting, Lin Yuan thought it over. It seemed someone had hired these assassins to eliminate him. Just then, a chain pierced through the puppet and shot straight at him like a spear. But Lin Yuan caught the chain before it could reach him. He gave it a hard pull, dragging the person holding the other end forward, as the man cried out in shock. Realizing the battle was out of control, one of them hurriedly shouted for the captain to retreat. Yun Yan was completely stunned. She could not believe Old Second and Old Third had been defeated in an instant. Only one question remained in her mind. Who was this man? She immediately drew her bow, knocked 6 arrows at once, 3 large and 3 small, and fired them straight at Lin Yuan. But the divine dung beetles reached her first. The surprise attack knocked Yun Yan onto her back. Before she could get up, Lin Yuan's cold voice sounded beside her. He told her to reveal the mastermind, and he would spare her life. Yun Yan gritted her teeth and refused, declaring that she would never reveal anything even if she died. Lin Yuan immediately realized he would not get any information. These 3 clearly belonged to a highly disciplined organization that would gladly die to protect its secrets. He let out a cold laugh and granted her wish. A violent surge of power erupted, sending all of Yun Yan's subordinates flying as their desperate screams echoed through the area. As soon as the battle ended, Mei Chao happily ran over with an armful of loot. She proudly said she had picked up every item that dropped for him. Lin Yuan took out a silver bracer and handed it to Mei Chao. He said it boosted crossbow attack speed, making it perfect for her, while the other silver gear would be sold. Mei Chao's eyes lit up with excitement. She smiled and said she would gladly take it as an advance on her payment. Item obtained: Silver Wolf Fang Pursuit Bracer. Equipment: its skill grants rapid fire for bow and crossbow users and increases attack speed by 15. Mei Chao smiled and asked if they could grab a drink, but Lin Yuan shook his head because he still had to settle the shop first. The 2 then casually left the area. What they did not know was that someone had been hiding in the bushes and watching everything from beginning to end. A man with burn scars covering his face stepped out. His subordinate reported that Team 3 had never failed a mission before, yet this time they had been completely wiped out. After hearing the report, Haig 3 only smiled with interest. It seemed this young man was even more remarkable than he had expected. His subordinate cautiously asked whether they should send stronger forces, but Haig 3 immediately refused. Instead of hunting Lin Yuan, he wanted to recruit this genius. Clearly intrigued, Haig 3 crossed his arms and ordered all missions targeting Lin Yuan to stop for now. He would personally handle the recruitment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Mei Chao continued on their way. He quietly calculated that he already possessed the valuable advanced lightning resistance potion formula. On top of that, he had already partnered with a reliable master alchemist. Now, all he had to do was secure the shop and gather enough materials before starting large-scale production. Once the lightning dungeon officially opened, he would seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Just then, someone called out and interrupted his thoughts. Han Chung happily ran over while waving a bag, laughing that Lin Yuan had finally remembered him, and bringing up their previous dungeon runs together. The system announced that the trade was complete. 400 gold coins had been paid, and the equipment gifted by Lin Yuan had already been delivered to Han Chung's mailbox. Mei Chao laughed and teased that another one of his biggest fans had arrived. Lin Yuan simply nodded and said he was busy buying a shop, so dungeon runs would have to wait. Mei Chao waved goodbye and returned to her office to pack up her alchemy tools. The moment Han Chung heard Lin Yuan was buying a shop, his eyes lit up. He proudly claimed to be a shopping expert and insisted on tagging along. The scene shifted to the city hall office. The man behind the desk shook his head and said the issue had nothing to do with money. Chiang Hui seriously explained that under the king's decree, the shops in the central plaza could not be transferred to outsiders. Han Chung immediately bowed and pleaded, arguing that their shop would help boost the local economy and benefit everyone. Unfortunately, Chiang Hui firmly rejected every proposal. Han Chung turned to Lin Yuan with an apologetic look and even offered to give him a real-world shop as compensation. Lin Yuan calmly replied that he would handle it himself. Just as Chiang Hui prepared to see them out, Lin Yuan stopped him and asked, "What if I have this?" The moment Chiang Hui saw the item in his hand, his eyes widened in shock. It was the honor badge of the Scorpion Knights, an item only the captain could award. Chiang Hui was so stunned that he could barely speak. He immediately jumped to his feet and confirmed that Lin Yuan was an honorary knight of the Scorpion Knights. Chiang Hui's attitude changed completely. He quickly spread out the shop map and warmly explained that members of the Scorpion Knights were an exception, allowing Lin Yuan to freely choose any location he wanted. Lin Yuan quietly studied every location on the map, knowing the right spot would determine his long-term profits. Standing beside him, Han Chung was thrilled and joked that even NPCs respected Yuan Shen. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan pointed at one location and chose that shop. The system immediately announced that shop number 32 had been purchased by an anonymous player, leaving everyone nearby in disbelief because they thought it had never been available for sale. Mei Chao stared in amazement. She could not believe Lin Yuan had actually bought the shop everyone thought was impossible to obtain. Carrying a crate ahead of them, Lin Yuan simply smiled and said he had used a little special method. He showed Mei Chao the advanced lightning resistance potion recipe and asked what materials were still missing. At the same time, the system announced that the recipe had been shared with his contract teammate. Mei Chao carefully checked the recipe and said everything was ready except for the thunder lizard. That material was almost impossible to find on the market. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and figured he was close to leveling up anyway, so he could farm the missing material while hunting monsters. Han Chung immediately laughed and volunteered to come along while taking charge of collecting the loot. Mei Chao could only sigh and decline because she wanted to stay behind and focus on her alchemy research. Before leaving, Lin Yuan told her he had entrusted the shop to her and that it would be her new workplace from now on, leaving her completely speechless. Lin Yuan turned to leave and said flying there would be much faster. The moment Han Chung saw his mount, he could not stop admiring how cool it looked. The system confirmed that Wang Sai had been summoned. At the same time, a thunder lizard fired a powerful lightning orb straight at them. The system displayed the target's information. Common thunder lizard. Skills: lightning shot and summon allies. In an instant, countless lightning orbs rained down from the sky and targeted Lin Yuan and Han Chung. Before Han Chung could recover from the shock, the ground cracked open as countless thunder lizards crawled out, forcing him to cry out in disbelief. Lin Yuan calmly explained that this was the monster's natural behavior. Defeat one, and every nearby thunder lizard would rush over, so there was nothing unusual about it. Han Chung immediately prepared for battle, But Lin Yuan quickly summoned his entire undead army and told Han Cheng to focus only on collecting the dropped materials. He loudly ordered Wang Sai to attack with full force. Not long after, the system announced that Lin Yuan had reached level 16. Lin Yuan felt his current level was now solid enough. Meanwhile, Han Cheng stared with wide eyes. Even the valley boss was fighting for Yuan Shen. The sight was unbelievable. Lin Yuan quietly judged that the snake tamer's leveling speed could never match his own. With his summoned army and damage amplification, he was certain he would capture him the next time they met. As for the three mysterious ambushers, they looked like professional assassins, so he would have to investigate them later. The system also updated his profile. Player, nameless, level, 16, class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter, talents, Dark Summoning and Boundary Gate. A while later, Han Cheng ran over, carrying a bag stuffed with materials, and reported that he had collected everything. Lin Yuan smiled, thanked him, and said it was time to head back. The scene shifted to the workshop, where Mei Chao was still busy with her alchemy equipment. Holding the newly completed lightning resistance potion, she quietly noted how powerful it was. But since no current dungeon required it, she wondered whether anyone would actually buy it. Just then, the workshop door slowly opened. Lin Yuan and Han Cheng walked in. Lin Yuan said they had enough materials for a while, then asked how familiar Mei Chao had become with the recipe. She was amazed by how quickly he had gathered everything. Mei Chao explained that it was a high-level formula. Even master alchemists could not guarantee perfect success, so she still needed more time to practice. Lin Yuan placed a pile of bright red tomatoes on the table and said they would sell these first. Mei Chao stared in disbelief and asked if such a prime shop location was really going to sell fruit. She suggested selling their stockpile of potions instead. Lin Yuan simply smiled and told her to try one tomato first. He handed one to Han Cheng as well. Mei Chao reluctantly took one, convinced it was just an ordinary tomato. Han Cheng did not hesitate because he trusted that anything from Yuan Shen had to be valuable. The moment she finished eating, Mei Chao froze after noticing her stats had increased. Han Cheng nodded with a grin. As expected, nothing from Yuan Shen was ever ordinary. Lin Yuan placed another large bag of tomatoes on the table and said each person could use up to 100. He would restock every week, and the selling price would be 5 gold coins each. Today marked the official opening of the shop. The system immediately broadcast a server-wide announcement. Shop number 32 at Arokian Plaza was now officially open, inviting all players to visit. Elsewhere, 2 players chatted as they walked. Just yesterday, everyone said no one could buy a shop there, yet today, someone had already opened one. A girl pointed at the shop and excitedly told her friend that it was the very first player-owned shop on the entire server. The news spread like wildfire. Many players could not believe it, while others regretted losing the best shop location. Everyone rushed to Arokian Plaza to see it for themselves. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious figure watched everything and was shocked to learn that Lin Yuan had actually opened the shop. The scene shifted to Hague 3. He angrily questioned his subordinate. They had agreed to eliminate Lin Yuan long ago, yet no one had made a move. Just then, someone held out a tightly tied money bag in front of Hague 3. Hague 3 coldly pushed the money back and said Lin Yuan's strength had far exceeded their intelligence reports. Even his elite squad had been wiped out, so they would no longer accept the mission. Qian Yin immediately grabbed his arm and asked, "Isn't this just about money? Name your price." He insisted that Lin Yuan had to be eliminated, saying they could negotiate the payment afterward. Qian Yin suddenly froze as if he had just seen something. Leng Wei appeared before him, leaving him completely stunned. Only one thought crossed Qian Yin's mind. Had she come looking for that guy again? Inside the shop, Han Cheng warmly welcomed the very first customers with a bright smile. The 3 visitors stepped inside and could not hide their surprise at the interior. They looked around the shelves and quietly whispered to each other. It was hard to believe such a beautiful shop sold nothing but a single type of fruit. Han Cheng immediately introduced the tomatoes as fruit that permanently increased stats. Holding one up, he proudly announced that each cost only 5 gold coins. One young man's jaw dropped as he complained that all the money he had was not even enough to buy one. Even so, he leaned in for a closer look and questioned whether the tomato could really grant permanent stats. His companion was equally doubtful, since they had never heard of such a fruit. Still, another player decided to buy one and test it. The moment he received the tomato, he ate it on the spot. The system immediately announced that his constitution had increased by 4 points. The man shouted in excitement because the effect was completely real. Someone standing in the back quietly observed the entire scene with a thoughtful expression. In the next instant, the crowd surged forward. Everyone held up their money to buy more. and some even realized they could resell them to the major guilds for a huge profit. Amid the noisy crowd, Haig 3 silently turned around and walked away without looking back. Only then did Lung Yue speak. She admitted that if the system had not announced she had entered the shop of the anonymous player Lin Yuan, she would never have recognized it. She walked over to Lin Yuan and curiously asked how he had managed to buy the server's first shop when her own application had been rejected just yesterday. Lin Yuan simply smiled and joked that maybe it was because he was handsome. Lung Yue then lowered her voice and said she had investigated the sewer incident he mentioned before. None of her guild members had entered that area that day. Lin Yuan thanked her and said he had probably mistaken what he saw. Deep down, he quietly removed the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild from his list of suspects. Lin Yuan told her to browse freely and promised a special discount on anything she liked, but Lung Yue suddenly stopped him. She abruptly froze after noticing something. The system notified her that her close teammate Qing'en was nearby and asked whether she wanted to send a party invitation. Lung Yue was surprised that Qing'en was also in the area. Outside the shop, Qing'en was still trying to persuade Haig 3, raising the hiring fee from 3 times to 5 times. Even so, he refused and declared that he would never accept another contract involving Lin Yuan. Just then, Lung Yue walked outside and asked Qian Yin who he was trying to hire with all that money. Qian Yin flinched and quickly claimed she had misunderstood. He insisted they were only negotiating an equipment deal. Lung Yue sternly reminded him that their party had a location link, so the system would notify them whenever they were nearby. She then looked at Haig 3 and asked who he was, since she had overheard something about an assassination. Qian Yin turned pale and cursed himself for forgetting to disable the location link with Lung Yue. Seeing the situation turn against them, Haig 3 quietly took the chance to leave and let the two handle it themselves. But just as Haig 3 turned away, Leng Yu's eyes suddenly locked onto the pocket watch hanging from his waist. She frowned slightly because the watch looked strangely familiar. Lung Yue immediately ordered him to stop and coldly said she had a few questions for him. Haig 3 only sneered, saying a young girl had no right to stand in his way. The moment he finished speaking, Haig 3 leaped into the air and tried to escape, convinced that no one could catch him. But just then, a giant mechanical beetle shot toward him like a missile, catching him completely off guard. The machine instantly fired its iron hook, driving it straight into the wall above Haig 3's head. Haig 3 reacted instantly and twisted aside, narrowly dodging the hook. He had barely sighed in relief before realizing Lin Yuan had somehow appeared right behind him. A chilling, killing intent swept over him, forcing Haig 3 to turn and face his enemy. Lin Yuan's eyes turned icy as he brought his sword down with tremendous force and coldly asked where he thought he was running. After the strike, Lin Yuan landed lightly on the ground as if nothing had happened. Lung Yue stared at him in surprise and asked how he had ended up here. Lin Yuan casually looked up and said he heard a few rats making noise, so he came over to take a look. He pointed his sword at Haig 3 and asked Lung Yue if she was certain she had seen the pocket watch on him. She immediately confirmed she had only caught a brief glimpse, but there was no way she was mistaken. Lin Yuan launched into the air and unleashed another devastating slash. With a faint smile, he said he had been searching everywhere for this man, yet his target had delivered himself right to the door. Haig 3 was secretly shaken. He began to suspect Lin Yuan had already traced the earlier assassination attempts back to him and realized his opponent possessed not only overwhelming strength, but also an impressive intelligence network. Haig 3 kept dodging while raising his hand to call for a truce, saying everything could be settled through discussion. Lin Yuan simply dragged his blade across the ground, sending sparks flying, and coldly replied that he would break his arms and legs first. Then they could talk all day. Watching from a distance, Qing'en broke out in a cold sweat. His mind raced because if Haig 3 exposed the client, everything would spiral out of control. By now, Haig 3 had completely backed down. He declared his surrender and insisted he no longer wished to fight Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan merely mocked him, asking if running away was the only thing he knew how to do. As he retreated and dodged every strike, Haig 3 loudly explained that he was only a hired contractor. Protecting a client's identity was an absolute rule he could never break. Lin Yuan stared at him and calmly asked, "Are you really just a hired hand?" At that moment, a pillar of purple energy suddenly crashed down from the sky. The power twisted into a small vortex before slamming into the wall between them. Qing'en pretended to shout for both of them to get lost, but inwardly he was panicking. He feared Haig 3 would reveal everything. If Lung Yue found out the truth, it would all be over. The explosion blasted Haig 3 backward, Sliding across the ground, he angrily cursed Qing-en for trying to silence him. With no way out, Haig 3 finally exposed the truth. He admitted that he had dispatched the 3 assassins, but Qing-en was the one who had paid to have Lin Yuan killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out an ancient scroll and unfolded it in front of everyone. Haig 3 told them to see the evidence for themselves. The scroll recorded their deal in detail. Qing-en had promised to double the payment if the mission succeeded, and demanded that Lin Yuan be killed as brutally as possible. Haig 3 had accepted, because the reward was simply too tempting. Leng Yue turned pale after reading it. Trembling, she pointed at Qing-en in disbelief, unable to accept that he had hired assassins to murder his own teammate. Even Haig 3 was furious that Qing-en had nearly killed him to erase the evidence. Lin Yuan lowered his sword and coldly said he had no interest in their internal conflict. The only thing he wanted to know was where Haig 3 had obtained that pocket watch. Haig 3 picked up the watch, examined it, and laughed. So this was all about the watch. He then told Lin Yuan not to worry because he would have one just like it soon enough. Before Lin Yuan could understand what he meant, the system announced a skill activation. Haig 3 immediately used Vanish and disappeared without a trace. Leng Yue instantly turned toward Qing-en with an icy stare and demanded a full explanation. Qing-en's face turned deathly pale with fear. Lowering his head, he quietly confessed that if Lin Yuan disappeared, everything between them would go back to the way it used to be. Leng Yue angrily shouted that the Qing-en she once knew had been honorable, not someone who hired assassins to murder a friend. She ordered him to apologize to Lin Yuan immediately. The system announced that Leng Yue had officially ended her close friend relationship with the player Qing-en. When the system announced the friendship had been terminated, Xing Yin completely broke down. He could not accept that Leng Yue had cut ties with him for someone she had just met, and even demanded that he apologize to Lin Yuan. Furious, he shouted that he could not understand how he was inferior. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. Xing Yin blamed everything on Lin Yuan, claiming he had destroyed the bond between the 3 of them and turned him into a laughingstock. Grinding his teeth, Xing Yin glared at Lin Yuan with murderous intent and hissed that the one who deserved to die was him. Unable to hold back any longer, Xing Yin charged straight at Lin Yuan and swore he would never stop until Lin Yuan was dead. Lin Yuan rushed forward without hesitation. Since his opponent wanted to settle everything here, he was more than ready to finish it. The moment they clashed, Xing Yin froze in shock at what he saw. Before he even realized what had happened, Lin Yuan landed a devastating blow that sent him flying backward. Xing Yin crashed into the ground, leaving spiderweb cracks spreading across the earth. Even though the pain made his whole body tremble, he forced himself back to his feet and shouted that this was nowhere near enough to defeat him. Just then, something suddenly shot toward him. Looking closer, he realized it was the thunder armor. A powerful surge of electricity instantly coursed through his body, leaving him completely numb. The system immediately confirmed that the target had entered the paralyzed state. Leng Yue slowly walked over to the kneeling Xing Yin and calmly asked if he still did not realize where he had gone wrong. Xing Yin stubbornly insisted he had done nothing wrong, but deep down, he could only think of one person who could save him, Tai Yang. The system displayed a notification that Xing Yin had sent an emergency request to his close friend Tai Yang. Not long afterward, Tai Yang hurried over. Seeing the chaotic scene, he immediately asked what had happened and why Leng Yue had removed Xing Yin from her friend list. The system also notified Tai Yang that Leng Yue and Xing Yin were nearby and asked whether he wanted to send a party invitation. Seeing his savior arrive, Xing Yin desperately begged Tai Yang to remove the paralysis, insisting he had been framed. But Leng Yue drew her sword and stood in front of him, refusing to let anyone get closer. With an icy gaze, she declared that this was the consequence Xing Yin deserved for hiring assassins to murder someone, and no one was allowed to interfere. Her words left everyone present stunned. None of them expected Xing Yin to be involved in hiring assassins. Tai Yang turned to Yi He, who had been standing nearby the whole time, and asked if Xing Yin's target had really been him. Yi He simply nodded. After learning the whole story, Tai Yang looked deeply disappointed and decided not to interfere. He looked at Xing Yin and asked just how far he had gone. Those words pushed Xing Yin into even deeper despair. He bitterly accused Tai Yang of turning his back on him and choosing to believe an outsider over years of friendship. Yi He gave him no time to complain and immediately kicked him, coldly ordering him to reveal everything he knew. Even so, Xing Yin stubbornly refused and declared he would rather die than say a single word. At that moment, the giant mechanical beetle flew over once again. It fired another blast of electricity, making Jing Yin scream in agony as he desperately begged everyone to stop. He immediately stomped on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground so he could not move. He then drove his sword into the ground beside Xing Yin's head as a clear warning. He coldly asked again about the identity of the man who had accompanied him. This time, Xing Yin completely lost his resolve. He begged for mercy and agreed to tell the whole truth, as long as the beetle stopped torturing him. In the end, he confessed that the man was a member of the Death Disciples Guild. He then asked about the pocket watch, and Xing Yin confirmed that it was the identification token of the Death Disciples Guild. Hearing that name, Lin Yuan quietly fell into thought. In his previous life, he only knew it as a highly secretive assassin organization that almost no one had any real information about. While everyone was distracted, Xing Yin tried to sneak away, but after only a few steps, He called him back and asked who had given him permission to leave. Xing Yin instantly froze before slowly turning around with a terrified expression. He unleashed an overwhelming aura and reminded Xing Yin of the bold promise he had made earlier about killing him. By now, Xing Yin could only cry and beg Leng Yue and Tai Yang to save him because he did not want to lose a level. Leng Yue calmly made her final decision. She announced that Xing Yin had seriously violated the rules of the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild by hiring someone to attack a teammate. As a result, all of his positions were revoked. However, considering his past contributions, he would temporarily remain an ordinary guild member. Jian Yin desperately tried to hold on, begging to apologize in person and insisting he was the one who truly deserved to be with Leng Yue. But the more she heard, the colder Leng Yue became. She said Xian Yin had completely disappointed her, and from now on, he should only address her as guild president. When the system announced the fate shift points had dropped to 0, Jian Yin let out one final scream before it was all over. Tai Yang and everyone else stood frozen as they watched in complete silence, with no one knowing what to say. They quietly recalled how Jian Yin had acted strangely ever since the Ash Valley incident, then decided to leave. Meanwhile, Di Huo checked the loot and discovered the pocket watch belonged to the entire guild, not just the number 1 disciple. That meant the snake controller was likely still hiding inside the organization. He silently thanked Leng Yue for helping uncover such an important clue. As thanks, he invited her to pick an item from his shop that could permanently increase her stats. A few minutes later, at the shop, Wan Xian could only sigh because every item had already been sold. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she proudly showed off the sales and asked if her business skills were good enough. Leng Yue felt a little disappointed for arriving too late and was about to leave when Di Huo suddenly called her back. He remembered he had saved a few items just for her and offered one, hoping the incident with Xian Yin had not ruined her mood. Leng Yue immediately refused to take it for free, saying it was far too valuable and she wanted to pay the full price. Standing nearby, Wan Xian burned with jealousy. She thought she had worked all day for nothing, while Leng Yue got a valuable gift for free. The more she thought about it, the more she complained that she had been busy since morning, without hearing a single word of praise. Huan Xian then turned around and left, declaring she was ending work early to clear her head. Seeing that, Leng Yue asked if his employee seemed upset. Di Huo innocently assumed she was just tired and had gone home to rest. Wan Xian stepped outside, just as the evening sunlight spread across the street. Walking through the quiet neighborhood, she kicked away a few pebbles and grumbled that Di Huo acted generous by refusing payment while she worked like she did not even exist. Suddenly, one of the rolling pebbles was stopped by a foot. A man appeared with several followers and introduced himself as a member of the Black Tree Guild. He said they had been waiting for Wan Xian and wanted to know the secret behind shop number 32. Wan Xian immediately kept her distance and mocked the Black Tree Guild for living up to its ruthless reputation, asking if they planned to rob a woman in broad daylight. The man smiled with fake politeness and said that was not the case. He wanted to invite her into the Black Tree Guild and promised to treat her like an honored guest. Just then, the system delivered a hidden ID message from Lin Yuan, along with a package containing X45 flesh blood seeds, which were automatically stored in her inventory. Huan Xian's expression instantly softened, as she thought Di Huo had remembered to save something for her after all. But another message arrived right away. Lin Yuan reminded her there were still 45 seeds left in storage, and told her to sell them all tomorrow. After reading it, she ground her teeth in anger, because that fool had not changed at all. The Black Tree member kept pressuring her, boasting that their guild was backed by a powerful corporation in the real world, and countless people could not even get in, so she should not be foolish enough to refuse. Wan Xian calmly walked past him and said a decision that important needed time. If the guild was truly powerful, it could surely afford to wait for her answer. The man narrowed his eyes and agreed to give her more time, but warned her not to even think about playing tricks. Before leaving, he leaned close and threatened that he could get rid of her whenever he wanted. With that, Wan Xian quickly left the area. Watching her leave, the man smiled greedily and thought that once he seized the shop and earned credit, the entire Black Tree Guild would eventually become his. The scene shifted back to the shop. On her way back, Huan Xian kept muttering that Di Huo was completely heartless. She thought she had just been threatened at her doorstep and still kept his secret, then praised herself for being such a rare good person. Huan Xian clenched her fists and swore that one day she would make Di Huo repay this debt with interest. Before long, the street returned to its usual lively atmosphere, as if nothing had happened. The scene shifted to the underground sewer beneath the city. Di Huo studied the terrain while making silent calculations. The flesh-blood seeds were incredibly valuable now, and once harvested, they would sell for even more. At the same time, he also wanted to track down the mysterious snake controller. The system immediately activated the stealth skill at his command. Di Huo quickly assessed the situation. The undead were still operating normally, and the beetle swarm had not found anything suspicious. It seemed the enemy had been keeping a low profile lately. The gate slowly opened as Di Huo stepped inside. The moment he entered, he ordered Lei Yi to eliminate every target blocking the way. The system confirmed that he had entered a hidden dungeon. The scene shifted to the evil god's grand hall, where a lone figure stood waiting in silence. The snake controller clenched his teeth, unable to hide the anger on his face. He was furious because Di Huo had spent the past several days raiding his hidden dungeons and stealing valuable resources. To make things worse, Anadol refused to lend him the underworld serpent, and his own snake army had yet to fully recover. Left with no other choice, he went to seek help from his master. As soon as he requested an audience, a majestic figure appeared and coldly asked why he was not carrying out the plan with the others. The snake controller lowered his head in apology and explained that one player kept ruining their plans and had even captured many of his snakes. His master looked puzzled. If he could not even deal with a single player, what punishment did he deserve? He quickly defended himself, insisting his opponent was anything but ordinary. He even suspected Di Huo was another undead hunter like his master. Hearing those words, the master frowned slightly, clearly surprised by the title Undead Hunter. At that moment, Yao Ji stepped forward with a mocking smile, saying the snake controller from the western desert must have suffered so badly that he came up with such a ridiculous excuse. She covered her mouth with a laugh and declared that no second undead hunter could exist besides their master. Refusing to back down, he opened the system interface and claimed he had proof that everything he said was true. The system immediately played a recording from the Book of Memories. The video showed his battle with Di Huo. The snake controller angrily demanded to know why his snakes had been turned into undead, while Di Huo calmly replied that his undead legion was endless, and the snakes were only charging to their deaths, making resistance meaningless. The recording ended as the book slowly closed. After watching everything, both the master and Yao Ji looked genuinely shocked. Even so, Yao Ji sneered and said that if Di Huo were truly an undead hunter, the snake controller would never have made it back alive. She mocked him for inventing a more believable story next time. The master, however, seemed intrigued. He concluded that another undead hunter might still exist, but Di Huo's inheritance was incomplete and not yet worth worrying about. As he finished speaking, he took out a bottle of potion and smiled mysteriously. The snake controller immediately realized his master already had a plan and waited attentively for the next order. A holographic map appeared in the air. The master pointed to the Western Desert Empire and explained that a species of winged python lived there. It possessed incredible speed, could instantly weaken an enemy's mind, and was especially effective against summoner-type players. The system immediately confirmed that it had shared the coordinates 458, 274, 96. The master handed him the potion, which greatly enhanced snake control, and ordered him to force Lucky A to reveal his full strength. The snake controller accepted the mission with confidence, promising to make his opponent expose every trump card. But the master dismissed that objective with a single sentence. He changed the order. If the opportunity arose, the snake controller was to recruit Di Huo to their side. Curiosity flashed across the master's eyes. He wanted to know where an undead hunter, a class thought to have vanished long ago, had truly come from. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, built in an Indian architectural style, surrounded by lush greenery. Standing before the palace gate, the snake controller stared inside with cold eyes. He felt conflicted because his master wanted to recruit his greatest enemy. How was he supposed to settle that grudge? Frowning in frustration, he decided that since he had been ordered to recruit Di Huo, he would first check through the broker organization to see whether Di Huo had already joined a guild. With that thought, he calmly turned around and left. Just then, a waiter carrying a tray of wine stepped in front of him and politely informed him that the area was restricted, asking him to return to the main hall. The snake controller cut him off, saying he was not there for a drink, but to meet He-Bia. As he spoke, he glanced at his hand out of habit and gave a helpless smile. Every visit required a new password and the pocket watch as proof of identity, but when he reached for it, he suddenly froze. In an instant, his face turned pale and his eyes filled with panic. He frantically searched himself before crying out in shock. His pocket watch was gone. Turning to the waiter beside him, he nervously asked him to wait because his token had disappeared. The waiter calmly replied that their establishment had no interest in buying the kind of goods he mentioned. The waiter's expression suddenly became unsettling. With a mysterious smile, he suggested trying the shop next door instead. The words made the snake controller stumble back several steps. Just as the tension reached its peak, H3 appeared like a ghost between them. H3 stood in front of the snake controller and coldly said he was an acquaintance, so he should be allowed inside. Hearing that, the waiter immediately changed his attitude, bowed respectfully, and stepped aside. The scene shifted to a dark secret chamber, lit only by flickering candlelight. Both walls were packed with hidden mechanisms, ready to unleash deadly projectiles on any intruder. Inside the room, the snake controller sat across from H3 and thanked him for helping after he had accidentally lost his pocket watch. H3 calmly took a seat and told him to get to the point. Without wasting time, the snake controller pulled out a file and said he had been assigned to investigate someone. A different plan immediately formed in his mind. These people probably had no idea their target was the very person who had hired them before, and simply killing Di Huo would never satisfy his hatred. He secretly planned to make H3 believe Di Huo was targeting their organization. That way, H3 would never agree to recruit him. He could take revenge while still reporting to his master that the mission had been completed. Meanwhile, H3 calmly flipped through the documents without showing any emotion. After finishing, he casually placed the file back on the table. H3 then remarked that it was quite a coincidence because his organization had just accepted a contract on the very same target. The snake controller was caught off guard. He quickly hid his surprise and forced a smile, saying Di Huo certainly had no shortage of enemies. Resting his chin on one hand, H3 calmly replied that he already knew the target well enough, so he could handle the mission himself. Cold sweat poured down the snake controller's face. He quickly offered to join, claiming he admired H3's strength and was even willing to work without any reward. H3 showed no interest and flatly refused, saying he only worked with his own people. He then asked why the snake controller cared so much about Di Huo and whether he had another motive. The question made the snake controller even more uneasy. He awkwardly denied it and hurriedly took his leave. On his way out, he kept thinking, even if Di Huo were assassinated, he could still revive in the eternal world, so another method was needed to keep his master from ever noticing him. A while later, only H3 remained, silently staring at the file on the table. He quietly reflected that the commission he had once thought was cancelled had unexpectedly become useful again. H3 recalled the past and finally understood why that cold-faced man always went berserk whenever he saw the pocket watch. So the key had been that kid all along. H3 murmured with growing interest. For some reason, everyone wanted Di Huo dead, and that only made things even more entertaining. Suddenly, the mask hanging on the wall burst into flames as a commanding voice echoed through the room. The speaker confirmed that Di Huo was the one who had wiped out an elite squad from their organization. At the same time, the system announced that the leader was contacting H3 through a surveillance artifact. H3 calmly admitted it was true, but explained that the battlefield had been too chaotic for either side to determine a winner. As he spoke, he clenched his fist with determination, declaring that if the chance came, he would face Di Huo in an honorable one-and-own battle. After hearing that, the leader ordered H3 to continue approaching Di Huo, assess his true strength, and see if he could recruit him to their side. H3 accepted without hesitation. The door slowly opened, letting warm sunlight pour into the room. Back at the shop, Lin Yuan looked at the person sweeping the floor with surprise, wondering who it was. But a moment later, he broke into an excited smile, walked over, and said he had come to lend a hand. Just then, Wan Xian walked over carrying a box and reminded him that someone claiming to know Lin Yuan had been waiting for quite a while. Hearing that, Lin Yuan's expression instantly turned serious, and his eyes grew sharp. The one waiting was H3. Casually spinning a small object in his hand, he calmly asked Lin Yuan to step outside for a talk. Lin Yuan did not answer right away. Instead, he finished transferring this week's 1,000 flesh-blood seeds to Wan Xian through the system. After wrapping up his work, he turned to leave and reminded Wan Xian to consider raising the selling price a little more. The scene shifted to a barren desert filled with towering rock formations. Lin Yuan dashed across the rocks at incredible speed, chasing after H3. He asked if all this effort was just for a game of cat and mouse. H3 smirked and replied that if Lin Yuan wanted answers, he first had to defeat him in a fair fight. He also insisted that none of Lin Yuan's strange summons could be used. That only left Lin Yuan more confused, wondering what H3 really wanted and whether he had been hired to kill him. Even so, Lin Yuan calmly stopped and coldly accepted the challenge. The moment he finished speaking, H3 spun around and hurled his massive chain at Lin Yuan, eager to test his true strength. Lin Yuan immediately raised his sword to block the powerful strike. As soon as they collided, the iron hook at the end of the chain locked tightly onto his blade. Only then did Lin Yuan realize H3's weapon contained a hidden mechanism. H3 skillfully switched hands while controlling the chain, fighting with ease as he mixed praise with mockery. Across from him, Lin Yuan poured all his strength into his left arm, causing a brilliant green light to burst around his hand. Seeing that, H3 launched the chain again and laughed that reacting now was already too late. A violent explosion erupted as the two forces crashed into each other. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, H3 unleashed another relentless chain assault while shouting for him to keep up. The iron hook suddenly yanked hard, nearly tearing the sword from Lin Yuan's grip. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan blinked behind H3 and prepared his decisive counterattack. He threw a devastating punch at H3 and fired back that the truly slow one was his opponent. The impact sent a powerful shockwave across the desert, whipping up a swirling cloud of sand. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan was still standing with his sword firmly in hand. He slowly walked forward and coldly asked why H3 had not used an assassin's stealth skill, or if everyone in that organization fought this way. Kneeling on the ground, H3 caught his breath and replied that no one had ever said he came because of a contract. Lin Yuan kept his sword pointed directly at him and declared they could continue talking after H3 was defeated. Just then, the system displayed an emergency call. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan accepted it. A message from Han Chung appeared before him. In a panic, Han Chung reported that the shop manager had been kidnapped by a group of people. He could not stop them and urged Lin Yuan to return immediately. After reading the message, Lin Yuan's face darkened as rage flared in his eyes. He coldly said he had overestimated them. In the end, they had resorted to such a cowardly kidnapping. H3 immediately denied any involvement, insisting that Yan Wang would never use kidnapping to threaten others and would never target women or children. H3 immediately opened his control panel and firmly told Lin Yuan to wait a moment. He then contacted the intelligence division and urgently ordered them to locate the woman who had just been taken from shop number 30. The order was sent out at once. Every intelligence member received it, and only moments later, the patrol team reported the target's coordinates. With the results in hand, H3 stopped hiding the truth and admitted the holding location was very close. He told Lin Yuan to go rescue her without worry, because he would stay right there. The system then shared the coordinates 8893, 475, 38 with Lin Yuan's hidden ID account. Even though he was desperate to leave, Lin Yuan turned back to H3 and coldly warned him not to disappear before he returned. The scene shifted to where Han Chung lay motionless on the ground. Her face was pale with pain. Her body was covered in injuries from repeated torture, and her health was nearly depleted. The system also reported that she had already been killed 3 times, and her level kept dropping. But the moment the revival effect activated, Han Chung stood back up as if she had never fallen. She frowned slightly, beads of sweat covering her forehead, yet her eyes remained cold and unwavering. Without saying a word, Han Chung simply glared at the 2 men before her, with burning hatred. The 2 men cornered her against the wall. One drew his bow and shouted that even after killing her several times, they still had not forced a confession out of her. The other said they had learned from city officials that the shop owner was a man, and if she refused to reveal his identity, they would keep killing her until she was sent back to the beginner village. Rage burned inside Han Chung, but she gritted her teeth and endured. She knew they were camping her respawn point, so escaping was pointless. Even cornered, she raised her head and challenged them to do their worst. The archer sneered and handed her over to his partner, saying she still needed to be taught a lesson. He casually went outside to stand guard, while the other man confidently promised to break her spirit. Before he could move, an icy voice suddenly spoke behind him, asking who exactly he planned to teach. Lin Yuan had appeared without anyone noticing. Without giving him a chance to react, Lin Yuan's sword pierced straight through his body. At the same time, Xu Ming charged in like a tiger and blocked the arrow the archer had just fired. Han Chung stood frozen, completely stunned by everything that happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan quietly thought that H3 had truly not lied about the location. Only the archer remained, yet he still arrogantly used the Black Tree Guild's name to threaten them, shouting that anyone who touched their people would end up begging for mercy. Before he could finish, a sword pierced through his chest. Lin Yuan coldly replied, "What if I don't kneel?" Killing intent poured from Lin Yuan. He had already marked the Black Tree Guild as an enemy and decided he would settle the score soon. The three of them silently watched as the two enemies' bodies gradually vanished under the game's death mechanics. Lin Yuan quickly checked the dropped items and realized his guess had been correct. Han Chung's equipment and belongings had already been completely looted. Han Chung slowly walked over and softly called Lin Yuan's name, her voice trembling. As Lin Yuan turned around, he saw her eyes red with emotion. His anger only grew stronger because even in this game world, the pain created by the system felt completely real. He returned everything he had recovered to Han Chung and gently asked her to tell him exactly what had happened. Wiping away her tears, Han Chung put her equipment back on and explained that they had demanded to know the identity of the shop owner. When she refused, they smashed the shop and took turns camping her respawn point to torture her over and over. Sensing that she was still holding something back, Lin Yuan calmly encouraged her to tell him everything without hiding anything. Even so, Han Chung forced a smile and said she was the oldest sisters, so protecting the others was only natural. Besides, those men were not worth fearing. Xu Ming took out a healing potion and placed it in Han Chung's hand. Angrily, he said that seeing all her gear stolen was enough to know she had been spawn-camped for a long time, so she should drink it and recover first. Just as Han Chung accepted the potion, Lin Yuan suddenly called her name. Both of them turned toward him. Lin Yuan's face remained as cold as ice, and the killing intent around him had not faded. He told Han Chung to give him every piece of information she had about the Black Tree Guild. Hearing that, both Han Chung and Xu Ming changed expressions. They quickly urged him to stay calm, because the Black Tree Guild was an extremely dangerous force. Xu Ming immediately shared everything he knew. According to him, the Black Tree Guild was far more than an ordinary in-game guild. It was backed by the real-world Black Tree Corporation. The organization was highly organized, had countless members, and possessed influence far beyond any other guild. He tried to convince Lin Yuan that no matter how powerful he was, fighting thousands of members alone was almost impossible. Lin Yuan remained completely unmoved. He turned to leave with Manticore, calmly thinking that while money was certainly an advantage, it did not decide everything in the eternal world. Just then he noticed something unusual. The two enemies he had just killed had already revived and returned. The archer immediately cursed the moment he came back to life. Lin Yuan simply gave a cold command. The Death Scorpion and the Divine Dung Beetle shot forward like lightning. He even taunted them, saying that if they really wanted the shop, they were welcome to come and take it. The archer flew into a rage and shouted that Lin Yuan only knew how to ambush people, daring him to fight one-on-one. Before he could finish, both men were killed again by the Death Scorpion and the Divine Dung Beetle. Panicking, they screamed for members of the guild to come rescue them. The system immediately announced that their distress signal had been sent to every nearby member of the Black Tree Guild. Their health bars were wiped out once again. The system coldly announced that both players had died again, lost more levels, and dropped even more equipment. The moment they revived, they were killed again. The system notifications repeated endlessly as their levels continued to fall. Again and again, the two men were cut down. Every revival cost them more levels and more gear, while the system announcements echoed without end. After being farmed all the way back to level 1, one of them finally broke down and begged Lin Yuan to spare him because his character was completely ruined. Han Chung happily picked up all of her recovered gear and thanked Lin Yuan, saying she thought she had lost everything for good. Just then, Zhao Kui arrived with a group of men. He mocked the two for being useless, saying they needed reinforcements just to capture one person, then declared he would deal with the fool who had ruined Xuan Xiao's plans. Han Chung and Xu Ming recognized Zhao Kui immediately. Lin Yuan, however, remained calm and casually remarked that this was the same guy from the Hidden Blood Cave. Zhao Kui arrogantly declared that Lin Yuan was the one who had taken down Xuan Xiao's men. He threatened to kill Lin Yuan first, and then interrogate Han Cheng to earn himself a reward. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Kui ordered his men to attack. Lin Yuan quickly assessed the situation and concluded that Xuan Xiao was the mastermind behind everything. But after taking a closer look at Lin Yuan's face, Zhao Kui instantly turned pale as he realized who he was facing. Sweat poured down his face, while one clueless subordinate continued acting tough, boasting that his captain was an elite of the Black Tree Guild, and ordering Lin Yuan to kneel and beg for mercy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan appeared right in front of Zhao Kui, making him scream in terror as he thought he was about to die. Realizing how dangerous the situation was, Zhao Kui spun around and slapped the loudmouth subordinate across the face, shouting at him to shut up immediately. His attitude changed completely. Bowing with a nervous smile, he apologized over and over, saying that if he had known this was Lin Yuan, he would never have dared to come. Zhao Kui hurriedly tried to back away and promised to dismiss all of his men at once, but Lin Yuan had already appeared behind him and coldly said there was no need for that. A flash of steel cut through the air, and 2 subordinates were killed instantly, leaving Zhao Kui terrified. Radiating killing intent, Lin Yuan slowly walked forward and ordered Zhao Kui to take him to Xuan Xiao immediately. Trembling from head to toe, Zhao Kui did not dare resist and could only nod repeatedly. Moments later, he obediently began leading the way. As they walked, Zhao Kui secretly calculated his options. Bringing an outsider into the guild headquarters was a serious offense, and the Black Tree Corporation's penalty alone could bankrupt him. Worse yet, the outsider he was escorting was a monster like Lin Yuan, so he had to find a way out. With that thought, he secretly opened the guild's internal chat channel. After studying the map and thinking it through, Zhao Kui quietly celebrated because he had found a perfect scapegoat to save himself. Just then, the system announced that Lin Yuan had entered the ambush zone of Black Tree Guild Squad 7. The sudden notification made Zhao Kui freeze on the spot, but the shock quickly turned into a sinister smile. It seemed his people had arrived just in time. Zhao Kui immediately spun around, pointed at Lin Yuan, and shouted that today he would teach him a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, he called for his men to attack. Instead, a corpse came crashing down from above and landed right in front of him. Zhao Kui stood frozen with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Squad 7 was supposed to be waiting in ambush, so why had no one appeared? He frantically looked around for an explanation. Then a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Squad 7 had probably been wiped out. Lin Yuan noticed the throwing dagger lodged in the corpse and immediately recognized it as the weapon of someone he knew. It seemed that person had been secretly helping him, but he quickly put the thought aside, looked at Zhao Kui with icy eyes, and repeated his earlier words. "Weren't you going to teach me a lesson?" Zhao Kui turned deathly pale, completely unaware that death itself was already standing before him. The divine dung beetles charged forward at the same time, every one of them targeting Zhao Kui. Zhao Kui could only scream and beg for mercy, desperately pleading for Lin Yuan to stop. Lin Yuan calmly guessed that since so many members of the Black Tree Guild had died because of Zhao Kui, the financial penalty waiting for him would be enormous. As he spoke, he drove his sword into the ground right beside Zhao Kui as a warning. Lin Yuan then offered him a choice. If Zhao Kui revealed He Xuan's location, perhaps once the Black Tree Guild was destroyed, his debt would disappear as well. Terrified, Zhao Kui grabbed Lin Yuan's leg and promised to reveal everything. At the same time, the Black Tree Corporation's headquarters was holding a leadership meeting. A report announced that the Corporations Guild had achieved a 30% profit increase this quarter, while its new shop expansion plan was progressing smoothly. A board member suddenly questioned President Yi, saying that, according to his information, the corporation still had not managed to acquire its first shop. President Yi calmly took a drag from his cigarette, without showing the slightest concern. After a brief silence, he slowly exhaled and confidently declared that he had already found someone willing to sell the shop. In his eyes, that lucrative prize would belong to the Black Tree Corporation sooner or later. Before he could finish, a panicked employee burst into the meeting room and reported that someone was attacking the guild headquarters. President Yi immediately jumped to his feet and angrily demanded to know what was happening. The scene shifted to the plaza outside, where screams and chaos had taken over. Lin Yuan kept swinging his sword, cutting down every wave of enemies in his path. Ahead of him stood a commander and 2 mages blocking the entrance. The commander raised his blade and shouted, demanding to know why Lin Yuan dared to cause trouble on Black Tree Guild territory. Lin Yuan did not bother answering. He simply waved his hand and unleashed a powerful blast of spirit energy straight at them. He coldly warned them not to stand in his way. Behind him, the guide nervously asked if he really intended to storm the headquarters alone. Lin Yuan calmly replied that if the coordinates were fake, the guide would be the first person he came back to deal with. Inside the grand hall, everything was decorated with extravagant luxury. He Xuan sat back with one leg crossed over the other, watching his live stream while bragging to Su Ling that, once he took over the shop, he would make a fortune, and even share some of the profits with her. Su Ling smiled sweetly and teased him, saying he always loved stealing other people's achievements. Just then, the noise outside made He Xuan frown in annoyance. He angrily scolded the guards for allowing such a disturbance during his live stream, and immediately ordered someone to investigate. 2 guards opened the doors and walked outside, muttering about which fool had dared to cause trouble. Suddenly, the doors were kicked open with tremendous force, sending both guards stumbling backward in shock. Lin Yuan calmly walked in with his sword in hand, stared straight ahead, and asked who He Xuan was. His gaze locked onto the target, like a predator staring at trapped prey. He Xuan casually set down his wineglass and sneered, assuming yet another fool had come looking for trouble. At the same time, his livestream exploded with countless comments from viewers. Rapid footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Within moments, the guards completely surrounded Lin Yuan. He Xuan laughed arrogantly and mocked him, saying that not just anyone was qualified to become one of his lackeys in the Black Tree Guild. He Xuan smugly offered a condition. If Lin Yuan knelt down and licked his shoes clean, he might consider sparing his life. Su Ling chimed in, saying it was a rare opportunity and he should know his place. Lin Yuan did not waste a single word. He answered with a swing of his sword. A blazing sword wave ripped through the air, carrying razor-sharp spirit energy straight toward He Xuan. The attack came so suddenly that He Xuan froze, able to do nothing but watch death rush toward him. At the very last second, his cowardly nature took over. He yanked Su Ling in front of him as a shield, leaving her only enough time to scream in despair. The livestream chat instantly exploded over the shocking scene. Lin Yuan coldly warned them that shop number 32 belonged to him. Anyone who dared target it again would make the entire Black Tree Guild pay the price. He Xuan shoved Su Ling aside and sneered that a nobody like Lin Yuan had no right to threaten the guild. He burst into arrogant laughter. He continued mocking Lin Yuan, saying he was not only insane but completely out of his mind. He Xuan then clapped his hands and summoned his subordinates. A female mage rushed in from outside and shouted, demanding to know where Lin Yuan found the courage to storm Black Tree headquarters. Even while surrounded by armed guards, Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm. He Xuan proudly declared that simply catching his attention was already a great honor for Lin Yuan. He tossed out a single gold coin and ordered Lin Yuan to transfer ownership of the shop and kowtow 3 times, promising to let everything slide. The moment he finished speaking, he flicked the gold coin straight toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan casually swung his sword, and the coin shattered into dust before it could reach him. He then released a mechanical beetle with glowing red eyes and coldly said he had no time to waste on someone like He Xuan. The mechanical beetle instantly shot forward at incredible speed, piercing through the guards' formation. Its only target was He Xuan. He Xuan panicked before he even realized what was happening, as the beetle rushed right up to him. A violent lightning explosion erupted from the beetle, engulfing He Xuan as his agonized screams echoed through the hall. Right after that, the system confirmed that He Xuan had been eliminated. Seeing He Xuan fall, a soldier screamed that the young master had been killed. The guild members flew into a rage and charged together to take down Lin Xuan. Someone rushed to report to the guild leader that an unknown player was tearing through the headquarters. Back in the meeting room, President Yi still believed it was a stunt by a rival and ordered He Xuan's livestream to be shown. He confidently told everyone they were about to witness the true strength of the Black Tree Guild. But only seconds later, President Yi gasped in disbelief. On the screen, Lin Xuan was sweeping through the battlefield alone and crushing Black Tree members one group after another. The entire meeting room fell into heavy silence. President Yi stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, the livestream audience exploded and the chat flooded with non-stop comments. President Yi finally panicked, realizing the stock price would crash and his CEO position could be gone. Even with worry written all over his face, he forced a smile and claimed it was probably just a misunderstanding before contacting the guild. While grabbing his phone, he shouted that Lin Xuan had to be stopped at any cost. On the other end, He Xuan had just respawned and was furious after losing a level from being killed. He immediately leaped down into the battlefield. Pointing at Lin Xuan, He Xuan threatened to loot his shop and send all of his friends back to level 1. Lin Xuan kept one soldier pinned under his foot and coldly asked if those were He Xuan's final words. He Xuan grew even more arrogant and declared that he always kept his promises. Lin Xuan summoned his spirit beasts and declared that if this was He Xuan's choice, then the Black Tree Guild no longer deserved to exist. In an instant, countless spirit beasts filled the entire area as the system announced that Corpse Explosion had been activated. A chain of massive explosions erupted across the battlefield. The entire incident was destroying the guild's reputation. An investor immediately stood up and confronted President Yi, saying that if this was the project he had promoted, it was deeply disappointing and raised serious doubts about his leadership. Even with no way out, President Yi tried to reassure everyone, insisting the guild's elite force had arrived and would handle everything soon. He immediately called to confirm whether the main force had fully assembled. The reply came that every member was ready for battle. On the live stream, the main force appeared one after another, with weapons drawn. The elites charged together as the commander shouted that anyone who captured Lin Xuan would earn 100,000 yuan, and the whole team roared in agreement. The live stream community erupted again as the new battle unfolded. Standing behind them, He Xuan kept urging his men to wipe out the spirit beasts because he had already lost 5 levels. But the moment he finished speaking, Lin Xuan ambushed him again, leaving him only enough time to curse. His HP instantly dropped to 0 once again. When the dust settled, Lin Xuan still stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield, while He Xuan was back, waiting to respawn. Lin Xuan looked at the main force and mocked them for bragging about sending him back to level 1. Yet now, none of them dared to step forward. Someone on the other side, immediately, shouted for everyone to use the same strategy and surround him together. The commander roared in anger. He swung his sword and charged straight at Lin Xuan, declaring he would face him himself. But with a single move, Lin Xuan knocked the sword right out of his hands. The commander was blasted backward, with a look of pure shock. The mages and archers behind him unleashed fireballs and paralyzing arrows together, convinced that sheer numbers would overwhelm Lin Xuan. After tossing the commander aside, Lin Xuan coldly remarked that their tactics were far too childish. A series of violent explosions instantly shook the entire battlefield. The system notification appeared at once, confirming the commander had been eliminated with his HP completely depleted. Amid the chaos, Lin Xuan activated stealth, causing the soldiers to lose track of him as they looked around in confusion. Viewers in the livestream chat kept saying that Lin Xuan only retreated because he was outnumbered, and that none of them stood a chance in a one-and-one fight. He Xuan had barely respawned before furiously cursing his men, saying it was humiliating that such a massive force still let Lin Xuan disappear. He kept ordering his men to find Lin Xuan no matter the cost. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly covered He Xuan from above. Looking up, he was horrified to see a flock of giant lizards circling overhead. Before He Xuan could recover, the monsters began charging energy in their mouths. Seconds later, countless blasts of destructive energy rained down on the formation below. After every guard was wiped out, Lin Xuan slowly revealed himself as his stealth expired. He calmly taunted them, saying they could call every last reinforcement, because the respawn area still had plenty of room. Stream viewers couldn't stop praising him, saying the great expert always created chaos the moment he made a move. Many joked that the Black Tree Guild had picked the wrong person to mess with. Elsewhere, Zhang Qian stared at the screen in admiration, completely captivated by Lin Xuan's presence. Back on the battlefield, He Xuan had completely lost his nerve and could only cower in a corner. He hurriedly called his father for help, but He Ye exploded in anger and called him useless for turning everything into a disaster. He Xuan argued that he was only following orders to buy the shops and blamed his father's bad information, but He Ye yelled at him to stall for time at all costs. Before hanging up, He Ye said the highly paid experts they had hired were almost there. Outside the castle, He Ba stood on a tree branch watching the battle and laughed that the kid really knew how to turn everything upside down. He checked the mission board and saw that the Black Tree Guild had posted an urgent 500 gold bounty to assassinate Lin Xuan, realizing they wanted to hire him. After thinking for a few seconds, He Ba smiled, rejected the mission, and blocked every request from the Black Tree Guild. At the same time, Leng Yue quietly analyzed the situation and realized that not only the Fury Guild, but also the Purple Vine Guild had sent people. As more familiar faces appeared, she knew the battle was only getting more exciting. Nu Yan made his stance clear, saying he only wanted to deal with the arrogant kid as quickly as possible. In his view, recording the whole fight and sending it to his boss would be enough to finish the job. Inside the castle, He Xuan kept screaming in panic, furious that he had been beaten so badly that even his own father had never treated him like this. Sensing many eyes on him, Lin Xuan immediately turned around. Leng Yue was stunned to recognize Lin Xuan, and even Nu Yan widened his eyes. He Ba laughed and hinted that it looked like Lin Xuan's reinforcements had arrived. The moment he saw more people appear, He Xuan regained his arrogance, laughed like a madman, and ordered everyone to charge and force Lin Xuan to beg on his knees. Lin Xuan completely ignored the shouting and focused only on the newcomers. His gaze swept across each of them as he judged their strength. One man in the crowd mocked him, saying that with the two strongest guilds joining forces, Lin Xuan had no chance of surviving. But before he could finish, Nu Yan shoved him aside. After recognizing his opponent, Nu Yan immediately changed his expression and muttered that the reward was nowhere near worth risking his life. At that moment, the system announced that Nu Yan had cancelled the mission from the Black Tree Guild. He Xuan stood there in confusion, thinking Nu Yan had run away in fear, and loudly mocked him. Lin Xuan said nothing. He simply pointed his sword at He Xuan. Lightning flashed, and He Xuan's HP dropped to 0 once again. Then he looked at everyone else and calmly asked if they also intended to help the Black Tree Guild. Another system notification appeared, confirming that one more person had cancelled the Black Tree Guild mission. Leng Yue stepped forward and said she believed Lin Xuan had his reasons and was willing to help if needed. Lin Xuan politely declined and told her that watching was enough. He Xuan had barely respawned before charging forward in anger, yelling at the hired experts for standing around instead of doing their jobs. He Ba laughed and joked that they had spent money only to watch the young master become a laughingstock over and over. He Xuan immediately hid behind He Ba, thinking he finally had backup, and kept urging him to kill Lin Xuan. Only then did Lin Xuan ask He Ba if he had dealt with the group in the forest earlier, because he recognized those familiar throwing knives. He Ba smiled and admitted it was nothing. Hearing that, He Xuan froze and staggered back several steps, never expecting even this man to refuse his side. He Ba smiled and explained that he had never accepted the Black Tree Guild's request. He had only stopped by to enjoy the show and casually turned on his recording. He Xuan could only throw out a few empty threats, swearing he would make everyone pay. Just then, a gigantic monster appeared, its massive body covering the entire sky. The beast stomped down without mercy and wiped out everyone below in an instant. Before long, He Xuan respawned once again, looking utterly miserable. Lin Xuan calmly walked over and said they should keep this up, because he guessed the Black Tree Guild master would not stay quiet much longer. Outside the game, the investors erupted in anger, blaming He Ye for crashing the company's stock and demanding he take full responsibility. The assistant cautiously called out to President Yi. He Ye cut him off through gritted teeth and ordered a VR headset to be brought to him immediately. He knew that unless he handled the situation himself, the investors would pull all their funding, so he had to restore their confidence as quickly as possible. The scene quickly shifted back to the Black Tree Guild headquarters in the game. Moments later, the system announced that Guild Master Hai Ye had officially logged in. Seeing the guild leader appear, Lin Xuan calmly asked if he was the guild master of the Black Tree Guild. He Yi quietly calculated his next move since the livestream was still running, wanting to end everything before the executives noticed any more failures. He coldly warned Lin Xuan that he had picked the wrong enemy. He even tried to recruit Lin Xuan, promising him a place in the Black Tree Guild as captain of the main force. Standing behind him, He Xuan immediately objected, insisting that Lin Xuan had killed too many guild members and had to be eliminated. Hearing his son shouting, Hai Ye immediately poured all of his mana into the staff in his hand. Without another word, he unleashed his strongest skill to prove the true power of the Black Tree Guild. But a gigantic vulture suddenly rushed out and blocked the attack. Lin Xuan smirked and asked if that was all the leader of a top guild could do. Watching his strongest attack get stopped by a single spirit beast, Hai Ye was completely stunned. Lin Xuan ordered the giant vulture to charge straight at He Ye and calmly asked how he planned to deal with it. He Ye desperately dodged and barely escaped at the last second. Lin Xuan summoned an entire flock of giant vultures before activating Corpse Explosion to finish the battle. Surrounded by countless monsters, He Ye's face instantly turned pale. A second later, a chain of devastating explosions ripped through the entire area. Hai Ye and all of his followers were instantly killed, then immediately respawned with terrified expressions. Ye's face was deathly pale. He could not believe he had survived only one attack, while Lin Xuan was as powerful as a monster. In the end, he chose to surrender first. Ye immediately raised his hand to signal a ceasefire. He repeatedly apologized and promised to admit his mistakes publicly and offer full compensation if Lin Xuan would stop. But Lin Xuan ignored the plea, quietly summoned a death wolf, and coldly said they had never truly regretted their actions. In his eyes, they were only pretending to surrender because they realized total destruction was inevitable. The giant wolf charged forward and sent the entire group flying, leaving He Xuan screaming in despair. He Xuan frantically begged his father to save them, but He Ye shouted back that they had already tried everything and that his reckless son had provoked someone they never should have challenged. Just then, He Ye suddenly thought of one final plan. He immediately believed the system NPCs were the only card left that could turn the situation around. He Ye quickly realized that the Black Tree Guild headquarters was inside the city's safe zone, where violence was strictly forbidden. As long as the city guards arrived, Lin Xuan would be the one in trouble. Thinking of this, he happily took out a special badge and activated an emergency summon to call the city guards. He Xuan immediately understood and burst into laughter, convinced the city guards would deal with every troublemaker and throw anyone who resisted into prison. Before long, a city guard officer appeared with an imposing presence and demanded to know who dared to cause chaos in the city. Ye immediately pointed at Lin Xuan and demanded that he be arrested. Certain that victory was finally his, He Ye smugly reminded Lin Xuan that this was a safe zone and that resisting would only land him in prison. He Xuan joined in and deliberately provoked Lin Xuan into attacking again. But before he could finish speaking, He Xuan was blasted away once more, leaving both father and son completely speechless. He Ye flew into a rage, instantly raised a mana shield, and shouted that Lin Xuan would finally pay the price. Lin Xuan calmly struck back, without the slightest regard for the people standing before him. Watching the fight unfold right in front of him, the city guard officer flew into a rage, ordered his men to arrest Lin Xuan, and declared he would be jailed for 3 months. Even the livestream viewers shook their heads, saying that once the city guard NPCs got involved, the fight was over. He Ye became even more smug, claiming that anyone who attacked a city guard would be hunted by the entire Western Desert Kingdom, and no one could stand against the system's forces. But Lin Xuan did not bother arguing. He simply swung his sword straight at the city guard officer. The livestream instantly exploded, as viewers were stunned that Lin Xuan refused to back down and even dared to attack a system NPC. At that moment, Hayes suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, as the system announced that his mana had been completely depleted. Publicly challenged, the city guard officer roared in fury and declared that anyone who defied the laws of the Western Desert Kingdom would be severely punished. Lin Xuan calmly took out a golden badge and tossed it onto the ground. Just as the guards were about to charge, the officer noticed the badge and froze in place. In an instant, he realized with shock that it was the honorary knight badge of the Scorpion Knights. His attitude changed completely as he respectfully asked whether Lin Xuan was the honorary knight. Lin Xuan simply smiled with quiet confidence, as if everything had gone exactly as expected. The officer immediately shouted in panic, ordering all of his men to stop and stand down. Then he bowed deeply, respectfully returned the badge with both hands, and said it belonged to his lord. Lin Xuan calmly accepted his badge. He then glanced coldly at He Ye and He Xuan, saying the rest could be left to the city guard officer. The officer respectfully replied that serving an honorary knight was a great honor. He Ye stood frozen in disbelief, unable to understand what had happened. Meanwhile, He Xuan ground his teeth in frustration after learning that Lin Xuan was an honorary knight, knowing the officer would never dare offend someone of that status. The next moment, the officer charged forward with murderous intent, accusing He Ye and He Xuan of opposing the will of an honorary knight and suspecting them of being spies from the Southern Return Kingdom before ordering their immediate arrest. He Ye's face turned pale as he desperately insisted there had been a misunderstanding, while He Xuan blamed his father, saying that ridiculous plan had dragged them both into this disaster. After securing them, the officer ordered both men to be taken away at once and strictly forbade them from troubling the honorary knight again. The system then confirmed that He Ye and He Xuan had been imprisoned. Even as he was dragged away, He Ye desperately begged for another chance, saying everything could still be negotiated and that he was willing to pay any price. Lin Xuan simply sighed and replied that it was already too late. He coldly declared that the Black Tree Guild had only one fate left: complete destruction. The entire gaming community erupted. Everyone was amazed that one person had destroyed a major guild alone, calling it a legendary achievement that cemented Lin Xuan's undefeated reputation. At the company headquarters, the chairman exploded in anger, scolding Hai Ye for boasting about his plan and live-streaming the entire disaster for the world to see, leaving him utterly humiliated and regretting ever putting him in charge of the guild project. Hai Ye still refused to admit fault, insisting that no one could have expected Lin Xuan to be that powerful or even win the support of the system NPCs. The chairman grew even angrier, fearing the company's stock would collapse. He ordered a massive stock sell-off and told his staff to call the lawyers so Hai Ye and Hai Xuan could be held responsible. A bodyguard outside the office quietly remarked that he never expected Lin Xuan to truly destroy the Black Tree Guild, meaning he would finally have enough money to pay his contract penalty. After the battle, Lin Xuan was almost completely drained of both stamina and mana. At the same time, one core member after another announced their departure from the Black Tree Guild after its entire fighting force had been crushed. The system quickly announced that the guild's membership had fallen below the required limit, and the Black Tree Guild was officially disbanded. Watching everything from afar, Hai Ba could not help but sigh. Hai Ye and Hai Xuan had been imprisoned. Members had abandoned the guild in waves, and the entire guild had been erased exactly as Lin Xuan had predicted. He then sent the full battle recording to his leader. Hearing movement behind him, Lin Xuan immediately turned toward Hai Ba and asked how much longer he planned to keep watching. Hai Ba smiled and replied that if Lin Xuan wanted answers, they should talk at the tavern. He promised to explain everything there and reminded Lin Xuan to clean up the battlefield before leaving. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. With the Black Tree Guild gone, he figured it was the perfect time to investigate Hai Ba's organization. Before leaving, he collected every piece of loot. The scene shifted to a mysterious location where the snake tamer had been waiting. Anna stepped forward and asked if there was a new mission, but made it clear that no one was touching her underworld serpent. The snake tamer calmly delivered their master's latest order, telling her to keep watching the same man and recruit him into the organization, giving Anna an instant headache. The snake tamer assigned their roles. He would venture deep into the desert to capture a winged serpent using the clues from their master, while Anna had to lure Lin Xuan there so they could complete the plan together. Anna immediately showed her displeasure, saying that although her rank was lower, her backer was far more important, so he had no right to order her around. The snake tamer coldly warned that she could refuse, but she should not forget how the previous Ba Shi incident had nearly caused a disaster. If that secret were exposed, things would become much worse. Under the pressure of his threat, Anna reluctantly agreed. She stressed that this would be the only time she cooperated, and warned that if anything went wrong, she would leave immediately. The snake tamer immediately sent the target coordinates and said Anna only needed to bring Lin Xuan to that location. Looking at the coordinates, Anna curiously asked what kind of dungeon he had prepared for Lin Xuan. Without hesitation, the snake tamer answered, Death Sea Island. The scene shifted to the front of a tavern. As soon as they entered, the innkeeper politely came over and asked what they would like. But the moment he saw the token Hai Ba presented, his expression changed as he recognized their identity. The innkeeper quickly announced that the tavern would close early due to an urgent matter, and that every customer's bill would be completely free as an apology. Everyone was instantly thrilled. Cheers filled the tavern as everyone celebrated the free meal, with some even regretting not ordering the most expensive dishes. After every customer had left, all the tavern doors were locked. Hai Ba invited Lin Xuan to sit down. After looking around, Lin Xuan asked directly if this was one of the Reaper's hideouts. Hai Ba did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and suggested that if Lin Xuan was so curious, he should simply join and find out himself. He officially invited Lin Xuan to join the Reaper on the organization's behalf. Lin Xuan gave a faint smile and asked if sending assassins to kill potential recruits was really their recruitment method. Hai Ba coughed awkwardly before explaining that it had only been a test. A lone expert like Lin Xuan was extremely rare, so the organization naturally wanted him on their side. He seriously stated that the Reaper had rejected every assassination contract targeting Lin Xuan, something that had never happened before. Just then, the innkeeper quietly served the drinks. After finishing his explanation, Hai Ba looked at Lin Xuan expectantly and asked whether he had made his decision. Lin Xuan took a sip of wine and sarcastically remarked that it was hard to trust people who wanted to recruit him while hiding so many secrets. His eyes shifted toward the empty air as a chilling aura spread from him, as though he had sensed something. Thanks to his exceptional spirit stat, Lin Xuan quickly realized that someone was secretly watching him with stealth and even saw through the advanced concealment. A shadow slowly revealed itself and praised Lin Xuan, saying that even his advanced stealth skill could not fool him. The man removed his disguise and fully revealed himself. Facing the newcomer, Lin Xuan quickly guessed that this was the leader of the Reaper, Death Notice, a man infamous for assassinating countless powerful experts and treating the hunt as entertainment. Lin Xuan got straight to the point. He said the other side must have investigated him thoroughly and should know he had never joined any guild. However, if the Reaper could provide the information he wanted, everything was open to negotiation. The man placed a special watch on the table and said that Yan Wang knew Lin Xuan was interested in it. As long as he joined the organization, he would learn many more secrets. Lin Xuan never touched the watch and simply listened as the man explained that the Reaper was not a guild in the usual sense. He made it clear that it was only an organization in name, and its members did not need to officially join a guild within the game system. Lin Xuan remained calm on the surface, but his mind raced. If that was true, his hidden class would stay secret. On top of that, the Reaper possessed an intelligence network spread across the immortal world, making cooperation highly beneficial. He was willing to consider the offer, but he wanted to understand how the organization worked first. The man smiled as if he had expected that answer, and began explaining the Reaper in detail. As he spoke, scenes of the organization's assassins, carrying out missions and hunting monsters, appeared one after another. He explained that members were divided into 5 ranks, starting with normal, then skilled, followed by the higher ranks. The remaining 2 ranks were elite and executioner, making a total of 5 tiers. The organization's missions were also ranked from D, C, B, A to S based on difficulty. Holding the watch in his hand, he explained that it was the decisive watch, a token reserved for those who had completed at least 3 rank missions and reached elite rank or above. Its owner could receive supplies and support at every Reaper outpost and use it as the key to enter the organization's secret headquarters. The man slowly pushed the watch toward Lin Xuan, said that if he accepted the invitation, it would belong to him immediately. Without another word, Lin Xuan reached out and accepted the watch. Just then, Hapefa suddenly appeared behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed, saying he had told him all along that the watch would end up in his hands, sooner or later. The man clenched his fist, formally introduced himself as Death Notice, and officially invited Lin Xuan to join the Reaper. Resting both hands on the table, he explained that the organization consisted of the guild master, ministers, team leaders, and members. If Lin Xuan agreed, the position of Western Desert Minister would be his immediately. He Ba folded his arms and guessed that the man before him was the current minister. Lin Xuan then asked whether he truly intended to give up the position. He Ba smiled confidently and said he had grown tired of being a minister long ago and only wanted to hunt from now on. Then he leaned close to Lin Xuan and quietly corrected him, saying that Yan Wang was actually his own name, not the other man's. Hearing that, Lin Xuan's eyes immediately became resolute. He stood up, shook hands with Death Notice, and officially confirmed their partnership. Death Notice said nothing more, and simply looked at him with an unreadable expression. Haik Ba cheerfully asked to step outside for a drink, and Death Notice gave a slight nod. A system interface appeared before Lin Xuan. He uploaded 2 photos and bluntly asked the organization to investigate the people in them. Death Notice quickly received the 2 photos that had been sent by the Snake Tamer. After studying them for a moment, he seemed to understand Lin Xuan's true objective. Resting one hand beneath his chin while operating the system with the other, he slowly explained that Reaper members were absolutely forbidden from investigating one another because it was the organization's core rule. Lin Xuan remained calm. It seemed the minister's authority was not as great as he had expected. Seeing his reaction, Death Notice said there was actually another solution. His expression turned serious as he explained that while the rules were strict, there was still room for flexibility. As long as the target wanted to accept missions, every assignment had to go through the minister. He continued by saying that as minister, Lin Xuan could simply assign himself to the same mission as that person. Besides, refusing missions for too long would result in automatic expulsion from the organization, leaving almost no room to decline. Lin Xuan immediately agreed, deciding that was enough for his plan. Death Notice also showed great respect for him, promising priority access to the latest intelligence, even from other kingdoms, while the entire branch would assist him whenever needed. Lin Xuan glanced at him before saying goodbye and preparing to leave. But Death Notice immediately stopped him, saying he should at least reveal his identity so the Western Desert branch could be informed about its new minister. The system above Lin Xuan displayed a notification that he had temporarily disabled anonymous mode. He calmly introduced himself. "Just call me Qing Ming." Death Notice quietly repeated the name Qing Ming and thought to himself that if this man had never hidden his identity, the title of Western Desert's strongest expert would never have gone to Kuang Shen. That afternoon, Lin Xuan walked alone along a dirt road as his cloak swayed gently in the wind. As he walked, he realized it had been quite a while since he had leveled up. After reviewing the situations, Lin Xuan confirmed that the Black Tree Guild matter had been fully resolved, so he decided to clear a nearby dungeon for more experience. Opening the system panel, he found that his basic skills had improved significantly. Black Iron Stealth had reached level 4, allowing 5 minutes of invisibility for 80 MP with a on-minute cooldown and 800 proficiency. Black Iron Soulfire had reached level 7, dealing 300 magic damage for 10 MP with a 4-second cooldown and 1700 proficiency. Checking his new skills, Lin Yuan found Corpse Explosion quite useful, but Dark Curse fell short of his expectations. Restoring just 20 HP to a single target meant almost nothing compared to the undead army he already controlled. The system displayed the full skill details. Level 5 Golden Corpse Explosion detonated a zombie to deal fire damage equal to 110 of its HP to nearby enemies, costing 140 MP with a 5-second cooldown. Level 3 Golden Dark Curse dealt damage equal to 20 of a target's max HP, or restored 20 HP to a zombie, costing 60 MP with a 6-second cooldown. Still, the HP-based damage only worked well against weaker monsters. Lin Yuan quickly spotted the flaw. Against higher-level monsters or bosses, the percentage-based damage would be heavily reduced. Holding the 2 scrolls, he began calculating his next move. From his past life, he knew low-tier skills could be upgraded by gaining proficiency. Looking up at the sky, Lin Yuan reminded himself that only high-tier skills required special upgrade scrolls. These 2 valuable scrolls were better saved for a dark gold skill. As he checked his status again, he realized the Gate of the Underworld also needed stronger zombies. As his level increased, early-game summons like the Ghost Wolf zombie were no longer keeping up. Looking ahead, Lin Yuan quietly decided to stop reviving weak undead. Since zombies could not level up, the power gap would only keep growing. Before long, he arrived at an ancient structure. The system announced that he had entered the elite dungeon called Ruins Laboratory. Lin Yuan slowly stepped inside, where broken suits of armor were scattered across the stone floor. Looking around, he muttered, "Could these be undead knights?" The next moment, eerie blue flames ignited. The lifeless armor rose under dark power. Lin Yuan readied himself to face nearly 100 level 18 elite undead knights, each equipped with Underworld Rage, World Break Charge, and Origin Cleave. He swung his sword and summoned the Divine Scarab to charge straight into the enemy ranks. These walking iron cans were incredibly tough, but they also gave some of the best experience among monsters of the same level. The Divine Scarab shot forward like an arrow and slammed into an undead knight's arm. The knight instantly drove its sword into the ground, carving a deep slash across the stone floor. But Lin Yuan had already appeared behind it. Casting magic, he said these monsters resisted crowd control and had massive defense, so he would handle them himself. A magic circle instantly appeared behind the undead knight. A massive pressure burst from the spell, pinning the surrounding undead knights in place, while a damage amplification effect took hold. Lin Yuan lowered his stance, keeping his eyes locked on the knights as they raised their swords for a counterattack. Just as their blades struck the ground, he activated stealth. The spell then summoned a swarm of giant serpents that rushed in and tightly coiled around every undead knight. Corpse Explosion activated at once. One giant serpent opened its fanged jaws and smashed into the knights, shattering their armor into countless pieces. The system kept announcing loot, including a low-grade damage potion recipe, a medium mana potion recipe, and an advanced solution formula. Picking up one recipe, Lin Yuan thought these killing machines always dropped loot when they died, but anything left behind vanished with the corpse. These recipes would make great additions to his shop before he cancelled stealth. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced toward a corner of the room after sensing something unusual. The shattered armor pieces slowly floated into the air, as though controlled by an invisible force. Lin Yuan reached out with a smile. Without the knowledge from his past life, he would have missed this valuable loot opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned the Ghost Wolf zombie behind him, its battle intent surging. He immediately gave the order, and the Ghost Wolf zombie threw back its head with a long howl. Following its master's command, the monster unleashed a violent surge of energy as the system confirmed that Roar had been activated. A confident smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he coldly ordered his forces to crush every enemy in sight. The entire dungeon descended into chaos. One undead knight after another was defeated. The ancient structure shook as it collapsed, and the system continuously recorded the growing number of elite monsters slain. The system kept announcing the defeat of more elite undead knights, and Lin Yuan's experience continued to skyrocket. Standing calmly in the middle of the battlefield, Lin Yuan smiled. He had finally leveled up. After wiping out another group of elite undead knights, the system officially announced that Lin Yuan had reached level 17. His status panel updated at once, showing level 17, the forbidden Necromancer class, and the talents Dark Summoning and Gate of the Underworld. Stroking the death wolf beside him, Lin Yuan sighed that the undead knight's armor was unbelievably tough. Even his zombies struggled to break through it. Although it was only a low-level boss, its roar skill was incredibly satisfying to use, making every battle even more exciting. The system displayed the Lord-rank Death Giant Wolf with the skills Evil Wolf Howl, Giant Beast Heart, Death Claw, Undead Body, and Undying Fury. Looking over its stats, Lin Yuan could not help feeling a little disappointed. It would be perfect if his zombies could level up on their own. Glancing across his undead army, he concluded that his older zombies had already fallen behind. From now on, they were better used as sacrifices for skills, while units like the Dark Demon Larva Zombie, Doghead Zombie, and Mirror Thief Zombie had become completely outdated. The status windows of his low-level zombies kept appearing, further confirming that they no longer had much value in combat. Unlike the old ones, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he looked at the newly captured Dark Demon Beast. In his opinion, this was the real treasure, something that money alone could never guarantee. Lin Yuan immediately gathered his mana, drew a magic formation across his palm, and attempted to awaken the target. However, the system quickly informed him that the target already belonged to the undead race, and could not be awakened. Hearing that, he could only sigh. It seemed those suits of armor were merely possessed by spirits and could never be revived as zombies. Leaving the area, Lin Yuan quietly adjusted his plans. From now on, he would stop collecting low-tier undead and focus only on stronger targets. Just then, the system interface suddenly displayed a call from the real world. The caller was his mother. Lin Yuan was surprised because she rarely called after he said he wanted to focus on the game. Something must have happened. The moment he answered, she immediately asked if Xiao Dan had contacted him recently. Lin Yuan's expression changed at once, and he quickly asked what had happened to Xiao Dan. Mrs. Lin anxiously explained that Xiao Dan had not returned home for 2 straight days. Lin Yuan immediately reassured his mother and said he would come home right away. Before long, he arrived home and hurriedly asked for the full story. Mrs. Lin looked at her son and slowly began explaining everything. According to her, Xiao Dan had said she was joining a summer training program a few days earlier. She had replied to messages on and off at first, but had completely disappeared over the last 2 days. Sitting beside her, Mr. Lin tried to comfort his wife, saying Xiao Dan was probably just too busy with training to use her phone. After hearing everything, Lin Yuan immediately recalled his memories from his previous life. Around this exact time, Xiao Dan had joined the Order organization and entered its secret combat training program. Thinking of that, he calmly told his parents that Xiao Dan had mentioned this training before. Participants were not allowed to use their phones until it ended, so there was no need to worry. Hearing that, Mrs. Lin finally relaxed, though she complained that Xiao Dan should have at least informed the family. Mr. Lin also looked much more relieved. Even though he said that, Lin Yuan still could not put his mind at ease. While he did not truly trust the Order organization, he respected Xiao Dan's decision. After all, he knew very well that many members of the organization in his previous life had extremely radical ways of doing things. Lin Yuan quietly decided that when Xiao Dan returned, he would carefully see whether that environment had changed her. The scene shifted to the organization's training facility. At that moment, Lin Dan was struggling against multiple combat robots. She gathered her strength and leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dan closed in on one robot and launched a direct attack. But at that very moment, another robot quietly circled behind her, preparing a sneak attack. Sensing the danger, Lin Dan instantly switched into a defensive stance. She raised her sword high and shouted as she poured all her strength into the strike. The next slash crashed down with overwhelming force, splitting the ground into huge cracks. When the training session ended, Lin Dan stood there breathing heavily after exhausting so much stamina. Sen walked over with a smile and asked whether training here was more effective than practicing alone. Xiao Fan added that she was free to leave whenever she wanted, since the higher-ups had already agreed to treat this as nothing more than a trial training program. In response to their kindness, Lin Dan simply thanked them. Qi Sen told her to get some rest, because the leaders had just summoned every member. The scene quickly shifted outside the building. Every member of the organization had already gathered. Looking around, Lin Dan realized everyone here was an elite fighter. If she wanted to grow stronger, staying here was her best choice. Just then, someone announced that everyone had probably heard about the lone player who had wiped out the entire top 10 guild of the Western Desert. He stressed that even the Order organization could hardly take on such a massive guild by itself. A projection screen appeared and began playing footage of the battle, telling everyone to study it carefully. Lin Yuan soon appeared on the screen, sending the entire hall into an uproar as everyone recognized the legendary player dominating the internet. They marveled at his overwhelming strength while spreading the rumor that everything he had done was to protect a single girl. The moment Lin Dan saw the man in the footage, her eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that her own brother? She could hardly believe it. At that moment, Leng Yue stepped forward and said she wanted to know the identity of the man in the video. What she cared about most was whether he was one of the chosen. The white-haired girl rubbed her forehead and replied that she had already tried using her ability to investigate him. His fate shifted between clear and obscure, making it impossible to read. Still, she was certain she could not sense the aura of a chosen, so he definitely was not one of them. The white-haired girl then looked at Leng Yue and asked if she knew him. If the opportunity came, they should recruit him, because someone that powerful should never become an enemy. Hearing that, Leng Yu immediately denied it, saying their relationship was nothing special. But as soon as she said it, even she could not understand why she had instinctively denied it. The white-haired girl did not press the issue. Instead, she asked Leng Yue to explain the battle techniques to the new members. In her eyes, his combat skills were flawless, leaving everyone curious about his true objective. Standing below, Lin Dan broke into a cold sweat. Had her brother really caused such a huge incident because of a girl? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her second brother had always been obsessed with games. If someone took advantage of his feelings, what would happen? She had to get the truth from him. Xiao Fan laughed and praised the player in the video before inviting Lin Dan to spar later. She simply shook her head and said she wanted to go home and rest first. Xiao Fan did not insist. She smiled and said the organization would always welcome her and would arrange someone to take her home. The scene returned to Lin Yuan's house. He was holding his phone and reading the message Lin Dan had just sent, saying she would be home soon. Lin Yuan quietly prepared himself. He planned to carefully ask whether she had been injured or mentally affected by the training. Memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind. A chosen with problems often suffered memory disorders, and answering a completely different question was one of the clearest warning signs. Just then, Lin Dan pushed the door open and happily announced that she was home. Lin Yuan silently looked at his younger sister, deep in thought. Seeing him waiting, Lin Dan asked in surprise why he was not buried in games today. He calmly replied that their mother said she had not come home for several days, so he came to check on her. Lin Yuan's thoughts were still tangled. He had no idea how to begin testing her and wished someone else could do it for him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked if she remembered the first time they went to an amusement park together, saying the weather had been just like today. Lin Dan looked confused and asked which amusement park. She said it happened when they were little kids, so how could she possibly remember? Then wondered why he suddenly brought it up. Her answer made Lin Yuan's heart sink. He forced a smile and said he had simply remembered it by chance. Even so, a deep sense of unease filled his heart. Had Xiao Dan really been affected to the point that her memories had changed? Just as he was worrying, Lin Dan suddenly seemed to remember something and told him to wait a moment. She recalled how, when they were children, the amusement park had lost power, and the two of them had played until late at night without wanting to go home. She even remembered waiting together for transportation back. Hearing that, Lin Yuan finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least her memories were still intact. It was only that the recent months had forced her to grow up much faster. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Lin Yuan changed the subject and reminded her that he had sent a gift to her in-game mailbox, so she should log in and claim it. Hearing that, Lin Dan instinctively clenched her fist. She pouted and said she had no interest in whatever he sent. Lin Yuan immediately put on a serious face and warned that if she refused to accept it, he would not help her explain things to their parents next time. Annoyed, Lin Dan fired back. She brought up the rumors online, claiming he had wiped out the entire Black Hand Guild for a girl. She said she did not mind if he wanted to play the hero, but he should at least stop making their parents worry. Lin Yuan could only laugh helplessly. He explained that it was all just a rumor. The truth was that Black Hand had targeted his shop first. Even so, Lin Dan still looked unconvinced. She muttered that he should take better care of himself before ending the conversation and heading off to rest. Just as she turned away, Lin Yuan softly called out to his younger sister. With a serious expression, he said he would not ask what she had gone through over the past few days, but reminded her to always put her own safety first because some people were far more dangerous than they appeared. Hearing those words, Lin Dan's expression softened. She quietly acknowledged him before silently closing her bedroom door. Just then, the ringing of his phone interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. The system immediately issued an S-rank ghost commission, ordering the Western Desert Branch Minister to handle it at once. Lin Yuan was surprised, because missions like this were normally reserved for branch ministers. It seemed this was the guild leader's welcome gift for him. Elsewhere, someone asked how the situation was progressing. Anna stepped forward with an irritated expression, and bluntly said that every piece of information he had provided was wrong. She explained that Vagria had already been a guild member for a long time, and even held a high-ranking position. Hiring an assassin of his caliber came at an enormous cost. Anna complained that the hiring fee alone had cost her 200 gold, nearly draining all her savings. Hearing that, the masked man asked if she had arranged the meeting place on Deathsea Island. Anna replied with disdain that it went without saying, then mocked them for failing to deal with a single player. She then brought up the mission their master had assigned earlier, which was to capture a high-level monster. Anna explained that monster levels were currently capped everywhere, except within the snakefolk civilization, where exceptionally powerful serpent monsters still existed. Since the snakefolk and the Western Desert had always been sworn enemies, she had been assigned to frame a Western Desert noble in order to gain the snakefolk's trust. Anna said her original plan was to build a snakefolk altar and frame Count Carlo for secretly working with them. She had spent a great deal of effort setting everything up beneath the sewer system, with only the mansion left unfinished. But then Lin Yuan suddenly appeared and nearly ruined the entire operation. Fortunately, Carlo turned out to be a traitor who walked right into the trap himself. Because of that unexpected turn, Anna was forced to change her plans and remain within the snakefolk civilization. She said regretfully that she had been just one step away from capturing a monster even stronger than the underworld King Serpent, yet these people still had not managed to deal with Lin Yuan. Hearing that, the masked man lost his temper. He said Annas had been so busy with the snakefolk that she knew nothing about the outside world. Lin Yuan had just destroyed the entire Black Hand Guild by himself, forcing even its 3 strongest experts to flee. With that level of strength, how could anyone blame him? Anna immediately realized the situation and asked in shock if Lin Yuan was the legendary player everyone had been talking about. Until now, she had thought they were simply 2 different people with the same name. The masked man confirmed it was true. He said Lin Yuan's growth rate was unbelievably terrifying, and if he had not wanted to recruit him, he would never have considered facing him directly. Anna nodded in understanding, before adding that Lin Yuan had already accepted the Ghost Commission and was heading toward the objective. The system also announced that the Reaper Guild's executor had accepted the mission and was on the way to the designated location. The scene quickly shifted to a remote island in the middle of the ocean called Deathsea Island. Lin Yuan calmly stepped onto the island, thinking that without a flying mount, reaching this place would have been extremely difficult. As he walked, he looked around. The entire island was filled with undead, yet dark summoning could not turn them into zombies. They also gave very little experience, leaving him wondering why the mission target had been placed in such a worthless location. Just then, a pale white arm suddenly reached up from beneath the ground. A swarm of skeletons suddenly rushed toward Lin Yuan, relentlessly chasing him. The system identified them as level 14 skeleton guards, equipped with detection, death reduction, and combo strike. After a few exchanges, Lin Yuan realized there were simply too many skeletons. Killing them one by one would take far too long. So he decided to wipe them all out with corpse explosion and activated the skill immediately. Elite skeleton guards fell one after another, and the system kept awarding experience points. After circling the entire island, Lin Yuan confirmed there was not a single person in sight. In his opinion, this was most likely another trap prepared specifically for him. Even so, he had no intention of retreating. If the enemy had laid a trap, he would gladly play along. Whether they showed up or not, the island boss still had a chance to drop a random class skill, making the trip worthwhile. Just then, another group of skeleton guards crawled up from the ground behind him. They let out shrill screams and charged together. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes by a burst of lightning. But one skeleton managed to break through the attack and close the distance. Lin Yuan calmly drew his weapon, recalling the boss mechanics. Once its HP dropped below 35, it would sacrifice its minions to heal, so clearing every last one of them came first. The system repeatedly announced the defeat of elite skeleton guards and awarded more experience as Lin Yuan cleared the battlefield in moments. Before long, the final skeleton collapsed, leaving the entire area completely cleared. Lin Yuan immediately moved on to the next step of his plan. The boss was his next target. He stood alone before a massive royal tomb, his eyes fixed on the giant gate ahead. The system announced that he had reached the entrance to the hero dungeon, Death Sea Royal City, and the entry process began. Lin Yuan condensed a green sphere of spiritual energy in his palm, ready for the battle ahead. He calmly walked up to his opponent and said, "Are you going to keep sitting there, or will you stand up and greet your guest?" The giant remained motionless on the throne, looking no different from an ancient statue. The system displayed its information. Death Sea King, level 24 boss, with the skills Summoning Roar, Calamity Descends, King's Ritual, and Royal Greatsword Technique. A moment later, the giant slammed one massive hand onto the armrest of the throne. The Death Sea King slowly rose to his feet, and the overwhelming aura of a true monarch filled the entire hall. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately raised his guard. The giant rested his massive sword on his shoulder as killing intent spread through the chamber. The system announced that the Death Sea King had activated Calamity Descends as he raised his weapon for a devastating strike. Lin Yuan merely smiled and murmured, "Calamity Descends, huh?" A terrifying attack crashed directly toward him. But Lin Yuan twisted aside at the last possible moment and narrowly dodged it. Taking a few steps back, he noticed something strange. This skill was completely different from what he remembered. In his previous life, the Death Sea King had never used this move. As he fought, he recalled that this should have been Emperor's Suppression instead. At that very moment, the surrounding walls began dissolving under a corrosive liquid. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to see the attack could even destroy the terrain. Then he smiled, deciding to use that very effect against his opponent. The Death Sea King unknowingly stepped into the trap Lin Yuan had prepared in advance. The boss health bar steadily dropped as the system displayed its HP falling without pause. In only a short time, the boss had already lost a significant amount of health. Thanks to that, Lin Yuan fully understood the terrain mechanic. If the boss kept using this skill freely, the entire floor would soon be corroded, leaving him with nowhere to move. Just then, a sword slash barely grazed past him. The boss pressed the attack, but Lin Yuan remained half a step faster, dodging every swing. While weaving through the attacks, he remembered that the boss' hidden treasure had been concealed inside the throne in his previous life. The only way to break it was by using the Death Sea King's own greatsword. The system announced that the zombie lord had activated Fire Breath. A massive pillar of fire shot straight toward the Death Sea King. The intense flames prevented the boss from getting close to Lin Yuan. Surveying the battlefield, Lin Yuan quickly gave up the idea of summoning more undead. The poisonous gas covering the ground was still too dense, and calling them now would only get them killed. Instead, Lin Yuan decided to keep baiting the boss into attacking from a single direction, forcing him to destroy his own throne. Only then could he claim the hidden treasure concealed inside. The Sea Prince King spotted an opening and charged straight in. The poisonous aura around his body slowly faded away. Lin Yuan instantly saw the weakness. A skill that powerful could not be used non-stop, which meant it had a cooldown. Once he figured that out, the fight became much easier to control. He kept moving while taunting his enemy, baiting every attack exactly where he wanted. Lin Yuan's sword slashed across the Sea Prince King's right shoulder. The boss answered with a heavy smash into the ground, but Lin Yuan calmly dodged aside. Without slowing down, the Sea Prince King launched another attack. At last, he unleashed his strongest move, the Royal Greatsword Technique. But this was exactly what Lin Yuan had been waiting for. He smiled because the 15-second cooldown was over, and he had completely figured out his opponent's attack pattern. The moment he finished speaking, a bolt of blue lightning tore through the sky and struck the Sea Prince King. The king's entire body trembled as electricity locked him in place. The system announced that the hatred transfer effect had been activated. At the critical moment, the assassin scorpion quickly retreated to its ambush position as planned. It locked onto the Sea Prince King, charging forward with his greatsword. When the timing was perfect, Lin Yuan gave the order. The assassin scorpion leaped out and activated corpse explosion alongside its attack. Realizing his strike had failed, the Sea Prince King roared in fury, shaking the entire hall. He poured all his strength into the greatsword, preparing to unleash the royal greatsword's technique once again. Right then, brilliant purple light erupted around him, followed by a massive explosion across the battlefield. Looking down from above, Lin Yuan smiled calmly. He had seen this ultimate skill countless times in his previous life, so nothing about it surprised him anymore. Hearing the voice above, the Sea Prince King looked up in shock. Before he could react, the carrion vultures pinned him down. Lin Yuan coldly declared that for the next 15 seconds, the king was nothing more than a punching bag. Without wasting the chance, Lin Yuan summoned the divine dung beetle to pile on more damage. The Sea Prince King swung his greatsword wildly, knocking the vultures away. But at that exact moment, the divine dung beetle had already reached him. Watching the battle unfold, Lin Yuan realized that thanks to the immortal skill, every hit the divine dung beetle took was reduced to just 1 point of damage, letting it stay in the fight. Instead of replying, the Sea Prince King let out a piercing roar. Ignoring all defense, he charged straight at Lin Yuan with reckless determination. As the enemy closed in, Lin Yuan tossed a potion onto the ground and smiled. Now it was his turn. Sharp stone spikes burst from the ground and pierced straight through the enemy. This was the spike potion, which created solid stone beneath the target and trapped them for 5 seconds. The Sea Prince King's lower body was instantly locked in place by the stone spikes. Lin Yuan casually said he still had plenty of potions from Luo Dunya, so this was also a good chance to test her alchemy. Trapped in place, the king struggled desperately to break free. The Sea Prince King used Summoning Roar, but no followers answered the call, leaving the skill completely useless. Seeing his enemy cornered, Lin Yuan mocked him, saying his healing supplies had finally run out. He then summoned the Ash Lizard and said this was the real gift. Refusing to surrender, the Sea Prince King grabbed it and began gathering power to activate the king's ritual. But before the skill could finish, the Ash Lizard opened its mouth and breathed fire. A blazing pillar of flames slammed straight into the king's face. The unbearable pain made the Sea Prince King throw back his head and scream. Watching his enemy swallowed by flames, Lin Yuan threw in a few more mocking remarks. Moments later, his body suddenly lost balance, forcing him to plant his sword into the ground for support. With his last remaining strength, the Sea Prince King poured all his power into the earth. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and guessed the king was trying to limit his movement. But he only smiled and declared that the show was finally over. He immediately ordered the flock of carrion vultures to charge together. At the same time, corpse explosion was activated. After setting everything in motion, Lin Yuan calmly sat down as if enjoying a performance. He crossed his legs and proudly welcomed Palace Emperor Jialin. Through the thick cloud of dust, a purple light slowly emerged. At that exact moment, the Sea Prince King gritted his teeth and charged at Lin Yuan, swinging his sword straight at him. With a slight tilt of his head, Lin Yuan easily dodged the fatal strike. At the same time, a treasure chest suddenly appeared beside Hai Huang. Before the king could attack again, the carrion vultures and the death wolves rushed in together, tearing into him and pinning him down. He struggled non-stop, but could not break free. Spotting the treasure chest, Lin Yuan grinned and declared it was his. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and corpse explosion triggered a devastating blast. After the explosion, the Sea Prince King could only collapse to his knees in miserable shape. Almost all life had drained from his body. Lin Yuan seized the chance and pressed his sword against the enemy's neck. Without hesitation, he cut through the boss's core, killing the Sea Prince King and earning 1,000 experience points. After finishing the fight, he walked to the treasure chest and hoped his luck would be better this time, since the last chest had only given him a silver-grade skill book. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the lid and slowly opened the chest. A brilliant light burst out, revealing a book that left him speechless with excitement. It was a dark gold-grade item. In the Eternal World, item quality ranked from common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. At this stage of the game, a dark gold item was as valuable as a legendary treasure. Only top-tier treasure chests could drop one, and it was powerful enough to stay useful until the endgame. The system displayed the dark gold skill, Calamity, level 1. When cast on yourself, your weapon was empowered with the Breath of Calamity for 8 seconds, and the next attack dealt bonus magic damage, equal to 70 physical damage. More effects unlocked with upgrades. It cost 170 mana, had a 10-second cooldown, and could only be upgraded with skill scrolls. Holding the book, Lin Yuan guessed this was the reason the boss had mutated, while the corrosive mist was actually the breath of Calamity. After learning the skill, Calamity instantly reached level 2 and unlocked a new effect. It could now empower allies, increasing all base attributes by 20, and if the target was undead, it also granted crowd control immunity for 5 seconds. Lin Yuan skimmed through the details with an excited smile. The 2 skill scrolls he had collected earlier finally paid off, giving him the equivalent of 3 new skills at once. The system kept showing skill scroll consumption notifications. Calamity reached level 3 and unlocked another effect, allowing it to release the breath of Calamity and inflict every enemy in range with the Calamity status. Black energy spread from Lin Yuan's palm, making him nod with satisfaction. Just as expected, this was the signature effect of Calamity. He activated it immediately. Looking at the Sea Prince King standing before him, Lin Yuan thought that without understanding the boss mechanics, defeating it would have been extremely difficult. It seemed everything had been arranged by the mastermind behind the scenes. Without hesitation, he opened the boss status window to check. The result surprised him slightly. Zombie Sea Prince King, level 24, HP 13,500, attack 1,250, defense 550, skills, Summoning Roar, King's Sacrifice, Royal Greatsword Technique, and Undead Body. The Calamity Descends skill was gone, proving the skill book had been taken from the treasure chest. Lin Yuan then turned to his large companion and signaled him to help put on an act. The man understood and slowly walked outside. Right after that, Lin Yuan released level 3 Calamity. A wave of the breath of Calamity spread across the area, inflicting every enemy with corrosion and dealing magic damage equal to 15 corrosion damage every second for 12 seconds. In an instant, a terrifying atmosphere covered the entire island. At the same time, on the outer edge of the Dead Sea Island, Anna stood on a tall tree branch watching the battlefield. She confidently concluded this was the boss' finishing move. With such a huge area of effect, there was almost no way to dodge it, so unless something unexpected happened, Chi-A had to be dead. Anna immediately reported that the boss had only a sliver of health left and had entered its enraged state. She confirmed it was time to move. On the other end, Kong Jieze praised Anna for a job well done. He laughed with satisfaction, convinced Lin Yuan was already on the verge of death. Even though his master wanted to recruit Lin Yuan, he still planned to beat him into submission with his staff and force him to kneel. Inside the ruined castle, Lin Yuan pretended to be exhausted as he leaned against the wall, while the Sea Prince King remained standing motionless. Kong Jieze cautiously made his way deeper inside. Seeing the silent battlefield, he assumed Lin Yuan had nearly killed the boss, only to be knocked unconscious by its enraged counterattack. His prey had finally fallen into his hands. Even so, Kong Jieze stayed cautious. He first summoned several small dragons and muttered that it was safer to tie Lin Yuan up first. The little dragons immediately wrapped themselves around Lin Yuan. Then he rushed toward the Sea Prince King, greedily declaring that the hidden dungeon boss would also be his. But at that moment, the Sea Prince King suddenly moved. One slash was all it took to cut the 2 dragons in half. The unexpected sight left Kong Jieze completely speechless. Before he could understand what was happening, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. Thick clouds of dust rolled through the area, hiding everything from view. Kong Jieze gritted his teeth in shock. He could not believe the boss was actually back at full health. Right beneath his feet, a beast growled non-stop, twisting its body while releasing Nsisi aura. The moment he saw it, Kong Jieze realized these were Lin Yuan's summoned beasts again. Behind him, the silhouettes of countless ferocious beasts slowly appeared. Lin Yuan stepped forward with a beast in his hand, his eyes glowing with a cold crimson light. He sneered, saying such an obvious trap was hardly worth using. At the same time, the system announced that the Calamity talent had been activated. As he calmly walked forward, Lin Yuan said it was just as he expected. The whole setup had been arranged by Kong Jieze. Kong Jieze shouted angrily, insisting those worthless creatures could never stop him. Lin Yuan casually tossed out a beetle and calmly asked how long his enemy planned to stay stubborn. Hearing that, Kong Jieze immediately became alert, staring at Lin Yuan while growling under his breath. He quickly commanded the beast attached to his staff to prepare for battle. Kong Jieze then shot into the air and mocked that no matter how many ground creatures Lin Yuan had, they were all useless. He immediately ordered the Divine Lizard King to kill Lin Yuan. The beast obeyed and fired a devastating blast of energy. The attack shook the entire area as rocks and earth shattered everywhere. The system also announced that the Divine Lizard King had activated Fire Breath. Kong Jieze laughed proudly, convinced his prized beast was far too fast for Lin Yuan to handle. In response, Lin Yuan swung out a wave of energy and coldly declared that there was no escape left for his enemy. Kang Jiezhi summoned even more divine lizards, confidently saying he had prepared them specifically to counter all of Lin Yuan's blade attacks. As the purple energy approached, the divine lizards opened their mouths to swallow it. Kang Jiezhi laughed triumphantly, boasting that this mutated species specialized in countering blade attacks. Lin Yuan calmly replied that he had never said he was using a blade attack. The instant the purple energy touched the beast, it began releasing harsh, corrosive sounds. Seeing this, Kang Jiezhi frowned, unable to tell whether it was poison or some kind of burning effect. Watching his mutated beast burn away into nothing, he cried out in anguish as his rare creature was destroyed. Lin Yuan summoned more flying spirit beasts and casually remarked that his opponent was not the only one with an aerial advantage. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Kang Jiezhi immediately turned and fled. As he ran, cold sweat poured down his face. He kept calculating that Lin Yuan's flying beasts were even faster than he was. If this continued, capture was inevitable. His mutated beasts had not even lasted a few seconds, so he absolutely could not let that strange energy touch him. On Lin Yuan's command, the flock of carrion vultures launched countless sharp bone shields. The system announced that the zombie vulture lord had activated Bone Shield. The flying shields sliced the beast in half. Kang Jiezhi could only scream in despair as another treasured creature was destroyed. He roared in anger, refusing to believe Lin Yuan had truly secured victory. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly paused for an instant. Another divine lizard appeared. Kang Jiezhi burst into laughter and told Lin Yuan to experience the power of his true trump card. The monster let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire area. The system displayed that sound disruption had been activated. Lin Yuan immediately realized his opponent had more than one of these creatures. The system continued warning that the skill was rapidly reducing his spirit attribute. Even the spirit beast carrying Lin Yuan began to lose its balance. Feeling his mental power dropping fast, he realized this was the divine lizard's true terrifying ability. Without hesitation, he threw out a beetle and ordered it to eliminate the target. The beetle shot straight through Kang Jiezhi's body, causing brilliant arcs of lightning to erupt across him. He cursed loudly at the annoying bug. Kang Jiezhi immediately accelerated and flew even higher. Watching his enemy gain altitude, Lin Yuan decided to test his reaction with the damage boost skill. He raised his hand, summoned another spirit beast, and activated the skill. Lin Yuan instantly vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. On the other side, Kang Jiezhi clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, furious that he had been forced to use his life-saving molting substitute skill. But a thick purple mist suddenly appeared right in front of him. The system announced that the target had been affected by damage boost. Kang Jiezhi broke into a cold sweat, unable to understand when Lin Yuan had gotten so close. At that moment, Lin Yuan unleashed a swarm of eerie skulls, declaring that he would defeat his enemy first and interrogate him later. Kang Jiezhi immediately ordered his beast to charge, and loudly claimed that Lin Yuan's attack was nothing to worry about. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan's attack struck him. A painful scream echoed through the battlefield. Dropping to his knees, Kang Jiezhi clutched his body in agony. He could not understand how Lin Yuan could still deal such terrifying damage after his spirit had been greatly reduced. The system also displayed that damage boost could not be upgraded through proficiency and required another skill book to level up. Lin Yuan calmly said that even with reduced stats, defeating Kang Jiezhi was more than enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched another wave of skulls forward. Kang Jiezhi immediately fired back. Deep down, he concluded that Lin Yuan was far too dangerous and could never be fought at close range. But the next moment, Kang Jiezhi revealed a sly smile. His earlier words had only been a distraction. Right then, Lin Yuan noticed something inside the Divine Lizard King's mouth. It was a skill scroll. Instantly, Lin Yuan's agility dropped sharply, and an invisible force restrained his body. Kang Jiezhi laughed proudly, saying the effect would make Lin Yuan move, as if he were wading through mud. He immediately ordered his beast to charge, wanting Lin Yuan to suffer slowly. But at that exact moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, and his aura became terrifying. He activated his equipment skill, instantly becoming immune to magic and removing every control effect. In the next instant, the Divine Lizard King's head was cut clean off. Lin Yuan coldly asked if that was all Kang Jiezhi had. Kang Jiezhi cried out in panic as he saw the annoying beetle appear once again. The beetle shot straight toward him. Kang Jiezhi immediately waved the scroll in his hand and shouted. A powerful energy barrier quickly formed to block the beetle. Seeing that, Lin Yuan simply gave a cold command. The beetle pierced straight through the barrier and continued charging at Kang Xieze. The system announced that Level 2 Calamity had been activated, increasing all allies' basic attributes by 20, while making undead units immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. Seeing the beetle closing in, Kang Xieze's eyes widened in terror. He had never expected things to turn out like this. In the blink of an eye, the beetle slammed into him and began its direct assault. As Lin Yuan rushed forward, he laughed mockingly and told Kang Xieze to use every trump card he had left. Kang Xieze immediately replied that he was not afraid of close combat. After saying that, he summoned even more monsters and shouted that he had prepared everything in advance. The two sides instantly clashed in a fierce battle, refusing to give an inch. Lin Yuan cut the head off another serpent and calmly remarked that even with weakened power, Kang Xieze still was not worthy of being his opponent. Kang Xieze remained confident, loudly declaring that he had come fully prepared today. Just then, another beast appeared with a glowing staff clamped in its mouth. Kang Xieze laughed triumphantly, declaring that he would never make the same mistake twice. He shouted the order to attack. The beast charged at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan stood perfectly still without the slightest hesitation. Kang Xieze also rushed forward at incredible speed, while Lin Yuan silently watched him with icy eyes. But in the very next moment, Kang Xieze was slammed into the ground by the enormous foot of the Divine Lizard King. Standing before him, Lin Yuan calmly remarked that Kang Xieze was still far too inexperienced. He declared that the respawn point was right outside the Royal City Hall and promised to send Kang Xieze all the way back to level 1 before slowly extracting every piece of information he wanted. At that moment, Kang Xieze was suddenly bound by a heavy chain. The one controlling the chain was Anna, and she casually mocked Kang Xieze for embarrassing himself. Anna loudly scolded him, asking how a snake tamer could lose so badly and whether Lin Yuan was really that strong. Kang Xieze snapped back, telling her to stop making sarcastic comments from the sidelines. But the next moment, they both froze and looked in the same direction. The Divine Lizard King was slowly walking toward them. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, recognizing Anna as the maid he had met before. He concluded they all served the same faction, so none of them would be leaving alive. Backed into a corner, Anna hurriedly told Kang Xieze to think of something because she was never good at fighting. He simply replied that he was already working on it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Xieze unleashed his power and charged forward. At the same time, the berserk monsters closed in on the two of them. The Divine Lizard King swept its massive tail, sending both Anna and Kang Xieze flying. Anna complained in frustration that everything had gone far beyond the plan. She had only been sent to scout, not to risk her life like this. She had no idea how she would explain it to her superiors. Hearing those words, Lin Yuan immediately realized their true mission had only been to investigate him. Despite his irritation, Kang Xieze said Lin Yuan was incredibly fortunate to receive a personal invitation from his master. In his eyes, serving the master and witnessing the descent of the gods was a rare honor. Lin Yuan coldly told him to continue. Kang Xieze explained that without his master's order, someone like Lin Yuan would never have had the chance to come into contact with their organization. He then revealed another secret. In 3 years, the gods would descend, and their master was the chosen messenger of the gods. After hearing that, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. If Kang Xieze was telling the truth, then the first apostle had gained the evil god's power much earlier than expected. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Kang Xieze continued tempting him, promising endless resources if he joined them. He even threatened that whether Lin Yuan fled to the Southern Empire, the Tide Archipelago, or the Northern Empire, members of their organization would already be waiting. On the surface, Lin Yuan looked interested, but inwardly he was calculating. He knew the first apostle had not discovered his reincarnation secret, which was why they wanted to recruit him. Seeing that reaction, Kang Xieze became overjoyed. He said that once they logged out and returned to reality, he would send the address where his master would personally perform the baptism ritual. Accepting the divine blessing would officially make Lin Yuan a member of the organization. He also demanded that Lin Yuan show his sincerity by disabling his hidden status so they could see his true strength. Lin Yuan remained calm and simply told him to keep talking. Kang Xieze was completely confused by the response. But before another word could be spoken, Lin Yuan suddenly swung his sword. Kang Xieze failed to dodge. A deep slash ripped open his abdomen, and blood sprayed everywhere. He screamed in pain, cursing Lin Yuan for attacking without warning. Furious, Kang Xieze charged like a wild beast while shouting for Anna to help him. Lin Yuan merely glanced at Anna, and her status window immediately appeared. NPC Anna, level 15, occupation, maid. He coldly decided to deal with Anna first. Sensing the killing intent, Anna immediately turned and ran, begging that she was only a weak maid who did not want to risk her life. Watching his teammate abandon him, Kang Jieze became so furious he nearly coughed up blood, shouting that Anna was a traitor. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind him, making Kang Jieze spin around in alarm. The moment he saw who had appeared, he roared in fury, "So it was you." A split second later, the two sides collided violently, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire area as thick dust swallowed the battlefield. Kang Jieze was blasted to the ground, his whole body convulsing from the impact. Lin Yuan's gaze was ice cold as he slowly warned that he would force Kang Jieze to reveal every secret he knew. Even while cornered, Kang Jieze continued calculating in silence. Perhaps his master still wanted Lin Yuan alive. He clenched his teeth and even considered giving up half of the Western Desert territory if necessary. Then he sneered, saying his true objective had never been as simple as killing Lin Yuan. As he spoke, Kang Jieze quietly reached into his pocket, preparing to use his final trump card. But before he could act, Lin Yuan flashed forward like lightning and drove a devastating punch into his stomach. In the next instant, Lin Yuan's sword pierced through Kang Jieze's hand, sending blood spraying everywhere. Kang Jieze fell backward, clutching his wounded hand and screaming in agony. Lin Yuan calmly declared that every escape trick Kang Jieze had was now completely useless. Kang Jieze stubbornly burst into laughter, insisting he did not need to run because his plan was already complete. As soon as he finished speaking, thick demonic energy spread across the area. He laughed like a madman and told Lin Yuan to witness the secret that only he knew. Blood-red lightning streaked across the ground without stopping. In moments, Lin Yuan was trapped inside a space filled with demonic energy. He quickly scanned the area and loudly called for Manticore. Across the battlefield, Kang Jieze staggered to his feet among the ruins. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Could this be the entrance to a dungeon? Kang Jieze laughed triumphantly and bid his enemy farewell. At the same time, the system announced that a teleport scroll was being activated. Just then, Manticore dived down from the sky, making Kang Jieze scream in panic. The system immediately reported an error. Teleportation failed. Kang Jieze cursed furiously because the dungeon's level was so high that even he did not dare enter it carelessly. Suddenly, he lost his balance as an enormous surge of energy erupted. Its power was so overwhelming that it seemed ready to swallow everything nearby. When the shock wave finally settled, Lin Yuan had been blasted all the way to the shoreline. The unexpected impact left him completely stunned. A while later, Lin Yuan finally regained consciousness, his eyes filled with shock. He jumped to his feet, looked around, and wondered where he had ended up. The system announced that he had entered the hidden dungeon Fallen Stag. Lin Yuan immediately confirmed it was indeed a massive dungeon, and all the stat penalties from earlier had completely disappeared. Right after that, another system window appeared. After reading it, Lin Yuan concluded that the monsters here were extremely high level. This was most likely a large-scale exploration dungeon with terrifying difficulty. On the horizon, the sun slowly disappeared behind the endless mountain range. As darkness fell, a pair of gigantic crimson eyes slowly emerged. Standing before Lin Yuan was an entire swarm of giant crabs as large as boulders. One of them suddenly sprang off the ground and charged straight at him. The system immediately announced that adaptation had been activated. At the same time, the battle log appeared the instant he attacked. The system confirmed that an elite Dead Sea giant crab had been slain, and Lin Yuan received the corresponding experience points. He looked around carefully, thinking he still had not found the quest item. But the moment he turned around, he saw a horrifying sight as countless giant crabs poured out of the sea. His pupils shrank at the overwhelming horde. Before he could react, a swarm of Tide Sea demons also rushed toward him. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the Divine Lizard King and ordered it to burn every enemy to ashes. The system announced that the Divine Lizard King had activated Fire Breath. He then summoned more undead and cast Corpse Explosion. The system instantly confirmed the skill had been activated. While fighting, Lin Yuan quickly analyzed the situation. After nightfall, the monsters became far more aggressive, so he decided to find shelter first and continue exploring during the day. At the same time, he called Manticore over. The system continuously updated the battle results. 6 elite Dead Sea giant crabs and 4 elite Tide Sea demons had been defeated, rewarding him with a huge amount of experience. Lin Yuan swiftly leaped onto Manticore's back. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized the situation had become extremely dangerous. Giant crabs, sea demons, and countless flying creatures were closing in from every direction. While riding Manticore into the sky, Lin Yuan wondered where the exit of this dungeon could be. The two quickly flew through layer after layer of dense fog, but an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, cutting off their path. Lin Yuan immediately realized he was trapped. Even with stealth, there was no way to leave this area. The system displayed a warning that only by completing the dungeon's objective could he escape. Lin Yuan quickly reconsidered his plan. To leave this cursed place, he first had to deal with the snake tamer, so he decided to secretly follow him and gather information. Night covered the sky, with only a few faint stars flickering in the endless darkness. Kong Xieze walked forward with gritted teeth, muttering that he wanted nothing more than for Lin Yuan to die immediately. His eyes were filled with nothing but hatred and malice. He roared in fury, swearing that Lin Yuan would pay the price. Suddenly, a skeleton dressed in a sailor's outfit appeared before him. Seeing it, Kong Xieze was overjoyed. He knew he had found the right target, proving that the information from the NPC Chi A had been completely accurate. He immediately snatched the sea demon cloak from the skeleton. It was the only quest item capable of hiding its wearer from the sea demons and allowing them to leave the dungeon during the full moon. Without it, even death would only cause them to respawn inside the dungeon. He laughed like a madman. He did not even know the dungeon's clear condition. As long as Lin Yuan stayed trapped here forever, that was enough. Just then, the skeleton behind him suddenly moved. Flames of hatred ignited in its eye sockets as it roared, demanding the return of its head. The sudden voice startled Kong Xieze, but his expression quickly turned cold. He immediately summoned a mutated beast and scoffed that a mere skeleton dared to stand in his way. Even after being knocked down, the skeleton kept cursing him, swearing he would face retribution one day. Half an hour later, a figure casually walked down the stone staircase. The moment it saw Lin Yuan, the skeleton charged with its claws raised, screaming that it would kill him. Lin Yuan simply sidestepped, causing the skeleton to lose its balance and crash to the ground. He stepped forward and pinned the skeleton to the ground with his foot. A spell came crashing down, making the skeleton hurriedly beg him to stop, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan's sword stopped just inches from the skeleton's trembling eye socket. Hearing it speak, he was slightly surprised and guessed it was a quest NPC. The skeleton quickly explained that it had mistaken Lin Yuan for the snake tamer, who had stolen the sea demon cloak and already left. Lin Yuan immediately asked what it knew about this place. The skeleton slowly replied that if Lin Yuan had just arrived, then he was terribly unlucky. Every night, every creature in this region completely lost its sanity and slaughtered one another. It pointed toward the sky and regretfully said the sea demon cloak had been stolen. Lin Yuan instantly understood that Kong Xieze intended to trap him in the dungeon forever. He then asked whether the skeleton had any other useful items, leaving it visibly surprised. Red light flickered inside the skeleton's eye sockets as it replied that it only had a map left. If Lin Yuan spared it, the map would be his. Lin Yuan accepted the map, already forming countless plans in his mind. The map marked the sea demon nest and the divine prayer temple. He guessed the cloak was most likely connected to the nest. 3 days later, after entering the sea demon nest, Lin Yuan looked around and concluded that the monsters here did not seem especially aggressive. Just as he was thinking, strange ripples suddenly spread across the water. Tide sea demons appeared before him. According to Lin Yuan's memories, this species normally lived only in the Tide archipelago, making their appearance here extremely unusual. Suddenly, countless tentacles stretched out from the cave walls and hovered above his head, yet they did not attack. Instead, they trembled with fear, making Lin Yuan even more curious about what was hidden deep inside the cave. From the darkness ahead, a faintly glowing scorpion slowly crawled out. Lin Yuan immediately stopped at the entrance of the cave. His eyes froze for a brief moment at the sight before him. Before he could understand what was happening, every sea demon dropped to its knees in reverence. At first, he thought they were bowing to him, but Lin Yuan quickly realized that assumption was completely wrong. High above was a mural depicting a gigantic eye staring down at everything. He studied it closely and wondered if this was the deity worshipped by the sea demons. Looking back at the sea demons still kneeling with their heads lowered, Lin Yuan dismissed the idea. Whatever was shown in the mural was definitely not their god. At that moment, a familiar name flashed through his mind. Starry Sky Evil God. What puzzled him was why its image appeared here. According to his previous life's memories, that being should not descend until the eternal world merged with reality. He continued searching through his memories, trying to connect every clue together. Suddenly, another possibility crossed his mind. causing his expression to change. Thinking back to what Kong Xieze had said, the first apostle already possessed divine power. If that was true, then why had he still not summoned the evil god? The worst possible theory surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Could everything still unfold exactly as it had before, waiting until the eternal world truly descended upon reality? Then another thought occurred to him. Perhaps the starry sky evil god did not belong to this world at all. Images of skyscrapers, advanced technology, and streams of data from the old civilization flashed through his mind. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided that clearing the dungeon had to come first if he wanted more answers. His most suspicious destination was the R-rank Divine Prayer Temple. Night fell, and thick darkness blanketed the cave entrance. A gigantic sea demon, seemingly their leader, roared in fury, condemning the one who had insulted their god. Lin Yuan did not even spare it a glance and calmly replied with only 2 words, "Got lost." He instantly activated his skill, unleashed a devastating attack, then followed up with Catastrophe Overlord. Next, he ordered the Divine King Orchid Army to move in and wipe out every remaining enemy. Massive explosions echoed through the cave as the entire area shook violently. Before long, every sea demon inside the cave had been wiped out. As he stepped outside, Lin Yuan spotted a brilliant pillar of light piercing the sky in the distance. After seeing it, he calmly concluded that this place was hiding another secret. In the nearby forest, countless glowing red eyes silently watched his every move. Just minutes later, wave after wave of sea demons charged in, screaming about punishing the one who had offended their god. Even then, Lin Yuan stood still and casually remarked that they had brought the whole swarm this time. He summoned a massive gate, radiating an overwhelming pressure right in front of him. From the gate, Lin Yuan's entire undead army marched out one after another and formed a powerful force. With one short command, eliminate them, the undead army charged into battle. Both sides quickly clashed in a brutal fight with no mercy. The sea demons fought with incredible ferocity and refused to give any ground. Their massive tentacles could knock down multiple undead with a single sweep. Even so, the high-rank undead easily killed sea demons with just one strike. Watching the entire battlefield, Lin Yuan quickly assessed the situation. This dungeon was far too high level, leaving the low-rank undead almost useless, including the wailing scorpion. The desert demon wolves were in the same situation. Even the underworld king serpent was completely restrained after being wrapped up by the giant tentacles. Seeing that, Lin Yuan immediately activated Corpse Explosion. At the same time, the system announced that he had killed 4 elite title sea demons and gained a huge amount of experience. After the bloody battle dragged on, the entire sea demon horde was finally wiped out. Lin Yuan silently calculated that too many low-rank undead had been lost, so he needed to rebuild his forces as soon as possible. He tried to revive the fallen undead, but the system immediately reported failure because the target did not meet the talent activation requirements. Even Lin Yuan had not expected this, and it seemed resurrection had been completely disabled inside this dungeon.